Someone on this Reddit site says try, with this problem, try running OBS as an administrator. Is that what you're running, the OBS thing you said?
Yeah, I have OBS. Can you guys hear?
It says try to. Can they hear us? No. It says try running it as an administrator.
I do not know how to do that.
You right click it. When you open it instead of double clicking, you right click it and just say run as administrator. But then you're gonna have to, I guess, audio.
Oh wait, I think we have audio. I did something. Can you guys hear us?
Oh. Do you hear me, guys? There we go. I hear you too. We're about like 20 seconds off though. Maybe 30.
Okay. Seems like we're up and running with audio. Hi everybody. Yeah, I think Tom, I think that was just the feedback. We're figuring out a lot of things here. We have the OBS running, Twitch is on a delay. I think Jared and I are both first-time streamers, so we're working to get all this stuff figured out.
I've streamed before, but Casey usually has it all figured out before they connect. So you can help us figure out what kind of delay we're on right now. Greg gave a show.
Let's get really.
Which, where was that from before?
Yep.
All right, Jared, can you hear me?
I hear you clearly. You can hear me? You need to turn your Twitch. You need to mute your Twitch. Greg, can you hear me? Greg, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm playing with all my audio settings so we don't get a loop.
Right, yeah, you need to mute your Twitch. Like I hear myself. myself 5 seconds, 10 seconds after. Tom is saying that he thinks the streaming computer, so that's the computer there, needs to turn on its incoming audio.
Also, but now I don't have your audio, Jared.
You can't hear me? You can't hear me. You can't hear me. You still can't hear me, Greg? Like I hear myself 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Turn on its incoming audio. Still can't hear me, Greg? Greg, can you hear me? Greg, can you hear me? Okay, yeah. So someone can hear me, but Greg can't hear me at all. Greg, can you hear me?
Alright, I'm trying again. Can you hear me, Jared?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, I've been playing around with my audio and the OBS audio. I think we might be in a good spot.
Can you guys in Twitch hear us? So someone can hear me. Greg, I keep hearing echoes. You need to mute.
I don't know if it's my audio.
I think you need to mute Twitch. I think. We're not using Skype. We're using Google Hangouts. Oh yeah, you need to mute me in Twitch also. I mean, in Google Hangouts too. Although, no, if you mute me, will that mute me off of everything?
Probably only before battle.
I need to mute you in Google Hangouts. That's what I need to do. Nope, that's not.
running it. I know, and I probably screwed up that setting trying to
Like
fix
people
everything
like,
else. Because I can get
hate
into
it later on. You're like going through
OBS
this.
with the light controls, but I don't know what I turned off. So let me see if I can go around with that again. But now it sounds like we're not getting into the stream mode.
Yeah, we're not.
I still hear feedback. I hear both of us talking in the background too.
Yeah. That is. Wait, is that because? Is that my hangouts? No, I can't. Wait, I should mute Mundo, right?
Mundo's muted from the laptop. We're also dealing with this delay. Jared?
Oh, no.
You don't hear me? You don't hear me? You don't hear me?
I can hear you right now. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Oh, so me muting Mundo made it so you couldn't hear me. That's weird.
The issue is I play with these settings, but then there's a delay to what's in the feed. So I have to sit here.
See, I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to be using the Twitch feed to make our commentary. Then that always leads to like a minute delay.
Oh, right.
Isn't there a way to make it so we can see it through Google Hangouts? Like, can you switch the camera input? What is this? What is this share?
Hold on. You're right.
I got
Okay.
weapon display, and yeah, first strike. He battles me. Which one goes through
I
first?
still
He
get
loses
all
the
that
two from
feedback.
my guy
I
being
don't
shooted.
understand why that's working. Why it's doing that.
Well, right now I have my Twitch on. No, it doesn't matter. They don't hear us through Twitch anyway, so Twitch has nothing to do with it. I don't hear very much feedback. I hear it very
No,
I
faint.
think they're competing.
So you have to turn off your Twitch
First
sound.
strike.
Okay, I'll turn it on now. I had it off most of the time, but I had it on the last minute. But if they can't hear us, then it doesn't matter if the Twitch sound is on right now.
You are.
I know once we
And I
get
battle.
on the Twitch.
You're meeting before the battle.
Yeah, that shouldn't be nothing to do. I think that where I'm seeing this chair, this stack of chairs, that needs to be the game stream.
I have the game stream up on OBS. I can see
I did want to retweet.
on OBS. I can see what's happening prior to it.
I want to retweet.
Is that something I
Oh, I
should
got that.
look into?
We don't need OBS. The only thing that needs OBS is the streaming laptop. So
But can you? Alright, so what is a stack of chairs? What camera is that?
That's just the like I could turn that off. I can turn off the chairs. The problem is
I did a cube. But
like that's just the camera on the laptop.
Right,
That's all that is.
Right, so what we need to do is turn that, make it so that it's going off of the other camera. So we're watching the feed in Google Hangouts. That's the only way to get the sound right. If you watch, no matter what, if we're watching Twitch and commenting on it, the sound is going to come, we're going to be commenting on what we're seeing at the moment, and then the sound's going to go through like a minute later.
Okay, so I can do screen share. I can do
That's
Can
right.
see?
Okay. Now I can
Okay.
see. I see everything. I see the mic stuff, the mixer crap on the bottom, and everything.
Okay. So that's helpful because now when I go through, if I'm clicking settings in there, it'll probably be easier to see.
No, this is helpful because it's the.
No, I mean, I was wondering if mine like goes through first.
Switch is
Because I can't remember, especially with like the just
Okay, so
initiated.
I'm gonna have.
Like I get first.
The problem is, I
Pretty sure
don't
they're
know if I
automatic
can
actions,
do my
so it's
audio
whoever's trying to
independently of Twitch and
Even,
Google.
even with like, I thought like weapon like stuff like that, like just do that and just.
No, this triggers before just actions.
You know,
Oh, okay.
It even
This-
triggers
and
before
this does too.
like civil disorder triggers before just actions, but civil
So
disorder
the only thing I have
still
open, I
triggers
have
like
the
this.
keyboard and I have the Google.
It says the same age, so you're true.
okay. That should be fine.
This is the adjustment.
Can you play around with, and as I play around with these settings, we'll figure out if we can get the audio working the right way. No ambient noise. We're doing it.
So you did.
If I do what do you want me to do? Say it again.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how we can get into Twitch to see if we're playing.
Well, I have Twitch open.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean, I can open Twitch on my phone separately.
Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can get in here.
Yeah, I'll keep it muted on the Twitch muted here, and then I'll try to connect to Twitch on my phone.
I've already drawn destinies. I would have top decked.
Oh, no, we didn't draw this.
I swing it.
Oh, so
So should I just shuffle it? There's two.
yeah.
So I have to go into.
Never been more excited to go on my league now.
I've got the volume mixer up on the laptop that's at the event. How do I want the settings to look like?
Oh yeah, that was. So what are you doing?
And then the swing.
Yeah.
I think that one should be all the way up, right?
Redraw.
Yeah, the only I have the team view audio tuned down, which I think is fine because they could hear us before. Okay, so I'm not messing with any of that. So now I think the only settings I'm playing around with are the OBS settings.
Okay. And then
What was the second?
I can't watch you do that, right? I'm only able to see.
You can watch.
And then, yep,
Can you see
right.
me clicking around right now?
Yes. Is that the OBS stuff?
This is OBS. So this is good because as we talk, mic audio is going, right? If I do desktop audio, I think that's what's giving us the ambient noise. But let me just try that to confirm. No, maybe not. Okay, so let's see if they can hear us. And
that's significant.
So you have 7.
7.
can you guys hear us in Twitch?
Oh, I have a +1.
Just a truth. Oh yeah. So 8.
Oh god, that does good.
Take a second.
Good job, Ray. You're a genius. So this is because
The laptop Twitch.
stay there for the last of the trip you have. Let me see, come back.
End of my next turn.
So that means back to OBS, back to play around with more of these.
Ooh, Tom just said yes, we can hear, but barely.
Okay, so
Is it?
I don't know how to fix audio unless I can go.
Tom, you can hear me too? I doubt it.
No weapons.
I have OBS and Google Hangouts both at the highest.
Barely. Why would it be barely though? Because it's coming through.
Yes.
So, Tom,
You're speaking, it's coming
I
through.
don't want to make it look good. I
My
just want
phone, I'm not the one now.
You're being at the end of his next turn.
No, but I don't think we have any feedback, which is good. There's no feedback going on.
Alright, they both say they can hear everyone but barely. They can hear us both, they can hear us barely. At max. And they're at max volume.
I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix that.
Scroll down in that mixer. What other audios are there? They're all well, what's that? That one's mic. That one has to be mic.
Okay, so now I've got that turned back on.
Yeah. So now let's see if you guys can hear me. Right around when
Okay, so
being force. needs to be turned in computer. Yeah, how about that mic? The actual computer volume of that machine.
That's also
Schoenthals
Sideways,
is gonna do that.
okay. I'm gonna stop.
There's a bunch. Yeah, Tom's saying there's a bunch of volume meters. Yeah, they're all up. Oh, he's saying which ones to turn down? Needs to turn up the in-computer volume, off the microphone volume. That's what you just had, right?
Yeah, now I have all the mics on and the desktop audio on. Does he want me to turn some of them off? Does he want me to turn them off?
Show my
Harrison was kind of similar.
He's saying plus to in-computer and minus to mic.
There's like
I
mic,
got the first chance.
two, and another mic. I don't know why there are so many mics.
There's lots of mics.
Mine's still with the boy. Okay, we're gonna.
So,
It just sounds like we increased it.
first response before you can do the pilot.
I did increase the computer volume, but it's at like 100%.
So he says we're loud.
I was just wondering, because mine's
Not
still
loud
with the
enough.
boy.
Still not loud
Right.
enough.
But it's a main.
It's an optional response. It says main.
We're gonna make it force with.
But also someone is touching their microphone. I think that would show. I think the mic's light off. Well, now I just touched my microphone because he said so. Are we good? Can you guys hear us?
Okay, so you're gonna mute that. But I think
I just did. I literally just did. That was my.
somebody at the, I guess it's Schoenthal, is going around doing stuff. So I think we're he's going through. He's looking at all the mic settings and.
See here.
He says we're louder than before, but should still be turned up. Chris, I would max out the computer volume, mute the microphone. Okay. Well, yeah, let Chris play with everything. How's this game, guys?
Alright, so we can finally see past the glare. In there, so a Reid Captain Hera at the carbon chamber. And we've got
Looks like Ray and Ritik. The AC.
why is there's a Luke with Saber who looks like he's hit underneath.
Theirs looks.
I don't know.
Oh, those are shields. Okay. Yeah, the glare's low.
Oh, your last pause over there. Okay, I was like, what the hell's going on? What did your last pause? What did I miss?
I don't know. Whoever, I guess Schoenthal may have given up, so this might be the best that we've got until the next game.
All right, I'm gonna just want to listen to this one more time.
Yeah, 10 or 12.
Oh, you guys still hear the room?
They still hear the room?
I think so. Let me see it. Yeah, they hear the room. I mean, I sworn I just heard it when I turned it on my phone. So that's why they can hear us, because
They're getting the actual, what's coming out of the laptop.
the laptop speakers. They're hearing it through the microphone. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is obviously not good.
the car can be all you need sometimes.
You mess with the settings again?
No, I'm texting show.
Well, then somebody. Oh no. Somebody messed with the settings. Actually, I don't think they hear us again.
Well, I didn't touch anything, and Joe came in and was putting in some stuff, so I don't know what's going on.
They could hear us.
I still can't figure out why Luke is hit. Oh, maybe,
Captured?
no, you know what probably happened? Does something cancel all too easy, and does all too easy reduce somebody's forfeit? Is his forfeit permanently reduced until he leaves the table? What's that situation?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't this just come up and everybody thought it was a bug, but it wasn't? Because they were playing on Gen. Somebody had their forfeit reduced. You know, I think they were an all to capture, and then they got freed again. But because the card never left the table, they still have their forfeit reduced. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why Luke would be sad.
Just like, fuck
I
yeah.
know, right?
Yeah, they're not getting good audio. As John mentioned. The mic has to be muted. I'm pretty sure.
Soon it might be him.
So, you want me to drag down all of those mic audios and put the desktop up to the max? I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to be playing with.
I would just mute. Yeah, all the mics.
So if we do that, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna mute all of the mics for right now. And you can see what happens.
Scroll up. Let me see the top one. It doesn't even make it. Right.
Do I want to turn off audio input?
What's that? Yeah, turn that off.
So maybe that's what's picking up the audios.
Ooh, something's back. But I still hit the table. Well, let's see.
Okay, Tom is giving instructions that I can follow. Mute everything but the in-computer sound.
What's in computer sound?
I can do. I feel like that's wrong though, because we have our Google Hangouts. Okay, so let's do the volume. I don't know what. mic audio is on, and we're both talking, trying to give some commentary on this game.
Chris.
And don't do anything yet, Joe. Wait until Twitch catches up.
Yeah, Twitch is like 10 seconds behind.
I don't believe my light side back one.
Maybe.
That's all I was hoping for this entire weekend was one light side win.
They say now they can hear but quiet. Us?
It doesn't make sense that we're quiet. Everything's as loud as it can go. Now you have the audio.
No, now it's good, right, guys? Well, I think it's good. No, they're not saying it's good.
I don't know what Chris is doing at the moment.
My phone just lost its stream.
Okay. Well, alright, so it looks like Fred didn't do much of anything. It looks like he's got a decent push pile left, and now Kyle's going in and probably looking for, using his now HITCO search to go through in the control phase. Alright. I don't know if that was you or if that's the ambient noise from the event.
No, mute that one. Yeah, okay. What Tom's saying is right.
Well, I'm not controlling. Isn't going to be there forever, so he's either got to set up some better board control race that once the game comes back online, or he's going to have to set up some kind of a beat rod in his hand. He's playing a deck with Arctic Fleet, and he's got first strike, so I'm sure he's got a lot of blowout potential in there. But we also saw a lot of stuff already leave the table for Kyle, so yeah, I'm not really sure what his game plan is.
According to that.
He's got nothing on the table right now, right?
That's one of the
Literally
games
not
I wanted. They said that we could
just
specifically use.
Okay.
Okay.
What the fuck is wrong
So
with that?
Captain
I
Harris?
think
Casey asked me.
Fred's in a pretty good spot here as long as he can find a way to get rid of you.
That one's official.
What is wrong with people?
I'll ask Casey about it.
There's only two other battlegrounds on the table.
And now getting
Always thinking about something.
Okay, so now they have mic audio 2.
Everybody got one like game one. It was Hera and
Who's that? Ray? Or Obi-Wan?
The other thing that Show and Fall should try if you can hear me is to play around with the audio input capture in OBS. I don't know if that messes with anything.
Sorry, I'm trying to read what they're talking about.
I might grab one.
So we'll
Should we try and switch? Yeah, would it make sense to try to switch to Skype?
And
Does
started
have
right
it
out
installed even?
like, fuck that guy.
it probably does.
Well, let's show.
Podracer
Yeah, let's
collision?
keep.
Yeah, let's do this for now. If we want to try to do something between games, we can, I guess. Okay, so now we've got EVPOB to the carbonite chamber. U3PO is still there hanging out. Bryan Fred's got a ton of force states. Kyle's completely with reserve deck. Okay. Oh, he got his hand. Now it's his reserve deck.
I hear you, but I got you. I'm trying to keep my other phone far away.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm surprised.
No, you're not rustling paper, right?
No, I'm not doing anything. The only thing I'm doing is talking. I'm not doing anything else.
Same.
But they're definitely picking up the audio. I don't think the mic audio is the right one.
He heard Kyle's rifle?
Yeah, like right through the. Right through, there's an EPP Dengar down in the audience chamber. see if this does it. I turned on mic aux and I have a volume setting that I just changed to 100. So maybe I think the one that I changed from 20 to 100 is why we were quiet. Maybe we're back at full volume now and
Oh, you're
matter.
I hear us coming on.
I know there's senses in here. No, there's senses.
I think we might be in business.
Otherwise, I would have just gone for the sense.
Oh.
There may be a noise
Yeah,
coming.
I know there's shut off or whatever the fuck that card is. The 6th Destiny one.
That would have been good.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, no, me too. Oh, they could hear everyone now. The room too?
You broke it.
Someone told me something's not quite right over here. Now somebody's dog.
Now it says, okay, just turn the volume down on the computer to 1. Yeah, the actual computer volume. You should turn it down. Right?
Why would I turn that down?
No, you're right.
I can turn down. Maybe if I turn down. Oh, he's doing something. Chris is doing something now.
Okay, he's coming back. All right. Okay. Yeah, no, we're good because I think that's the first time he was able to hear us from the speakers in the computer.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna turn down something. I don't know. Okay. So sorry about the mess just went through. Oh, it's still on the table?
Sound on that computer needs to be muted.
Who's on the Falcon? You said it was Lando and Ray?
I thought it was Ray. Yeah, it's Ray and Lando.
Sorry about that. He's saying mute the mic aux now.
Ta-da! You didn't really. It would have helped, I do agree, yes.
Or 1.
Jesus, I was just like, what the fuck? I would have
I
attacked you
revote my
there.
site.
I'd have attacked you there last turn. Alright, what's
all
my
it would take.
Lando card? Oh.
Well, I was just seeing if I could use it in place of this. No. What did you play against? You smashed. I had like 20 something cards left in my hand. Well, I mean, we didn't play it out. We realized he couldn't pay for his Dre, for his one. I had a protection on one, and then I had another hand ready if needed, and then I could cancel the 2. I even had the control of the Tatooine. So he started Tatooine, and then I converted it when I wanted to. Well, not now. Now can you want to
I
say?
did a little joke talking me up playing
Hey,
for long.
I don't know.
Why didn't
I
you
don't
try
think
to
I'll go
play it?
0-4.
Talking me out of playing.
I didn't pull on the fine card, especially when a lot of times you're probably going to be on IG-88. That's why I like making my own decisions for that. And I'm just like, so obviously, I think it'd probably be phenomenal, and it'd help you a lot right now. And then you're
Or
just
they
like,
just
fuck.
have all around.
I would have outs.
The Tatooine was original.
Especially when you have Emperor's and Force.
Oh, yeah, it's so good.
Very true one for what's it called.
chance it's to drop before it's not rolling.
Oh God.
That's not the worst. I forgot about that card.
I only drew one card earlier and it was just my HITCO. I felt so much better about the game. Sometimes.
So funny that they say the permanent pilot adds one to power instead of just making the power.
Trying to dig for.
Oh.
I didn't think that. I thought I.
The only.
I sent you a picture.
You can't. It's really hard to win games when you get like 9 fourths of turn.
And you don't get in that guy and that.
Yeah, but like I kept looking at your when you were verifying, like 2 3s and like at least 2 malls every time.
My hand was just garbage. My opening hand. The only good thing about it, I had a EPP Vader and a UPPO. Everything else was just like.
Is that a UPPO from the beginning?
Yeah.
What happened?
This deck hates me.
Being able to play Reid 3 times in one game.
That's pretty fun. Especially while I like QFC, it's really good with Celebration and like Tigger in a hand, get a 4th pile search, pitcher, retriever.
And he's going back to turn.
I don't feel like this is
even
against like a rough start. I don't feel like I felt like I still had ways to win.
I was definitely like never, especially when you put the U3 bid down. I just lost my start with the Mets Cowboys. I never felt like, oh my god, like I'm just like dominating.
I couldn't find an EPP for when you had Reid there. Like if I have an EPP in hand, no EE first turn. Well, actually, even if I go EE first turn, well, I have a barrier though, so then it's you have to back off 5. Yeah, you have to drop. Yeah, but still, like I have 2 EEs, 3 force pushes, draw 12 cards. I open hand force push. No, I didn't even open up a force push. I had to draw for a force push. Just awesome. I am still lifetime ONX against the feature match.
Star Wars players,
across 2 games. Versus I'm 0-2. Star Wars, I'm like 0 and.
Jeremy DePaulo is dark against
I've never won a
Cyrus.
single one.
Definitely.
Chris Kelly is dark against Vikram. David B is dark against Jacy.
Joe Olson is dark against Charlie. Jerry is dark against Chris Gogolin. Lenny is dark against Kyle Killian. Phil is dark against Kessling. Beef Red is dark against Kyle. That's awkward.
Wait, what?
Bryan is dark against
Feature match?
Harpster.
Are we the feature match?
No. Steven is dark against Mike. Talk to the software program.
It's happened to me like every
John is dark against Jan. Wirfs is dark against Trevor. Travis is dark against Brandon. Reid is dark against Joe Phillips. Arisman is dark against Adam. Jim Lee has the bye.
Yeah, stop between games.
Oh, Bryan Mischke. John and Jan.
Where do they want to play?
That sounds like battle. And let's get Joe and Charlie. Joe and Charlie. You are playing. You defeated the bye. Joe and Charlie. That seems reasonable to everybody? Okay, is that good?
I'm playing Mischke.
Joe and Charlie?
We got this. I'm calling this match. Hey, what's the force? Endor, I mean, no offense, Charles, based on the decks. Yeah? Let's see. You have it tech for Matt? Oh, you always thought it was real good against Matt. It's better when you've tested against good players. Yeah, playing Matt. Alright. Cool. Well then, not a lot. Excited. It'll be a game. We'll see. Alright, so these go down, and then I get to place my cyclone and put it over there. And then of course reset. Hey Chris, give us a few minutes before starting this one because it's the first time this deck has been shuffled for all of us.
Neither of you have any official cuts?
Correct.
Just shuffle random. Just randomize it. That from hand, and then that one from deck. And I'll put the shuttle interrupt. Yep.
Okay. Mad Cow, Chris Schoenthal is saying that our video isn't working also because they
There's our video.
wait, there's Schoenthal.
There's show. We see show.
Okay, so Bill can hear me in Twitch chat. He's saying a new mic just appeared. Like I hear a new feed. It's Greg and he's very loud. Mad Cow Show, you need to unplug and replug the camera because it disconnected. Tom says that I'm very loud, but there's feedback or something. But audio is working. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everybody in chat.
You guys hear? Am I loud? Am I working?
Can you guys hear Jared?
It'll be a few minutes before they catch up.
Yeah. Well, now we're back to a black visual. So
I'm saying excellent. So the sound is good.
okay. We got Taco Bill in chat. We got Marines in chat. Sounds like we're coming through, but now, do you guys hear the event noise, the ambient noise coming from the event?
He says I'm perfect. You're loud, so maybe just lower your mic on your end.
All right, let me see if I can do that.
Looks like we sacrificed our video for audio. There's only so many hit points you could put into a stream.
Okay, I don't know. Mad Cow, can you help with turning down my volume? I don't know how to do that. All right, confirm.
No, that's just. It's probably just on your mic. What kind of mic are you using? It's probably just a mic volume.
I'm just using my laptop here.
Okay. Then.
Hold on. We're gonna get there. This is small potatoes compared to what we were dealing with before.
Yeah, worse comes worse, you could just move your chair like 3 feet back.
Let's see. So
we got video.
We have a video back. It looks like
yep.
This game is already going. Late side is Charlie, Arlandson, DS, Joe Olson. Okay, I can do that. How is my audio? Did my level go down? Oh, somebody's already doing this.
I think Tom was saying your voice is a little too squeaky or something.
That squeaky thing going on for me. Okay, I don't know, maybe that's just the quality of my microphone.
Who's dark?
Joe Olson is good. So Joe's got map. Looks like map with alert. He's probably going to be a little bit heavier on space. And we've got old allies. I don't see any effects on the table. So we need people to adhere to the boundaries of the camera view. Now we're frozen.
Yeah, we're frozen again, huh?
No, Chris, we are not good on this end. All right.
We were.
Mad Cow, thank you for all your help. I appreciate it. Somebody's changing something now. Wait, Mad Cow, are you back in? This is such a disaster.
Yeah, no. Unless they're doing the mannequin challenge.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we're back?
Yeah, video back. All right. Are we good?
I think we are.
Okay.
Yep. Let's keep going. So we don't know who the agent is. I don't know if Old Allies default has a default. I would think Leia.
Probably Leia. If you've got strike planning, that seems pretty good because then you can always dictate when she hits the table. You have two chances to pull her if you want to use both of your polls on a copy of Leia. Okay. Taco Bill has confirmed that General Leia is the agent.
Okay, let me see that. And are there effects off the side, or is this a 12-card Old Allies store?
It could
well,
be.
No, I see heading for the medical frigate right there. So there are effects, presumably.
So typically you're going to see something like Rebellion Built on Hope, Lachlan, right? That would be a typical start. You might see that new effect that lets you pull Larson back.
Yeah, and Lord Sarteka is out right now.
Okay, so it's possible that he was pulled.
And he just deployed. He could, yeah. Was he there already? Presumably. He could have moved. He could have moved Ray out in the control phase. That's why I was asking.
Okay. Yeah, I think this turn we just saw the Falcon. Although I don't know, maybe this is a longer term.
Yeah, I would guess. Yeah, they're gonna go up. I wonder if they're gonna take Tekka with them or if he's gonna stay there.
Well, does Charlie have anything left active? I think he's got no more active force, so I think it looks like he's gonna fly up and Lara is stuck there.
Yeah. He just flipped the Falcon, so
Okay, so you can stay there. He doesn't want to eat the drain of 2. He's going to stay there and fight.
We still at the end of Charlie's turn here? Looks like it. So Joe didn't try to flip first turn or anything. You think he's either had a hand that dictated that, or is he just playing it a little slower?
Well, probably playing it slower. I mean, if Charlie's started rebellions are built on hope, he can pull profundity, right? I mean, how would you flip first turn? Would you split up and go?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you would just maybe put the 0 guy there.
Yeah.
With Ozzel. Oh well, I guess they don't play. This is the non-Endor Shield version. I don't have that much experience with this one.
There's probably no Ozzel, but there's probably 2 or 3 copies of Mitaka. I mean, you'd have to open hand him, but I don't know if you do. I think you do play it a little bit slower in this matchup, just because the side gets a decent amount of force. They can throw something down turn 1.
He converted his Jakku.
Okay, yeah, he's got PV and Hux flashes Finalizer with Alert My Star Destroyer to get Hux from reserve deck. So that's going to go to Jakku and give him a use pile pull.
Right. And converting Jakku makes Profundity deploy 2 less than it would had he not converted. But it also gives him 1 less force.
Right. In the long run, it's going to...
Right. And he brought everybody to the system. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say Charlie's probably happy about that turn because he didn't know what he could have fought him with. Plus, he's got that Lore Santeca that's scary sitting there.
Yeah. So Joe opts to take the drain of 1. It doesn't look like there's any battle plan or battle order on the table right now. I think that was off the top of reserve though. It looks like Taco Bill. Taco Bill, is that you joining us? I think you're muted, and I don't have an option to unmute you.
You gotta unmute yourself, Bill. Looks like locate probably the village. Yeah, was just converted.
Yep. Looks like Joe is probably going to be a little bit low on activation, right? I count about 10 total force that he's getting.
Yep, that's what I count as well.
It's possible he's got some more of the Star Killer base locations, but in the deck that's starting alert, you might not play all of the battlegrounds that get pulled, at no cost of start for location pullers or anything like that. You might just have the exterior too long. They might have a bridge
Right.
for some extract. But right now he's only getting 10. Charlie's looking a little more healthy.
Right. But Joe knows that he's, the deck can't flip unless it goes to space, and not putting the Falcon to space first turns means that he's going to have to flip with, he can't like flip, land, and run away. Although I suppose he could run away to Star Killer base and still flip.
Yeah, if he can get the flip and then stay at 2 sites, he can move over to the Star Killer base.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to. Yeah, you're right. He does not have to engage him in space because it's going to be difficult with an alert deck that is already stacked there.
Sure. And you can expect to see something like Thrawn and Chimera come down at some point. So Joe's got a lot of powerful ships that will be able to hold a lot of forfeit aboard them. So yeah, it's going to be tough going to clear through that if you're the Old Allies player.
Who's the Imperial on top of Joe's lost pile? Or is that a first order virtual card?
Is that Tyranny? Well,
yeah,
I'm more excited about the top of Charlie's. I'm more excited about the top of Charlie's lost pile. Is that a Famba?
That is a Famba. Is he playing Graveyard? Because you can stack. I mean, I don't know if that's what he's doing, but
I've never seen an Old Allies list with Fambas, but there could be some Gungan energy shields. Does that keep your
keeps the weapons? Yeah, it keeps you guys safe if there's no weapons. He's probably then playing maybe no vehicles in this, no wedges and whatnot.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, there you are, Bill.
Talk again, Bill. Bill, you're a little low.
In the chat, we've got Taco Bill Kafer, we've got AJB, Jared Konsker, and we've got myself, Greg Shaw. Hopefully you can hear us all. Hopefully the second game will go a lot better than the first quality-wise.
Am I better now?
I can hear you.
Greg, can you maximize the screen in the Google Hangout now? Or do I need to see the bottom there?
You want to only see the
yeah, I'd rather see. That's fine. I definitely don't want to mess anything up. So
yeah.
So I think it is Tyranny. That's what they're saying. The chat. That seems odd in a map deck where you already can drain for 2 at the system, and presumably he's not playing any other systems.
Yeah. I think in games where Lightside gives you a system, though, you have such a strong space package that you sometimes end up at 2 different systems. You've got Finalizer, you've probably got Chimera. Those are both pretty strong with just, a pilot or 2 aboard them.
That is true.
Okay, so we've got Blizzard 4 with Mara came down on Joe's last turn. So Charlie paid to drain. Is that a Twanno villager there behind Lore?
Cannot tell. It is a first order. I mean, excuse me, a resistance character. Did he just deploy in front of Mara right now?
Yeah.
So it looks like he may plan on flipping this turn, because if he was going to battle there, he could move somebody with Lore Santeca.
Yes, that's a good point. So let's see.
That is the admiral. I do forget his name.
Admiral Euros Statura.
Yes, he's a non-pilot admiral, which
Yeah.
he'd be the only one of those in the game for years.
Retired from his admiral duties.
Yeah. Yes,
I mean,
they don't trust them to fly anymore.
Admirals aren't piloting anything anyway.
So Joe's having an animated discussion about something.
Okay, so everybody gets in the Falcon and moves over. So Charlie's kind of taking this slow, just looking to slowly build up his character base on Jakku. He's content to eat the drain at the system and just chase Joe around for right now.
Joe is not flipped, correct? He did not occupy with First Order.
Yeah, he was not at 2 locations with First Order.
Okay. And it's control too, so you can't just drop down guys and fight here. Although I don't see him fighting the Falcon. I think Joe would be content to just get chased around on the ground while draining in space.
Especially with reserves now.
Correct.
All right, so he loses them. It could be worse. It looks like that came from hand. It did. That's a little weird.
You could play 2.
Play 2.
It's just rare, but.
Joe's counting something out. Okay, so there goes Thrawn aboard the Finalizer, P-59. To the other battleground site on Jakku. Okay, Kylo comes down.
With the shuttle, I believe.
With the shuttle, okay.
And he should be flipping his objective.
Yeah, and did he move Kylo over to Kylo and P-59 both go over to the encampment? So I don't see Leia on the table. Is there anything stopping Joe from flipping just there?
No, he controlled. Right, you control 2 battlegrounds with First Order characters. Kylo was there.
Is that potentially Leia at the site, and that's why?
It's possible. I mean, it's either that or they just forgot. I don't know which one would be Lay. I mean, Poe and Ray are there. It's not. Oh, move some stuff around. Damn, there's one card that we're not sure, but no, there it is. It looks like a villager.
Yeah, it was a Toronto villager because Charlie had a drain of 2 before.
So perhaps they just didn't remember to flip.
It's also possible he may have said it was Ray was the agent.
Okay, so Laura moved over in the control phase. Laura. And now a Fonda comes down again.
Yep. And Charlie's goal here is going to be to try to clear him from the site. So this way he could pull the simple tricks, and he's still only taking the 1 drain in space.
So here we got the text of Lor Santaka. You can see, during your control phase, being able to move a resistance character as a regular move, that's pretty strong. Obviously, picking your movement before the deploy and battle phases really shifts the dynamic of the board presence you've got on Jakku. So that's what's allowing all of this action right here. Not allowing it, but really adding to what Charlie is able to do. He's got the Santaka puller. He's going to be able to ditch Lor Santaka as part of the battle and pull another guy out of his deck with ability 4 or less. And he's going to keep a cycle of characters going. Try to run Joe out of guys.
Yeah, is that Chewie?
Yeah, it looked like Chewie and Ahsoka came down, and Joe realized that he should have flipped, so he flipped.
And Charlie did allow it because technically it's after the fact, so I'm glad there's no incident there.
Rebel leadership to pull General Leia.
Oh, and then when she will add a battle destiny with the commander there, I believe, resistance leaders, the admiral, excuse me.
And he should get to retrieve 1, if not 2. I'm not sure if the ship counts.
You need Leia's text for that. Nope, just a character, so she will only be able to retrieve 1.
But getting that, it could be worse back is pretty good.
Yeah, that will be a good card to come out.
Did we just see a swing? If we did, I do not see anybody being turned sideways.
USA Gamer Girl said, because Charlie let Joe flip, the retrieval is canceled, so that's true. Well, not if Leia.
No, because Leia comes out, right? Yeah.
Got on the table, it's gonna flip. It's gonna flip the objective back. But it looks like we're already into the battle with no.
Yeah, and so interesting that he pulled Leia and didn't use the leadership with. No, the admiral is. You can't use it at a site, huh?
At a site, right?
Okay. If he missed both of his swings, and that's some pretty bad luck. He may have. Because
yeah, so it looks like Joe is only going to lose the scuttle.
And who did he lose?
Charlie,
the commander.
The admiral.
Admiral, I keep saying commander.
I'm trying to demote him because he doesn't pilot anything. But yeah, not the result Charlie was expecting. 2 saber swings, missed them both on Mara and Blizzard 4. He had an opportunity to clear everything. Now he's going to end up eating, a decent amount of drain damage.
Right. Yeah, he's presumably going to follow at the very least with Lor Santaka there, which in the middle sight there between is pretty strong because he could go
absolutely
to either way.
Yeah, open up his movement options next control phase. And it does, he's got the Gungan energy shield with a Famba, so Joe's options for coming back on a counterplay here are going to be pretty limited. He's going to be looking for ways to add Destiny, or I don't know what he has to get rid of the Famba. Maybe he's got a P59. Well, P59 is already on the table. Dengar with gun, maybe. But right now, that Famba is going to really limit his ability to clear Charlie from that site.
Right. I can see what the deck is doing. Presumably, you flip, and then now you can use the -2 to protect the Famba from, like you said, for P59 or anything.
Is a defense value machine at that point, and it's going to protect all your guys. And you have that cycle with the Lorsentaka effect to keep your guys coming.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't have an Old Allies build with Fambas somewhere.
He said to the surprise of no one.
So there's the Gungan energy shield. You can see just how restrictive that is towards what the dark side is able to do.
I was running Graveyard in mine though for the irony factor of scavenging Fambas. couldn't fit non-creature vehicle on that card.
So unless we missed something, Joe was able to get 5 damage through in the phase between a drain of 2 and a drain of 3. That's going to hurt Charlie's ability to keep this full cycle of characters flowing to hit the table if he starts peeling too many cards. But Charlie's in a pretty good position to clear Joe off of Jakku and, either force Joe to move Kylo away from the encampment and come fight at a battleground, or Charlie's going to have the opportunity to pull simple tricks and shut that drain off entirely.
Right. I expect Joe to just maybe pile at the site, move everybody out. Maybe even. He's deploying to the village now.
Yeah, so that's Grievous, P59, and Mara hop aboard Blizzard 4, move over, and Kylo stays at the encampment.
Right, his EPP characters want nothing to do with the Gungan energy shield site.
Yeah, they're staying far away from that. Joe's going to try and just keep some stuff alive at the site so he can stay at 2 battlegrounds and keep the pressure on with the damage that he's got coming through. Now we know Charlie has a General Leia in his hand, so if he wants to fight here, he's going to be able to drop General Leia, flip back Joe, get some retrieval if he chooses to battle, but he's going to be battling into a P59 and a Mara, and he's got potential to move some stuff off the table.
Right. And the villager, if we're correct, and that's a villager at the site, makes it so that he doesn't really have to worry about the Falcon getting hit by a random Destiny 6 draw from P59.
Yeah, Charlie's got his weapon protection on lockdown.
It's actually going to be very difficult for him to flip at this point because he needs to either control the 2 sites or control the system, and he's not going to control the system anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I do actually think he'll be able to control 2 sites. Well, that's going to help a lot. And so now he's at 2 sites. And there's Leia, so that'll flip Joe back.
That'll flip Joe back, right? Charlie won't flip unless he actually goes to the system.
Right, he's got to go to the system, and then presumably he would run away to the killer base.
Right, with Profundi, somebody, maybe shuttle somebody up so you're not, so you have ability.
Right.
But the Falcon, the Falcon, he probably wants to keep on the ground until he controls the ground a little bit better.
Right. Once he's got things locked up on the ground, then he'll be able to maneuver a flip of some kind. And maybe he will get to the point where he'll be able to stand in front of the ship at Jakku. But right now, his priority is definitely going to be to get these guys off of the sites.
Right.
Nope. Okay. Proved us wrong.
Is that Azure Angel? No.
Anakin
so.
Azure Angel.
Okay.
So that'll flip him.
That'll flip, correct? Yep.
Which is going to help a lot, if he's able to reduce those drains. The reduction, he's just got to be controlling 2 battlegrounds, or does he have to be at a site in the system?
Controlling 2 Jakku battlegrounds, I believe.
Okay.
For that part.
That is correct.
But even so, he's not going to be able to ignore the. He's not going to be able to race if he's not occupying, a system also.
Right.
He's gonna block at least one. And looks like people got on the Famba, went for a ride.
Okay, so.
And he is gonna go to space. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Still going to be eating that drain of 3 on Joe's next turn, but he's making his stand here.
Well, that could be 1 now. You can reduce it.
No, he can't anymore. He needs to control 2. He controls 0.
Oh. That's true. 2 to 0 real quick.
I would imagine Joe is going to go hard to space if he can. Now.
If he's got a piece of Throne's already out. So, yeah, he's got to have some space in hand. But, just having bodies on the finalizer is nice.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, it's not like he's definitely not going to fight that site. I mean, it's weaker now that the Falcon's not there, but
yeah,
he has no reason to. He could just walk, get everyone in Blizzard 4, run away.
Battling into Charlie's ships is no joke either, though. He's got Poe and Rey up there, I believe, and he's got Anakin on the Azure Angel. So he's got.
Oh, that's true.
2 draws. He's adding 1 to each draw and 1 to the total. And he's also able to cancel an interrupt with the Azure Angel.
Yeah, presumably, he's saving it for command, is what he's thinking.
Right, and that's going to take a toll on the bodies Joe's throwing aboard finalizing.
Right. Yeah, exactly. If he doesn't get another ship out, he probably does just stack some guys. If he can get a second ship, but he's not going to be able to flash Thrawn because he's already aboard.
Not to mention, since he was able to flip, Charlie's also got the once per battle reduction of a destiny by 2. So that's going to really cut into,
Right.
Charlie's got the battling advantage in space right now. So it looks like they did a quick tally of how much power they each have there, maybe. And also note that Charlie's got a Famba there, but the Gungan energy shield is only on the other site. It's not at the whatever site they're on now. I don't know the name of these sites.
The village.
The Gungan energy shield where they are now, so he's not going to be reaping any of those benefits of the Famba.
Yeah. The Gungan energy shield is on the shipyard, I believe. They're all at the village.
Okay, so looks like some additional forfeit going up to the system in the form of Doctory and Panda Baba. And now Captain Phasma, which will give Joe a use pile pull.
If there's any card I say he might be looking for, I don't know if he plays Justice, but that would help things out in space because
Absolutely.
he's got the -2. He's adding battle destinies. He's got Anakin. That's a card I would look for if I was playing it and I was Joe. Possibly see another trooper up there because I believe she does add in space.
Yep.
Lateral damage is a good one to go find, I think.
Yeah.
So he did
find it.
Lateral damage. It looks like the Falcon, I think he pointed to.
Oh, did he play it? Yep.
And First Strike is out too. Yeah. So there's a lateral damage. Falcon's been lateral damaged. First Strike is out.
There's a. Looks like he played the command and he canceled it, right?
Charlie cancels it right away.
So we're looking at power. Keep in mind the Falcon can cancel lateral damage simply by landing and flipping.
Right, but that's probably not what Charlie really wants.
No, I know, but if he has has no other choice, he may do that. Move Anakin to the Starkiller base, regroup, and come back.
Right.
Unlateral, which obviously plays into Joe's hand because he's probably ahead at this point.
So it looked to me like Charlie also reacted with Finn.
Yeah, I saw that too. Did he? It seemed like he did. Did he let him do it later on, or was that command for something else? Did he play it before the battle? I don't know.
Maybe he was already doing it. We just didn't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, he could have been off camera on the table, but off camera.
I think Joe drew 4 and 4. It looked like a trooper and a command.
Are the troopers natural 2s or 3s? I mean, whatever. I think they're 3s. I got the
3s, but Hux is on board.
And
one of them is probably -2.
Right. Charlie probably used his objective to subtract 2. So Finn goes to cover 6. I don't know what the power difference is, but yeah. Okay, so there goes Ray also. And Joe. Let's see, what did Joe lose?
So Charlie drew 1-5. It looked like. So that should be what?
2-6, right?
2-6 plus another 1, so that's 9. So does he have immunity with PV on it?
PV is there.
And he won the battle, so he retrieved a trooper with Phasma, paying to retrieve with aim high. I'm gonna read the Gungan energy shield before he thinks about where he's moving here.
Does that mean he did not lose anyone? He did not crack his immunity?
I don't think he cracked his immunity.
Yeah, I think it'd be to 10 with the resistance character or the starship. So
right.
Finalized.
Right. Yeah, everything seemed to went Joe's way during that battle there. Pointing to Anakin right now.
I wonder if they're ensuring that he lost a force to cancel.
I We have somebody else on the commentary.
Special guest Tyson.
Yeah, that was my dog Tyson getting in on the commentary.
Such an attention whore. He moved, split his guys up. He doesn't have to pay the extra 1 to move to the 2-2 site, I believe, because he used Blizzard 4.
Could potentially open up some options for Charlie in the control phase here, depending on what else he's got in his hand. We know he still has the Leia, but facing some situations in space.
Right, exactly. He's going to give up. Either he's going to have to give up space here, or
right. Joe set himself up to do a lot of damage, pretty much regardless of how Charlie responds this turn.
Right.
Does that Charlie looks like he only has about 10, 12 cards left? Does that look right to you guys?
It could be. Joe had a lot of early drains coming through.
Yeah, he had at least one turn of 5.
Yeah.
Another turn of 3. So, and it really, that's what Map should be doing in this matchup, because as you can see, Charlie tried to stabilize, but it was just at that point, Joe had everything he needed. Looks like he's going to try to alter strategic, I would guess. Maybe.
Yeah, and I don't see a pressive out for Joe. But yeah, strategic goes lost.
And it's not a virtual alter because it went to his use pile. Joe verified that.
Yeah, so there's a small victory for Charlie. Get his drains through.
Yeah, and it's should be a drain of 2, because of the villager.
Yep. That was a character. It looked like a character from hand, and then a good combo off the top.
Looked like a Saint Zard.
Did you just put lateral damage on his lost file?
Did he play another altar? There's another card you use now.
No, Eller's Maddock came down and canceled lateral. And now Profundity.
Eller's Maddock. Ah, okay.
Profundity with somebody.
It's like a battle.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's not giving up space, which is probably smart because you probably can't to win the game. But he's going to be taking most likely another drain of 5 on his next turn. He'll be, he'll be able to block 1. I don't know if he'll be able to block 2.
If he can get through Joe's space quickly enough, it's going to put the advantage right back into Charlie's court here.
And this seems like a prime time for We're Doomed if he has it.
Looked like he
got close call.
5. That was got close call. He played it used because Charlie's low in life force, so we're going to guess he doesn't have extra destinies.
It looked like Charlie had exactly 2 saves, so he draws the first one. Joe plays close call used to make him redraw the 5, and then Charlie's only able to draw 1 destiny. So that's
what about Anakin? Did he cancel another command or something? Or Azure Angel? I mean,
I don't know,
because that would have been a play.
Yeah, I don't see anything that. There's the handshake.
Yep. And as this matchup, we would predict went towards dark side.
I'm pretty sure it's not once per game.
No, it's during battle. It's like conquest, I'm pretty sure.
Great shot of Joe's head.
Beautiful head of hair.
Okay, that was the end of game 2. To the forums.
So it looks like round 2 started about 45 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago. So should have another game fairly quickly.
Looking at the game 2 pairings, looks like Fred and Kyle played again.
That's not good. Well, we have a little time. What do you guys? I've been out of the game for about 4 months now. So what are you guys thinking are going to be top decks here?
Well, I think.
Well, we saw map. I would guess map.
Yeah, map is strong for dark. We saw CCT, which has been popular, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of ways light side can kind of play around that as an option, but it's still definitely going to be a strong contender for dark side. You know, a good bit of hunt down on over the last couple of months.
ISB is another deck I saw a lot of. I actually would have guessed that's what Joe was going to play since he's been playing it up.
ISB and TTO, I think, are going to be two of the other popular choices alongside map.
Sounds pretty good.
For light side, I think there's still a lot of focus on, like my father before me, and multiple Jedi Lukes. So you're probably going to see HITCO and Throne Room.
And watch your step.
Watch your step. Maybe a little bit of Yat before ops. Maybe some Diplo.
Is light side still kind of playing from behind, kind of playing to counter what dark side is doing right now?
Yeah, I think so. Something, you know, we're in design D&D. We're trying to address these things. We just saw the matchup between what we think is probably a little unbalanced of a matchup. So you may want to, in the next set, probably expect some things that'll maybe specifically help in this matchup, if not OA in general. I believe they got I'm not sure if they got a preview set.
We have an unconfirmed rumor that there was a 4-card preview set given to the participants of the Endor Grand Prix.
That will be, I believe, I mean, this is just, I don't know everything, but I think it's going to be, legal pretty much after this. Or, whatever the date would be, 2 weeks after. I'm not sure. But we could possibly discuss them, but we're not 100% sure. Let's see.
Maybe reach out to a couple on-site contacts there.
Yeah, I was given permission to spoil a card from the next set, not from the preview set. So if we have some free airtime now, maybe I'll look and see if I can find some game text. It is an effect, I believe, a dark side.
You're gonna bring that up and give it to him right away?
Yeah, should I make him tune in?
Make him sweat?
Okay.
Listen to us for a while?
I wasn't given much direction on it, so maybe the marketing team should have, could have given me a heads up. I'm just here to give the people what they want. So if what they want is something to potentially help Maul's double-bladed lightsaber see play, then they may be happy.
I like it.
I'm immediately intrigued.
All right, so I'm looking over the forums here. We got, 31 players I think I saw earlier?
Yep, 31 players.
Some big names here. I'm going to read through the Joe Olson, I'm going to call it a trash talk thread.
That's what qualifies for trash talk these days?
Apparently, yeah. So Reid here, but Reid was paired up with Charlie game 1, so I imagine Charlie took that one. Joe Olson we just saw, who should be 2-0 now. Phil, Bryan Fred. We saw Bryan Fred win game 1, I think. Chris Kelly out there, always dangerous. Charlie, who we just saw play again, but we also think has beaten Reid. Chris Wirfs, who's been a madman.
Has been.
Yeah. Kyle, always an intriguing player. Oh, I see. Even Joe said most likely to go 2-6 or 6-2. Chris Gogolin is out there. We got Kessling and Jeremy made the trip from Atlanta. Steve Harpster, Jan Westergaard. Lenny's out there too. Lenny did really well at this tournament last year.
So it looks like maybe we'll get a full standings picture after this, after all games have been finished for this round.
Oh, Brian Mischke too. That's a formidable field. That's to say nothing of the Endor guys. They took a couple of the top 8 spots last year too. Am I that loud shuffling my poker chips?
Yes.
May have made a little trip to the casino yesterday. I'll try not to play with them, but no promises.
Play some poker?
Play a little craps, actually.
All right, so Jared, where are we at on this spoiler? Just a little tease. You have more coming later?
He gone.
He's gone.
All right, so I know nothing of this spoiler. So if I were to take a shot, I would think this is some kind of Maul effect, like my father before me. Would that be too much to ask for?
What's that?
He said it's going to help Maul's double-bladed lightsaber.
Right.
So my first thought was a a card like My Father Before Me for Maul?
Yeah, maybe it's what was the card that lets you pull it back from the lost pile? Kind of like how the Vader effect,
or whatever the dark side version was.
Right. Something to keep it recurring once it's lost the first time.
Do you think it's going to work with only one specific Maul?
Well, I hope not the Coruscant Maul if that's the case. That'll be an expensive deck right there.
Gotta even the playing field for dark side, right?
Yeah, Maul's double-bladed lightsaber is a cool card to play. I haven't really seen a lot of use lately because of how strong EPP Maul is. Plus, everybody loves using sideways cards when they can.
Naturally.
So, a question from Twitch chat. The real question: will the Maul's double-bladed lightsaber helper give any help to dark side combat? We don't have the text in front of us yet, so maybe, but that's not dark side combat's biggest problem right now. Dark side combat gives up too many icons. It opens itself up to just too much of a fight from light side. Either when it's facing mains, going mains against mains, or just gives up those icons and lets the light side set up how it wants to set up. A deck like QMC will just ignore Naboo entirely, and they'll take those extra icons to just get set up more quickly than they would against most others. So it might help dark combat, but unless that effect has some other good text on it, I don't see it putting dark side combat up to the forefront of dark decks right now.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to do anything to activation.
Right, that starting ratio of 4 icons to 5 icons is just what kills combat so much. You told me that the effects made your Force Drain, where you have Maul's double-bladed lightsaber, the restriction from him, then you might be getting somewhere. Because then a deck like QMC or maybe some text to stop the drain or the force loss from being reduced, something like QMC or Old Allies who would otherwise ignore your big drain of 4, if they can't do that, then you might be getting somewhere. Yeah, are you back?
I am back, guys. Oh, I see you looking at Maul's double-bladed saber.
Yeah, we need some more details on this effect.
All right. I'm gonna read out the text to you guys here. All right, as soon as I find it. They will be no match for you, virtual. So that's a Destiny 5 dark effect. Text is deploy on table. May deploy Maul's lightsaber from reserve deck. Reshuffle. At start of opponent's control phase, may move Maul to same site as a Jedi. And last thing it does is may place effect out of play to take Maul's lightsaber into hand from lost pile. So it's it's a like my father before me or I am your father type card specifically for Maul.
Yeah, that's got a lot of interesting text on it too. So once at the start of your
opponent's control phase,
you can relocate Maul to where they have a Jedi.
Yes, correct.
So that's really interesting.
That is interesting. I'm starting to think about it, and if they have a Jedi in space, and or Maul's in space, it could be. Well, yeah, it's not that. Yeah, it's still only during their control phase, so you're not really. I don't see much abuse out of something like that.
Doesn't sound like you're going to be doing anything in space because you would be moving a ship or something, right?
No, I was just if you I was just interested. Now you could be in space piloting and then move him from where just transport him to a site somewhere.
Do you just leave an empty ship behind then? I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure now. I probably should have gotten a little more details. I'm not actually sure now if that's a relocate or it has to be a regular move. If it's a regular move, it's not really. It has to be relocate because. Why would you care that you can move in opponent's control phase when you could have just moved there in your move phase? So yeah, it must be a relocate. And that's really the main. The other two things are pretty much what the Vader effect does, except it only works once. Vader effect you can do multiple times.
Is it? It was once per game. You can place it out of play.
No, it's just may place. It's just may place it out of play.
Okay, so you can play multiple copies of it if you really wanted to.
Yeah, actually, if you're that's true. If you're not, it's a Destiny 5 card, and if you're not starting it, maybe in a 12 card, start type of deck, perhaps.
Or even just as another copy of the Saber, you're probably better off playing the Destiny 5 effect that can be pulled by Accelerate, for example.
Right.
Rather than playing a second copy of the Saber if you felt like you needed it. You've already got the pull, which is also not once per game, right? As long as Maul's double-bladed Saber on the table, you can pull it from reserve deck.
Yep, exactly.
And you can, if you are starting it, like you said, you have access to it again as soon as it goes lost. All right, so it looks like we're setting up for another game here.
Yeah, and this is what we had in Legacy. We had you had the card Quick Draw and can't think of the other name right now. Whatever Pulp Blaster, right? And it was very people thought it was strong. So this is the approach. I think I like this approach where you can kind of choose one character, or you could choose Vader too if you really wanted to, but where you could choose a character to be able to get the Saber out much quicker and everything.
Yeah. Definitely seems like a more balanced way of going about it.
Yeah, and it's easier to be tested. You don't have to, because you can just focus on Maul and not everything that's out there. Wonder if maybe we see the return of the Maul deck.
Is there a Bantha to that?
We need a virtual Urur's Bantha before.
Is that the key? The Bantha, that's right.
All right, so it looks like Chris Wirfs, is that playing map?
Chris Wirfs, Dark, looks like he's on map.
Mystery guest on light.
And it looks like we've got Phil Asayan on light side.
You tell that by the cards you started?
Yep. I've gone my entire Star Wars career of memorizing what sleeves people use.
That's good. Looks like throne room. Throne room with the farm polar card, Speak. So that is interesting. I've seen this before.
And there we've got Wirfs effects. He's starting Crush, which is interesting. No targets for I Have You Now, but he'll be able to cancel Clash.
Yeah, which is but he presumably floats it for this matchup.
Right.
Or HITCO, similar type matchups.
Yeah, any kind of mains heavy matchup. Once you see Throne Room or HITCO, you're probably safely going to audible to Crush, depending on what your other effect may be. So out of 3 light side decks, we've already seen 2 different builds of Throne Room.
Okay.
And 2 different builds of map.
Well, I mean, he may be playing a space-heavy version. We just,
if I
alert against this, right?
I would guess he's doing blasters. I think that's what he's been doing online too. I'm trying to remember if I've played against him that recently. But I know I've seen the discussion that if you're playing against Throne Room, you're probably not going to get to ping that much from the blasters anyway. So that, you then play Crush there. I don't know if I'm a fan of Crush. Like you said, there's no targets for Abby now.
Yeah, I think it depends on your game plan. If you're really finding that the matchup is determined over who can get their ground beat down in more frequently, then maybe Crush is the answer for stopping that clash over and over again. But yeah, I feel like there's got to be some generally stronger effects that you can start. Evader Monarch is a pretty strong card right now too, though, right? You have a lot of decks playing multiples of Luke, multiples of Rey, multiples of maybe EPP Qui-Gon, Jedi's Resilience, Whisa's. There's just a lot of cards that show up in duplicates. So it's not bad at maybe causing some force loss, but also keeping your opponent from drawing above 12 cards.
Right.
So how do we expect this game to go?
Go ahead, Greg.
We're going to be fighting over the Jakku sites, most likely.
Well, don't forget, he is going to probably deploy the farm. So
That's true. We'll also have a tad. We'll have a couple different arenas for battleground sites. More likely than not, Phil's just got a token space package of maybe Profundity or Home One at most. Maybe some smaller ships like Bali in the Queen's Royal Starship or Mirax in Pulsar Skate, Booster and Pulsar Skate. Sorry, something like that.
Tantive is a good card. I think in the current meta, it's a really good card. And
Star Killer Base. For getting to Star Killer Base and draining for 2. Or in some other matchups, you might send it to the Death Star 2 system or Coruscant.
Right.
So there's a good chance that he's got that in his ship package, but probably not a lot of space for Phil, whereas Chris will be able to pull Finalizer right off the bat, and he has the shuttle, so he's going to be able to threaten space a little bit more. So I think you'll see Phil go to the ground, try to lock down a site or 2, and deal with whatever Chris is attempting to put together on the ground. Chris might play it slow and just go to space and then pick off Phil when he's ready.
So it looks like Phil got out. Council Chamber.
Yeah, good start for Phil. He's got a bunch of icons on the table. Didn't activate his farm, and he had Speak for the Jedi Council Chamber. So, pretty good start.
Is pulling farm here immediately? Is that a good play? Do you think?
I mean, if you're playing the effect, then
yeah.
What else are you playing it for? Maybe the question is, maybe not start it in the matchup, but.
Well, I think it gives you options. If there was not already a battleground site on the table, maybe you would consider playing it once you're ready to go to the site. But there's already a Jakku battleground site. If Chris wants to go to the site, you can just go to it on his turn anyway. So I think playing the farm here, you'd rather have the icons out. You'd rather try to take advantage of your activation advantage if you can.
And we're going to assume that Luke is the agent here. I believe that's. I didn't see anything else come out, and that's usually the play when you play like my father, I think.
Wirfs gets the 2/1 exterior to start killer base. So Wirfs is playing the starting interrupt to go get a shuttle from reserve deck. Shuttle, Kylo, and the Saber all coming out of there.
And that's the other thing Crush does is it makes it so that he's not really worried about getting beat down here. I mean, he gets sorry about the mess, but he probably won't get sorry about the mess either because Kylo doesn't really get hit. So that's what if he doesn't have Clash to worry about, then he's good here.
Yeah,
he's going to the forest too.
So he'll go through and get his final search out of the first order. Puts Justice out on the table. That's a card that we talked about the last map game, but we didn't see. And there's Kirkano's Virtual, Masterful Move combo, and a First Order Stormtrooper stacked there.
It seemed like I would say that's a good first turn for both players.
Yeah, now Phil's got 10 Force on his second turn. He puts out, looks like that's probably the Boss Nass Chambers. And he's going to start working this Force activation advantage, see if he can turn that into some board control. Phil's deck is probably a deck that plays a copy or two of Luke's Bionic Hand. You're getting these extra use pile searches by deploying to Tatooine. So I'm guessing he's got some powerful cards like that. He goes first turn Jin to the Starkiller base, Battleground site, block that drain of 2. Looks like he's just going to draw some cards and build up his hand. So if Wirfs is playing some of those other sites, he's going to have some options to relocate Kylo, get away from Jin. But for now, he's probably going to be looking for a sniper or Ice Heart, something that in his deck that deals specifically with undercover spies or making somebody lost. Okay, so there's the interior 2/1. If he's playing the full package of the sites to Starkiller base, he'll be able to relocate around and kind of negate the usefulness of having Jin Erso there.
Oh, you mean if he places that site on the end and the other site in the middle, he can then relocate 2 sites away, and she can't follow.
Yeah.
I gotcha. That is a good use for that site. I don't know if you see all 3 Star Killer base sites often. The other one, is it a 2-1 or is it a 1-1?
It's a 1-1.
Yeah.
It gives you a drain +2 if Kylo's there and you're flipped. Okay, so there's Ice Heart. Immediately comes down, so that's gonna break Jin's cover in the move phase. Phil's gonna have to figure out a way to either fight or move away, and he's gonna have Jin Erso on the table at the start of his turn. Tarkin gonna have a pick as well.
Right, that's going to dictate now what he's going to do. He's going to now have to go to Star Killer base if he wasn't planning on it before.
Yeah, this is going to force him to do something, or at least draw for a HITCO. So pretty good second turn for Chris, given how Phil's turn went. $13 for Phil. By this point, we assume he's probably got a pretty full hand. A decent amount of force saved up. So he's probably going to have a couple of options for what he wants to do here.
The only way I see him battling here is if he's got, probably like Luke and another EPP or something like that, because you have Justice out, so you can't really add Battle Destinies if you don't want. And and the Kylo effect means that just one saber is not going to be that great for you.
Yeah, you really want to be able to clear out. Even if you can't get a saber onto Kylo, if you can hit other characters with him, you may cause him to forfeit Kylo. But still, he got 6 forfeit with Tarkin, I think 5 forfeit with Iceheart, and he's got the ship there. So he definitely needs some kind of a weapon or something to help heal out some of these guys.
I wonder if it would have been a better play for him to not play the other Starkiller base site.
And leave Jin trapped there?
Yeah, and then say you have to, you're going to have to fight me here, but...
So here, Phil sends Luke over to the farm for 6, and then he gets a use pile search. So he's going to take a look at what's in there. This is going to help him find some tools for this turn. And one of the things that he may be doing is just moving Jin over and trying to find a HITCO.
Yeah, he might be looking for the HITCO right now, or he may already have it.
Yeah, just punting that situation with Jin and setting up his own drain.
Right. Yeah, presumably there's something in there that could help him. Even a Lando you could deploy and maybe move Jin over with Lando. We'll find out.
And there's General Leia going to Tatooine as well. That'll be another use pile search.
Who do we think the agent is?
Could be Luke, could be Leia, could be Rey.
I always think Luke is always the better choice in a deck with like my father. His immunity is often going to go away from the FN trooper off anyway, and you have 4 of him, so you lose your Leia, you can't retrieve her back. Your retrieval shut off. So having multiples of the agent, I think, is always a bonus.
Uses Crush to pull an Evader Monarch combo from his reserve deck.
This is still Phil's turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't know what he played. Is it a shield? Yeah, looks like he pulled a shield. Can't see them. Possibly battle plan if he's about to move away.
Yeah, so Jin goes over to the 2-1 interior site. And looks like Bill recirculates, saving a bunch.
Saving a bunch. He may not want to draw into duplicates of some cards he's holding.
Yeah. Well, he could be pretty close to 12 still. I mean, he hasn't played a whole lot. He drew on the first turn and the second turn, and for both of the characters that he just played last turn, he had additional use pile pulls. So, his hand size is probably still pretty large.
Yep, that's true.
Needs something.
Yeah, I mean, you put butter in it or honey in it. Butter, honey, whatever you want.
Butter seems a little. Butter seems a little weird.
Texture okay?
What are we putting butter on?
Sorry, I've never had steel cut oats. So I got to try some steel cut oats just now.
I don't know what that is, but I would have went with the honey.
It's like oatmeal. It needs something. Tasted like warm mush.
Put some cinnamon on it.
Thought I muted myself, but I guess I didn't.
All right, so Wirfs goes through for a search and ends up pulling out the Jakku system. So it looks like somebody is going to the 1-0 Jakku site to pull that. And there's PV.
He's generating around, now he's generating more, but like around 11. I was wondering if can he go to space this turn? Is that what he's doing? Nah, it looks like no anymore, right?
Yeah. So he goes Hux to the 2-1 Jakku Battleground site, gets a use pile search. I imagine next turn he may go down with Finalizer and shuttle some guys up.
Yeah, he may move Hux over with PV.
Yeah, move Hux over, keep them both protected at the 1-0.
Right.
It's also interesting to see what he does with Jin because he can't move everybody over. He's going to be stuck leaving the shuttle there. It'll be interesting to see what he does with regards to Jin.
Right now, okay, he's got Kylo and he's got the 2 Imperials.
strategic reserves that he pulled with Hux.
He could move the shuttle up if he wanted to, too. Obviously, the risk of Tantive if he does that, though.
Sure. So there goes Hux over to the 1-0, setting up for a future finalizer and shuttle play. And he's just going to draw. So he's going to allow Phil to pay 6 to get 2 drains of 2 through, and Chris would be able to cancel 1 with strategic reserves. So Phil may have better uses for his force this turn. Chris saves about, looks like 3 or 4 force behind after drawing a couple. Phil's activating a healthy amount. About 14. Plus he can put a card back from hand with like My Father Before Me.
Plus he had several force saved.
Several force save. So this could be an action turn from Phil here, depending on what else he has going on in his hand. It does pay 3 to drain, which gets canceled with a copy of Phasma or Strategic Reserves. And then he pays the other 3. Oh, wait. Coming back. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, so he drains at the farm, and Chris plays Always Thinking with Your Stomach. He's got to draw higher than 2, and he doesn't. He draws a Grand Admiral Thrawn for 1. But pretty good chance to send one of those characters missing. That would have been an interesting event.
Still only lost the 1 force, though, so even though he didn't send him missing.
Right. So Always Thinking with Your Stomach still cancels the drain, saves him a card, and it gives Chris the option to stack it from his lost pile and maybe play it again later on in this game, if he can manage to stay flipped.
And that could bait out a force shield.
It could. It looks like we've got Battle Plan, maybe the only Jedi carry this weapon, and probably a grabber, but I can't tell what that 3rd shield is for Phil. Certainly he's got Battle Plan, and we would assume a grabber. There goes Solo and the Falcon and Rey, all to the Jakku system. And that'll give Phil a use pile search. the things that get pretty interesting for Chris this time. If he still wants to go with Analyzer to Jakku and shuttle up, he's going to be facing down the Falcon with 2 pilots already aboard it, with Phil to back it up and potentially give Chris some problems at the system. He's also, he doesn't have battle plan satisfied. There's a drain of 2 at the farm. There's a drain of 2 at the system. A drain of 2 or drain of 1? And then Jin's draining for 2 at the Starkiller base site. So, he's got a couple of things to deal with here, and he may have been thrown a curveball by Phil, with Phil going to the Jakku system.
That is a drain of 2 at the system.
Okay, so here comes an Ellis. That close call.
Yeah, is he going to the farm?
Yeah, it looks
looked like he was going to the farm.
Sending everybody, leaving the shuttle behind is what I assume. And Phil's going to go to grab that. Yeah, so there goes everybody over to the farm. Shuttle stays behind. Probably still in the control phase. So if Chris has something like a sniper, this would be his opportunity to have a big turn.
So I'm going to ask the dumb questions today. Why not just Ellis to Jin?
I think the assumption there is that Phil probably has the HITCO by now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Jin so wide open.
So you'd rather get Luke or Leia off the table?
Yeah, the agent is at the farm, so.
Right. So if he can go down and have a successful battle here, he's got Captain Phasma stacked on strategic reserves. That's going to give him another use pile pull. He can dump a bunch of guys here and have a good battle at the farm. He's got potential to clear Phil from there entirely. And that's going to put him in a good position to flip and start utilizing some of the benefits of his objective.
Not to mention, it's a drain 3, location for him with the saber.
Right.
Or no,
taking over, traded from a drain 2 to a drain 3.
Oh, right.
Taking away the location from Phil.
Right.
There goes Grievous to fight Jin. So if he battles in the right order, gets Luke off the table, he can use Grievous to steal the saber. Can you deploy it? Does it get deployed right on Grievous, or does it go to him?
No, I think it goes right on him, I believe.
So there's potential for a lot of good things to go Chris's way this turn.
Yeah, Grievous gets the saber.
No, it goes in his hand, it looks like. Now that I'm reading it, right? Any stolen lightsaber may deploy on Grievous. Once per game, Grievous may steal a lightsaber. Well, you can steal a lightsaber from a... Yeah, if he steals it, that means he gets it deployed on him, I guess. I think you're right now. Yeah, I think he would get it. Because it says he steals it. It doesn't say you.
Looks like Chris Kelly's favorite card.
Yeah, Phasma and FN both go to the farm. First strike. So Chris really had a strong hand to counterplay what Phil did over the last 2 turns.
Chris is getting, looks like 3 battle destinies. A saber swing.
And a destiny. No destiny. The shuttle's over there. Yeah. 3 destiny and a saber.
Redraw with Tarkin. And he can cancel a weapon destiny.
Yeah.
his first strikeout, so it limits what can be played during battle.
Yeah, that's a really good hand.
Yeah.
Twitch chat confirming it was right to Grievous.
Philip spend force. Does he not have any force left? I thought he had a card in his force pile.
I thought he had some more force active. He definitely used one to grab.
What did he grab?
He grabbed the Ellis that got played. Did he play? Did he play a Jedi's Concentration or something and we missed it? It looks like they're drawing Battle Destiny. And I didn't see any saber swings happen. Okay, Casey in Twitch chat confirming that he played Concentration. So they went right to Battle Destiny. So Chris forfeits Ace Heart.
So he's gonna be able to walk. Oh no, he's not. Oh, he's gonna be too late to pull the shield. No, he can pull the shield as the next action.
Right. So Phil loses both characters in the battle. Grievous kills the saber in time for the battle against Jin.
And he could overflow her. He's got no force saved for first strike.
Yeah.
Initiates.
Already up 2 on power.
And he retrieves 1 for first strike.
Jin is hit by the lightsaber swing. Only a 2 for
force. So we won't see a large amount of overflow. 8 to.
Yeah, so that went fairly well for Phil there. He doesn't take overflow, right? Was it 8 to 8?
I think 8 to 7.
8 to 7. He gets Grievous off the table, and he looks at Chris's hand with Jin's text. So, that second battle could have gone a lot worse for him. It ended up turning out okay, all things considered. But definitely a strong turn for Chris.
I saw Finalizer, Limited, and the Monarch. I can't tell the 4th card.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a couple of red cards to go with Finalizer. So, he used pretty much all of the resources in his hand that turn, aside from the limited resources, no pun intended. But
liar.
He had a really strong turn in getting 2 strong characters off of the board from Phil, and picking off Jin also.
Yeah.
Okay, so Casey pointing out in chat that Phil top decked his second saber to first strike. So even if Phil did use his Walkling to retrieve it, Chris would have been able to steal the second copy.
Ah.
Okay, so we have who's that went down under his Qui-Gon? Is that Obi?
That's Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, Jar Jar. Okay, that's how he got to the site. So Jar Jar and EPP Qui-Gon. Phil's looking for overflow himself here. He's going to try and make somebody lost with Jar Jar's texts, hit the other guy with the saber, and put himself in a really good position to cause some overflow against Chris's lone character.
He's got masterful movement, so he's only got 1 force, so unless you see there it is, a draw their fire. So if he doesn't have a Gick in hand, that masterful move won't be able to pull it for him. Well, it will, but
there's Jar Jar Binks. You can see acting as a spy to get access to his 1-0 site and put the ambush on Chris's characters there. He fights. We've got both first strike and draw their fire out, so it's going to be 2 force loss for Chris.
Phil should get back Jin and a Luke.
I think he can retrieve, but it looks like
we don't know if Coward is out.
Coward's probably out to stop that.
I didn't see him pull it just now, though, so, unless he had it out before. I guess he could have had it out before.
Right.
That's 1 force probably for Jar Jar. Chris kind of thinking about what he could do. Maybe he's got a close call to redraw.
So Phil draws low with a Tantive. Chris draws another copy of FN.
Which is a 3, so
yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, so the Jar Jar bomb misses. That's a big break for Chris.
This is still going to put a damper in Chris's plans for space now. It's going to be tough for him.
Right. He's
without those guys.
He's removing an admiral who would be a target for Imperial. Removing all of that forfeit from the table. It's going to make it much harder for Chris to pass the Baku system if both of these guys get cleared out. So he draws a Padme and hit TV, make him forfeit 0. He may have Sorry About the Mess or something in hand. Okay, so Bill's going to play Jedi Left to take that Luke into hand. I didn't see what his destiny draw was, but we assume he still hits PV.
It looked blue.
And Destiny 4 for Phil to Chris drawing a 1. Okay, Bionic Hand was the redraw for the Saber Swim. Thank you, USA Gamer Girl in Twitch chat.
So that's why he Jedi left, because he didn't want the 6.
So Chris plays Close Call used on his own Destiny 1. Looks like he's going to try and redraw high enough to clear Qui-Gon, but he draws into a 2. Not going to get it done. So Phil's going to be able to just lose Jar Jar here. Chris owes an overflow. He top decks the close to get that into the lost pile for later. He loses both guys. Phil slides Qui-Gon over to the battleground site. So that was a productive turn for Phil. He knew Chris's hand from last turn. He knows he's pretty safe. There's going to be an empty finalizer coming down, but beyond that, not much Chris is going to be able to do here. Pays the drain. He's probably just going to be drawing some cards.
Someone in Twitch mentioned he may not have paid for the close call in battle. I didn't notice.
Yeah, that's a good point. He did have force active.
Yeah, but I don't recall.
Okay, he plays a command to get Thrawn out of there. So now he's got maybe a little bit of ammunition to go contest Jakku. He can, if he's able to activate enough force, he can get Finalizer down with Thrawn, maybe move the shuttle over for some additional forfeit there. So we may see him contest Jakku next turn, depending on what else he drew. Now Phil's not in a bad spot. He's able to get some free drains. He's going to play a Grimtosh Lost. Take another look at Chris's hand.
He's got some. I think he's got, two troopers.
So there's a Gik, a Trooper Assault. Is that Force Freeze?
Yes.
We're gonna have to get the technical team to pull that one up because I have no idea what.
Actually, I can go to Twitch. It should pop there in a second.
Close. We're looking for Force Freeze.
Always have an issue with spelling force field correctly. There's Force Freeze. So use Destiny 5, cancel the game text of a character of ability less than 5 present with Kylo for remainder of turn. With a lost function, the battle was just initiated where there are no smugglers. Take the first weapons segment action or first 2 if you initiated.
Was it 2 Trooper Assaults also? Looks like those are hitting the lost pile.
It must have been.
Or did that come from the force drain? I think that may have been.
No.
Got 2 drains of 2. I don't think there were duplicates.
No, he didn't get it from that. He had one in his hand from the Grimtosh, but not 2. So he may have lost it from his hand.
Yeah, I think he probably lost one to one of the drains, and then he lost another 2 off the top.
Oh, that's true because he hit both troopers.
Right. So there's not going to be a lot of targets for that Trooper Assault to impact.
Right.
That, and he had no trooper for reserves.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a timely Grimtosh from Phil there. And here comes the Luke that he Jedi loved for. Backing up Qui-Gon at the Jakku battleground site.
Looks like Chris just flipped to the 7 side.
Yeah, that seems backwards. Looks like maybe Phil's debating putting Luke to the Falcon. If he anticipates that Finalizer and Thrawn are coming down, maybe he wants some additional resources up there. Luke will still add 1 to the Destiny draws up there. So he's going to stick with him at the Jakku site.
So it looks like we got a standings update a little bit ago. The 9 or 10 2-0s there. A couple surprising 0-2s with Kyle Krueger, Steve Harpster, and Mike Kessling all 0-2.
Okay, so here Chris is making his push for the Jakku system. He goes down with the finalizer. Withdrawn.
Yeah, and with Justice out, there's really not that much he's scared of here.
Yeah, I think the issue for Chris is whether he's got enough gas left in the tank here. He had that strong turn with the Ellis and Grievous to kind of wipe all of the characters off Battleground sites for Phil. But he hasn't really had much of a hand since then.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of red cards. He lost all of his green mitigation from the Grimtosh. So Phil's kind of in a position now where he can keep some of this pressure going. He doesn't have a saber for Luke anymore. But you saw him consider last turn almost putting Luke onto the Falcon. He's probably going to throw down, whatever forfeit he's got in his hand now to back it up and try to take over the system. If Chris does have enough to take control of the Jakku system, I think the game's going to be decided right there.
Yeah, I'd say it's a close game right now. I can't see life forces.
No, but I think just in terms of the characters that we've seen from Phil so far, he's probably got some more characters ready to go, and he'll be able to put them to the Falcon or if he can find the Tantive, putting them on another ship and just loading up Jakku with forfeit. I think he might be at the advantage here to try to clear that out and take control of the Jakku system. But really, that looks like it could be where this thing's going to turn. So there's Lando. So now Phil set up to draw 3 Destiny there, but Justice on the board. There's Padme as well. And it looks like Phil's going to battle to take advantage of First Strike and Draw Their Fire, both being out on the table. He gets to retrieve 2. Chris has to lose 2. And he's just going to see if he can get through Justice. Spends 1 force to play an Imperial Command.
Yeah, so that's really good for him because he doesn't have to now pull a card off of Justice, and he can still draw his 2 Battle Destiny.
Right. They both draw pretty low. Drawing another copy of Ray, and drawing a pair of 2s.
Yeah, and that Guri for the 3rd time we see her drawing for Destiny.
Yep. Chris is the shuttle. Loses his copy of Padme.
We should see him move Lando to a pilot here, right? So we can add power to it.
Will he? Looks like he's got a couple more overflow here.
But you'd lose 3 power anyway from one of the other guys there, because he had 0 to it. You'd have to put.
Right.
Oh, there.
Okay, so he's going to run to Starkiller base and maybe. Okay, he's going to use his once per game to land it. Interesting.
I don't know that I like that.
Yeah, you can see Chris has such a small hand. He knew a lot of what was in there from when he played the Grimtosh Lost. I don't think Chris drew many, if any, additional cards from there. I'm not sure what he's really afraid of, aside from the fact that Chris could have another Imperial Command.
Lateral damage would be bad.
Lateral damage would be very bad. But I don't know. He's conceding quite a bit of damage this turn and setting himself up to play next to him in order to get his drains through. So Isar goes down to the Jakku Battleground site.
Chris's other card is a Gick, so.
Yeah, it looks like he battled. He got the retrieved.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going to cause. He's going to make him lose somebody. So.
Right, he gets the force swing from Drother Fire in first strike. He has to give up the Gick, but he essentially trades Isard for one of those 2 main characters otherwise, which is a pretty big deal.
Right, if Luke is because we think Luke is the agent, and
right. So so Phil loses Qui-Gon to keep his agent Luke on the table. Looks like he plays Resilience from Lost Pile with Solo. So he's got the Qui-Gon back in his hand. The cost of his once per game Solo.
And you would think he would back Luke up again because Luke has no immunity. He could be cleared by just any other draw.
Right. So we're going to see him probably pay to drain here. He drains for the 2, which gets canceled by another copy of FN. Pays 3 to drain for 2 at Luke's site. There goes that Guri finally. A copy of Command. Qui-Gon back joining Luke.
Twitch saying that Phil may have moved the Falcon away to avoid the 2-4 swing from Drother Fire first strike.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a good point. It comes down to how much life force they each have left.
Yeah, I'm sure his thinking came into play there, but I mean, you're still giving up the the system. You're losing 2 anyway to the drain. You're probably retrieving 1 with Lando, so it's really just 1 force difference and leaving space.
Right.
So, but like I said, we don't know the life force. It looks actually like Chris is kind of low. You see, he has a lot of cards on table. That's just what the deck does. So yeah, if he can just win a drain race and still pay for his drains, which it looks like he thinks he could do that. This last play here, and that's what he's going to do. Who's in the Falcon right now?
Probably Lando.
Yeah, Lando went back up on the Falcon. So Phil's still paying the drain, but he's got 6 damage coming through. If Chris does move in front of Phil, you know, Phil's got the option to battle him and then take advantage of all the retrieval from those effects. So it looks like Chris just does his damage and then draws. Leaves Phil in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, and it looks like Chris is under 10 force at this point. And he had no characters in hand.
Oh, there's his guys. He's got a Phasma and a Trooper back in there. Well, I guess Phasma's already on the table, too.
Phasma will at least cancel a drain for him.
Yeah, but you can see he's just going through looking for anything. Looks like maybe he's pointing to his use power. There's something in there that he wanted, wasn't able to find. It's possible that he plays a second copy of Ellis so he could move some of his characters from the farm.
Ellis was grabbed?
Yes.
Okay.
So Phil just hammers away with his drains. Probably not much else he needs to do here. Walking out of play to get a card back. And yeah, Chris has about 5 cards left in his life force. He's just not going to have enough to get anything going.
The relocate. Oh, he doesn't have the relocate card for Kylo, right?
No. So there goes P59, but yeah. That's the scoop. Yeah. Done by Phil.
Yep. That was a well played game. It was a good game. Probably the best game we've seen today.
Yeah.
Let's say. I'll.
All right, I'm going to tag out for a couple minutes while we're in between games here.
Yeah, I may do that too, just for a few.
I'm just not going to sit here myself, so.
Yeah, you are. You got to keep the people entertained.
I'm supposed to be asking the dumb questions.
All right, Twitch chat, welcome back. I think we're going to get started with Game 4 in a couple of minutes here.
What did you do during your break?
I went to Starbucks.
That's funny work.
I watched a little bit of Phillies, watched a little bit of 76ers.
Stupid Phillies.
Is it still 2-0?
2-1.
Nah. Right, I'm more concerned with the Sixers right now, down 0-2 to the Celtics. And randomly playing at 5 o'clock today.
With the Kentucky Derby coming up in about an hour.
Oh, that's right. If I was Twitch savvy, we could do some kind of a Twitch pool for horses. But, I have no idea how to do any of that. Tartag is asking in the chat, who do we have as our commentators today? Dan, it's right now myself, Greg Shaw, Taco Bill Kafer, and Jared Konsker, JJD from the forums, JoJo Drinks. He should be joining us relatively soon. So right now you have me and Bill, JJD to join us shortly. And we don't have any details of who our Game 4 featured match participants are, but we'll try to get that information shortly.
What I do have for you is some horse odds.
Horse odds, all right.
Looks like the favorite is a horse called Justify.
Okay. That's I'm pretty sure if we were betting, that would be Justin Desai's horse.
Yep. He's going off 3-1.
Okay.
Then we have Mendelssohn.
Okay.
At 5-1. Magnum Moon at 6-1. And then Bolt de Oro and Audible both at 8-1.
Okay. Some good horse names, quality horse names there. What time do they actually start the race?
Looks like post time is 6:54, so about an hour.
All right. Approximately enough time to fit in one game of Star Wars cards. What'd you do on your break, Bill?
I watched some Phillies, ate a little food, settled in for the long haul, grabbed a couple beers.
And what are you drinking this evening?
The Magic Hat number 9.
Okay. Always a solid
for a while.
Yeah. I've got a Lake Placid Ubu Ale from New York. Pairs well with some lukewarm McDonald's French fries that I may have picked up after Starbucks. Tartag, we are not there. Our only on-location contact is Chris Schoenthal, who's at the event, and I believe not playing. And we've had some additional help from a lot of help from Queso getting some prop to Queso for getting started early on.
All right, I think I'm back. You guys can hear me?
And there is Jared. Yeah, Jared, thanks for joining us back here. Just talking about our break time activities.
About what's that?
We're just talking about break time activities.
Okay.
What did you partake in, if you're able to share that on the air?
I had to go to the wine store or the liquor store, whatever the hell you call it, and get wine, and then I got some beers. So
all right.
That's it.
We're all going to be pretty sloshed by 5.
By when? Isn't it like 6 o'clock? Yeah, it's like 6 already.
I know, and we're only starting game 4. Are you guys in the long haul with me?
Gotcha. Hold on.
I should be.
So
see how long wife gets bored upstairs. Decides we need to do something.
I'd be interested in hearing your commentary.
The more beers I have, the more likely I am to like spoil some of these cards I'm not supposed to spoil.
Oh man. Okay. That's something we really look forward to.
We find out about the preview set that they possibly may have been given. And can we talk about those cards maybe? I know at least one of them I was pretty excited about.
I mean, I'm fine talking about whatever you want to talk about.
I'm trying to see if
we haven't had any confirmation. We need our live Star Wars CCGers on the streets to get back to us here with some confirmation about that preview set being handed in.
I just texted Chris a few times that they might be doing pairings right now.
Okay. Also, do we have standings?
Oh, do we? I did not see that.
We do not.
I just spoke to Chris. Chris, I know he's 3-0, and he said he just won his last game on Lost Piles.
Oh, that's Chris Kelly?
Yep. So he's still, yes, I believe he's 3-0 against Jacy, who I played several times in Gem. I think he has 2 wins against me in the one of these months in the OCS.
No, he did qualify for the OCS, right? Or
who are we talking about? Chris or no? I don't think
Jacy.
Jacy may. I do not know.
Jacy either qualified or was bumped at the last second. I think he was the one bumped by email at the last in February. All right.
No, I think Chris was bumped by email at the last second. It might have been the month after, and
well, I'm looking at a list of 2-0s here.
Yeah, we have the results from after game 2. Was that nothing?
So,
okay, so Schoenthal says pairing soon.
Okay.
Schoenthal, thank you for your support. Hope you had some good lunch on the lunch break there.
So we know Phil is 3-0, and Chris is 3-0. And then we have Wirfs at 2-1 and Jacy at 2-1. After that, I have no idea.
Oh, we also need. We also need some word from the show. About this preview set.
Yeah, I'm going to text Chris. I mean, he's probably getting like paired up right now, but whatever. If he's around.
All right, well, it looks like we've got a cup on the table. So do either of you guys have any insight as to who could be carrying around a cup?
Huh.
An empty cup? An empty cup? No, I have no insight.
An empty cup that looks like it's water.
Brian Fred usually carries around an empty water cup with him.
We've seen Fred, though. Usually they try to give us new people, right?
Right, so I don't think it's him. Be interesting to see who else is joining the Empty Water Club cup. Jared, how far are you from Utica?
Utica? I'm gonna look it up, but I'm gonna guess about 4 hours.
Oh, okay. I'm drinking beer from Utica.
Oh.
All right. Turns out I have $5 in my betting account from my birthday, so I'm going to bet on this Kentucky Derby.
Oh, baby. Are you going with Justify?
Got to go with Justify.
I think you do. Uh-oh. The water cup has been snatched up.
Who was the actor that played Krennic. Is his name Mendelssohn?
I've got no idea.
All right, I'm on this.
I'm looking up how far I am from Utica. So
Ben Mendelssohn.
Are you measuring this on a map? You just type in Utica.
I got distracted. I'm trying to find out about this preview set, which apparently I'm not supposed to have been talking about at all. So I don't even know what you guys are. What preview set?
All right, who's a good number 3 horse? Do you like Flame Away or Free Drop Billy?
Flame Away. I like that name right off the bat.
I don't know. You're talking to Taco Bill, and there's a horse named Free Drop Billy or Philly?
Willie. Like Free Willy?
No, it's Billy with a B.
Oh.
Like Bravo.
I think you got to bet your own namesake here.
He's 30-1. That's a little rough.
Yeah, just like you would be.
That's probably much better odds for me than should be.
Great.
I think we're going to take Good Magic for number 3.
You are drinking Magic Hat, so I like that. I like that pick. Good connection.
Justify, Mendelssohn, Good Magic. I tell you what, I'll bet $3 on that one, and then $2 on Free Drop Billy.
Okay, I approve.
I'm only 2 hours and 49 minutes from Utica, so I was about an hour off.
Okay.
You guys are aware that there's a casino now, literally like 10 minutes from where I live.
Oh yeah, my friend Bill, you will appreciate that. Our mutual friend Brendan, who is not a Star Wars player, but he is a huge fan of the personalities that he hears us talking about. He was just telling me about that casino. So there were some interesting characters there.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, it's like we're rednecks up here, but it is like this casino in the middle of friggin' Monticello, New York.
Yeah, I think he was telling me about a man wearing a cowboy hat. So that kind of aligns with what you're saying right now. Out in the sticks of New York, upstate New York. So, yeah, interesting.
No, you guys should make it. I mean, there's probably usually like maybe 12 to 15 loose 1-2 tables any given night.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's probably a little far for me.
Oh, somebody. All right, this is a big news here. It looks like we're going to have our light side player on the top of the screen for the first time today. And I want to say that's Kessling after seeing those rolled up shirt sleeves. So it looks like we've got HITCO. HITCO with the usual start of Like My Father Before Me, wackling in direction. And then we've got maybe this is your buddy Chris Kelly.
Is what I would imagine he's playing that exact start.
Oh no, never mind. It looks like we have a hunt down. Okay, yeah, I couldn't see the hunt down covered by the glare. I thought it was a Coruscant CRV, but it looks like it's hunt down with I'm Your Father, Crush, and Mod Points combo. We don't know who's playing.
Chris posted in chat. Looks like Jim Lee light side versus John Anderson dark side.
Okay, so we have a couple of Minnesotans here.
And frequent Slack users.
Yeah. This is a Minnesota grudge match, as Schoenthal says in chat. This is a Slack grudge match. This is pretty serious business here.
Yeah, Jim really hates John. He says it like nonstop. It's clear.
Yeah, to be honest, the amount of private messages he sends filled with vitriol and hatred for John, it gets a little annoying.
Really to everybody too. I mean,
okay, so if he's starting crushed with Hunt down, I would think he's running 1, maybe even 2 Presence of the Force. That's me and Chris, we talked about this a lot. That's a really good play against HITCO.
Yeah,
just go into that Jedi Council chamber and putting a drain of 4 or 5 down. You know.
Yeah.
But we shall see. He started. Is that mob points as his?
Yeah, mob points combo looks like.
That's interesting.
That seems pretty bold in a meta where TRM is still one of the top decks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think it did give up a decent bit of meta share to HITCO, which is going to keep your ability to pull Rendilli on. I agree, though. It's not as safe as going with something like Established Control Virtual, which you'll get that every time. Oh, Jim Lee with some proper streaming etiquette. I saw Yoda, and that was it.
I saw Ray and an altar, I think.
Flip through his hand for us. Much appreciated. Thank you, Jim Lee. I take back everything.
A sniper, a Jar Jar. Or sorry about the mess, excuse me.
Yeah, and an altar if he is using the POTIF is pretty good.
Looking at John Anderson's hand now, looks like that was a Tatooine Maul.
I missed it.
Maybe he's floating a couple copies of the card Jared spoiled earlier in the stream. the Darth Maul's double lightsaber puller effect. Jared, are we all clear that you had permission to spoil that when you did?
That one I'm good with, I believe. That one I definitely have permission to spoil. As for preview set, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Apparently whatever that was did not happen. So.
All right, so HITCO for me is a blind spot. I know it uses a lot of the same cards as TRM. So how do you think this is going to play out?
Well, one of the interesting things about HITCO is that it starts that 1/1 Ewok Village. Vehicles there, Snow Blizzard 4. And it's a site where if Lightside has a Skywalker there, they can lock down the Prophecy of the Force. The floating 1/1 effect that turns on at a battleground. So Lightside is at a slight advantage in that they can kind of dictate who's got the better battleground sites. They can fight over the 1/1 and turn it into a 2/2. If they concede a battleground site, the dark side, and just let Prophecy bounce around, then it's going to kind of take the advantage. So HITCO's got a little bit of an advantage from that regard, just in terms of having that extra battleground site on the table. Now, obviously, Throne Room goes first, which is huge. Throne Room gets some extra activation potential with the fact that it doesn't start the Jedi Council on the table, so you get to play it in your deck. But the Lightside's activation with HITCO is a little more consistent. You can see the pretty standard start here from Jim with the Docking Bay puller. He's probably got, I would say, 4 copies of Speak to go get the Boss Nass Chambers and the Battle Planes. John Anderson, I'm sure, has taken this matchup into account, and he's got Crush. Probably has at least 2 copies of I Have You Now. We've seen a lot of people running 3 copies of I Have You Now in their Dark Side Means decks, just because Light Side's got Luke all the time. They're also backing up Luke with Hear Me Baby Hold Together. So you need 2 or 3 I Have You Nows to get through that. Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how the system plays in this matchup, because all the testing I don't usually see. Usually I see both decks just dropping their space, and it's focused on whoever can carry the one or 2 battlegrounds that are on the table. So it'd be interesting to see the space in both of these decks. John obviously has space if he's playing the system. And I'm not sure what Jim would be running.
We can see a Leia of Alderaan. So this could be a build that's a little close to what Reid Smith was playing at the MPC.
That's heavy. That's a very heavy ground deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think the HITCO list is going to have a mostly ground focus. It's probably going to splash 2 or 3 ships, similar to what we've seen, maybe a copy of the Falcon or even Han Chewie and the Falcon, maybe a copy of Tantive 4, maybe one of the ships with a pilot and immunity, like Recallian ship or Booster ship. But it's probably going to be mostly focused on clearing everything off the site, maybe speaking through a little bit of extra retrieval with the flip side of the objective if you can. So for now, both players are just kind of taking it slow, setting up their activation, building up a hand. Visage is going to speed this game along, hitting each player for a force loss at the end of each turn. So there's the first deployment to spaces. The Zuckuss and Mist Hunter by itself going to the Carita system. John happy to just pick a ship there and maybe let Jim commit to ground first.
We did say we saw a blue card in his hand, right? In Jim's hand, and I think I saw Ray. Because otherwise, Zuck is pretty good against HITCO, because you need kind of almost 2 pilots on a ship that you're going to float.
Sure, it neutralizes Han Chewie and the Falcon, without a ship there to back it up. P-59 goes off the top for John Anderson when he loses to Visage. I think characters are pretty crucial in this matchup. You're going to have a lot of fighting over the sites. Probably not a card that he's thrilled to see go off the top. It's another guy with a weapon. All right, so Jim does go to ground first. Puts Jedi Luke down to the Ewok village and try and get his saber out. With his objective. So one thing that Jim's probably noticed is John's not activating a lot. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 force. So you can feel pretty comfortable with that Luke going down by himself. Not worried about overflow or anything at this point in the game.
Yeah, the one thing I would be worried about is Lord Vader, a saber.
Yeah,
like I have you now.
Lord Vader, I have you now. I mean, it's going to take up John's entire turn. Jim's probably got pretty decent outs to either hit him with a saber or draw a 5. And, with the +1 from like my father before me, he'd be trading with Vader there. I mean, if John takes his turn for Lord Vader and plays an I Have You Now and it gets through and he draws high, there could be some overflow. Jim's trying to keep the pressure on here. So Jim was just reading Crash Landing off the top of John's lost pile. So that's a tech card that you'll see for various speeder matchups. Something like Old Allies is playing Rogue 1 or Rogue 3 or Dash and Rogue 10. That's a card where if you can get Blizzard 4 down, crash their speeder. But in any other matchup, it's not going to be very useful. So that's a meta call that John decided he needed Crash Landing in his deck to compete with those decks.
And Old Allies is probably not a good matchup for Hunt Down. So if you're gonna dedicate card slots to a matchup, that's one you want to pick.
Sure. So John's just gonna draw some cards here. Did he pay to drain?
I didn't think he did. 7 force, using up half your life force.
Yeah, I didn't see how he ended up with a card in the use pile. Some character goes off the top for drain. Now Jim's activating 10. He's got a drain of 2 there, so we might see him pay to drain. But he's also got an opportunity to solidify the Ewok village there. If he does drain, okay, so he does drain. That's going to move Prophecy of the Force out and add an additional activation person. But now Jim's got a drain of 3 there. And he may still back this up. There goes a Twix and a Lord Vader off the top for John. Now, I wonder if the turn that he played Zuckuss, if he knew that there wasn't anything worthwhile in his force pile to pick up. Because it seems like he's potentially going to fall behind a little bit here. We just saw an EPP Obi. Jim spends 5 for the EPP Obi. John's going to need to build up some kind of force to go after that. Some plays that might also be helpful are finding an EPP Maul with a Gick to throw there and see what you can figure out. That with some Destiny Adders, that's a pretty strong play. But Jim's only committed a few cards there, and he's got a drain of 3 going. And he's out activating John.
If John's running Tatooine Maul, he may not be running EPP Maul.
It's true. We said we thought we saw a Tatooine Maul earlier, so that could certainly signify something different from John's build. We've seen some people do that with their main decking a card like Abyss, which you would think he would probably start in a matchup like this. We've seen some resurgence of Tatooine Maul with Abyss coming into play. Okay, there goes a ship. That's Profundity off the top for Jim. That might mean Zuckuss is a little more safe at Carida than he was a turn ago.
So if I can speculate a little on standings here. So the Game 4 pairings were posted. I would guess that Phil and Bryan Fred, they are both 3-0. I would guess that Cyrus and Lenny are both 3-0. And then we have inside information that Chris Kelly is 3-0. He's playing Jacy again. So a lot of repairs there.
Okay.
If that's correct, then Joe Olson is 2-1 and Brian Mischke also 2-1.
So I see 2 EPP Mauls in John's deck now. Looks like he went through with Crush and didn't find anything, but he was really looking to ensure the bridge was there so he could accelerate for that. Now he's got a little more activation on the board. Seems like there's a good amount of characters in reserve deck for John. There's Super Fett, at least 1 Vader, Krennic, the 2 Mauls. I guess all Dr. Reid combo in there. John's options from this point are to really contest the Ewok village, or he's going to have to find downtown Plaza to set up shop there, or he may have a presence of the force at the to go set up at the But it looks like he's going to go down with Lord Vader. The Ewok one. Looks like and then Jim will mirror that with only Jedi carry, both protecting their lightsabers from weapons. John uses I Am Your Father virtual to lose a card and get his Vader saber out of his lost pile. Not backing up the Vader with anything else. That means he's either got a Gick and he's trying to just see what he can clear out with his Vader. He's almost certainly got at least one I Have You Now in his hand. He also could have something like Force Push, and he could try to maybe Force Field a swing and then exclude after he hits Saber, try to clear out Luke. We'll see what kind of tricks he has to back up his Vader.
He may just have a force field at this point, and he needs to. He thinks the game at this point. If he doesn't do something about that drain,
right? He doesn't want to fall too far behind and let Jim continue to stack that site. So yeah, he may just be going with what he's gonna swing. Looks like maybe a Sith Fury coming to pick up that first Destiny 1. 1 and a 6.
That should be a hit, though, right?
A hit with Vader. Yeah, adding 1 to each. And defense value -1 from mob points.
Yeah,
that's a big draw actually. 7, 8, 9 to defense value 6. So Wisa's not going to help here. All right, so Luke,
defense value 7 if you swung it. Oh, 6 because I got you.
Yeah, mob points subtracting 1. So right. There's got to be a force loss coming here.
Well, it was Lord Vader anyway, so I mean.
Yeah, we missed. It looks like they missed the force loss for I Am Your Father. Right.
Yeah. Where are they right now? Yeah, it looks like they did.
Yeah, Luke already swung and hit Vader, so they passed over that force loss.
Yeah, that's not honor on the table.
Oh. Did he just lose one now? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, it just pointed out.
Jim Lee, overhearing the stream, loses a Jar Jar Binks from hand.
We're not supposed to act of judge.
Okay, so now Vader's hit, so you'd hope that John has something coming here. Maybe it's the I Have You Now to add to Destiny. But otherwise, he's going to be peeling some cards under most circumstances. Imagine we're going to see that. Yeah. Okay, so there's I Have You Now.
We're surely going to see one at least. Is it going through? It looks like it's
looks like it plays. So that's good news for John. He won't take. I mean, it's pretty much acting as a Gick here because he's going to clear the site regardless of what he draws, barring a 0. He draws pretty well.
Is that Theron net for Jim?
Yeah.
They're on net virtual, probably to protect Tantive or some other ship from weapons and stop the cloaking from a more Sith infiltration.
You often expect home 1 when you see Theronet because you got the ability to guide possibly the Admiral or the Mon Calamari.
The Mon Calamari Admiral.
Yeah. No. Hessian.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Major.
Yeah. Okay. So Jim Lee burns his Walkling to get the saber back. You wonder if John maybe should have had Howard out in anticipation of that before the battle ended. But that'll give Jim access to his Luke saber probably as soon as next turn if he redeploys Luke. Little Visage. So the 4-long in the lost pile down. Get Luke back. We got the saber with like my father. Didn't content to just go down with Luke and no backup again. On the one hand, it's a little scary if you don't have the Hujix in hand, which he may have it. But on the other hand, it also doesn't give John the opportunity to get a huge card advantage swing with something like one EPP Maul going down and clearing out a couple of guys on his own.
The only downside I see is that's probably his only saber.
Right. The fact that he walk-linked for it, he could still have a second saber in the deck, and that was just he saw an opportunity with no coward on the table. But it could mean that that's the only copy of Luke's saber. So for John, it's an opportunity here to maybe get Luke off the table again, and then if that takes away Jim's ability to play Luke's saber for the rest of the game, it's going to make the fight for the battleground sites a lot easier for John.
Yeah, I would say him walking it doesn't guarantee that he's not playing a second one. You know you're going to be fighting a lot in this matchup. Like Greg said, if you see the opportunity to save one of the sabers with no coward, you probably take it.
So that's another big blow for John here is Darth Maul with a lightsaber going off the top of his reserve deck. So that's a couple characters that he's top deck now that as we get later into this game and it's a battle of attrition, John just oh, is that a no escape? Okay, so may have been top decking with the intention of pulling something like that. So John gets that Darth Maul right into hand, and he goes right down to the Ewok Village with it.
Right.
He's just going to fight. And we'll see a swing go through. For John, he gets a hit on Luke. He swings back and hits Maul.
And we may see another I Have You Now.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have the canceller. He's got a pretty good opportunity here to cause overflow. You're down to so he doesn't.
No. He does not play it, or does not have another one.
I don't think we've seen another I Have You Now hit the lost pile. So it's going to be a stack and one overflow for the dark side here.
Stacks Justice.
So Justice from hand. Oh, he loses another Maul off the top of his reserve deck. Or was that?
That was the first.
That was the Maul from the site. Okay.
there's a Vader as his
Vader.
one overflow. It's possible he's only playing the one I have you now.
Yeah, I mean that would seem strange to me. I feel like you've got to play at least 2, and there's nothing even wrong with playing 3 right now in the current meta.
Yeah, Chris likes to tell me that he thinks the right number of I have you now is 0 or 3.
Yeah. And it's backbreaking. If it helps you get a stranglehold on board control early,
Yeah. It's just a lot of card slots that if they play evac, then there's just visage dumps at that point.
Got another. Okay, so there is another Luke Saber in there. The Dodge Cornhorn, another character. So Jim right back with another Luke. He'll go get that Saber out of there.
All right, so he probably doesn't play 3 Sabers, right?
I think we can.
Note that John has his Gick on top of his lost pile right now, and something that Jim may take notice of.
Yep. So he goes this time backing up Luke with an Obi right away. Just trying to make it difficult for John. You know, eventually he feels like he's going to run out of characters that can come hang with this, and he's going to start hammering him with that Drain of 3.
Yeah, at this point, if John is playing another Battleground, he may want to go to. He has the system right now. It's a Drain of 3 at the site, but if he puts out, play somewhere with Vader Saber, then he's matching that and has battle plan satisfied.
Right. And then he can maybe draw for some kind of an answer, like another Darth Maul.
Yeah, and we just saw the Gick on top, so it feels unlikely that and he didn't play any I have you now. Is that one Vader or one Maul should go down to that site? But we'll see.
It's down another grabber, something special combo, virtual. Can somebody in Twitch chat, would you do me the favor of giving me a Sixers Celtics score update?
Is the Kentucky Derby over?
That starts in a half hour, 15 minutes.
Okay, so here we go with Dooku to the Ewok village.
It's 51-48 Sixers.
Sixers are up. Good job. Looks like EVP Dengar virtual.
I'm sorry, I missed the first character. Is that Dooku?
Dooku, yeah. So we might see Force Lightning used on Luke and then 2 shots at him to try to just get him off the table, get rid of this Luke's lightsaber situation once and for all. Yeah, there goes the Force Lightning. Gimli passes the grab.
So that makes him a 2?
Yeah.
Is right.
Yeah, defense value 2. There should be some easy shots for Dengar here. We did see a dodge in Jim's reserve deck last time, so I can't imagine he's got one in hand. There's a Krennic, so that's a 2, so that'll hit.
Enough.
It's open to Wisa to bring it out of. Thank you, Carlor, in chat. 5350. Victor's doing some work right now. Holding off those spicy Celtics. We're running through the numbers, but we're pretty sure Luke is hit at the moment. Through. Now he can take a loose shot at Obi and try to draw that 6 to hit him as well.
Well, you imagine there's at least the Maul ship, the what do we got? Extra Visage, a Phantom Menace, an Image, all kinds of 6s.
First swing gets force fielded onto Dooku. Take another shot at Obi, and that's a hit, right? Because he's a 5 is going to get him, not even a 6. A 5 will get him. I don't think it's a huge difference. The site was going to be cleared pretty much regardless of what happened there.
Yeah, unless we see a huge, a 7 versus 1 draw type of deal.
Okay, so Dooku very cleanly hit there by some big draws from Jim. And there's the mess combo. So this could be
bad
for John Anderson.
Yeah, because we unless we know he doesn't have a Gek, or we at least know one a Gek is in his lost pile.
Yeah, unless he's playing another Gek, this could be just about game. That's a lot of power. No, low draw.
Low draw, yep. He's got forfeit.
15 though.
Oh, he's gonna. He looks like he may. 15. No, he's not gonna redraw.
15 power to 3 power, I believe. Dengar is a 3. So that's 12 minus the 4. It's 8 overflow plus a stack. Yeah. It looks like we might see 9 total force loss as a result of that battle. So John, he accomplishes what he wants in getting Luke and Obi off of that site, but that's a pretty big hit. And Obi gets resilience there to go back to Jim's hand. So we should be seeing a stack and 8 overflow here. Oh, it looks like they may be trying to reorder and take Luke back instead.
Here comes the overflow.
Yeah, the overflow's coming. They should have done the stack first. You're always pretty pumped when your opponent's peeling 8 overflow, but it looks like they may have overlooked that stack that should have happened first.
Yep, looks like it's forgotten.
Jim's going to go right back to throwing somebody down to that Ewok village, forcing John to have some more.
Yeah, now that he's got probably a good lead in life force, he's going to try to get Visage to do its thing against John, and just keep applying pressure.
No interest in canceling Visage himself. He's just going to let that run through both players, given that he's got the life force, as you said. Oh, so he's not going to the village, and he's going after Zuckuss. He knows for a fact that John doesn't have the Gek. He might have enough there to generate some overflow. Who is that?
Who's that piloting?
Bodhi Rook.
Bodhi Rook, right? And that is 7 ability.
And that's Ray. So we'll go through and get a search. So I'm gonna need to pull. No, never mind. He's up here. John could, if he loses Zuckuss here, he could play something special, but that only retrieves it into life force. It doesn't retrieve it into hand or anything special like that.
You and your puns, come on.
didn't even know what I punned that time.
It was something special, but not
or anything special.
anything special.
Yeah, and he's going to cancel the destiny.
That's not what Bodhi does. Bodhi doesn't.
Yeah,
Sure he does.
That would be Cassian. Cassian would be the guy that can.
Wait, who? Oh, it's Bodhi? What does Bodhi do?
That's a good question. Hold on.
So I'm reading him and I don't see.
He does something about making your guys move, though. That's a weird card to play.
He's a spy.
Cassian is also a spy.
True. He does something with stealing a TIE fighter. Does Bodhi Rook do that? No, that's type. I don't know what Bodhi Rook does, and I can't find him on the. What set was Bodhi Rook in?
Virtual set 6.
Okay, let's get him up on the screen here.
He doesn't do anything. Yeah, it's 2.
He lets your ships deploy as a spy.
Right. Even like a piloted ship, so he can come down with like profundity to Starkiller base or something like that.
He's a gambler, so if you have questions about which horse to take in the Kentucky Derby, get into touch with your local Bodhi Rook.
Mm.
Shout out to Cam Salasar in the chat. Cam, are you not at this event?
Wonder if he remembered about the missing card stack when he got the stack on this one.
There goes Vader down to the village. Peel a card to pick out the saber from the lost pile.
That'll get him a free visage this turn.
Yeah, it's the first game that.
It's not terrible for John. I mean, he resilience to Luke. He may not have. I don't think he has another Luke saber, right? He needs to be able to kill Vader here.
And he didn't take the Obi.
And that's a smart play for Jim.
Yeah. Jim's just going to avoid Vader. Oh, and he's got Jim, so even more reason to avoid Vader. Goes Luke to the plains, then to block the drain. Now, Prophecy is going to be bouncing back and forth between the drain locations if John's even able to drain there. But now Jim's got a commanding board presence, draining for 1 at the system, 2 at the plains, and blocking that drain where Vader's at the village.
Yeah, there's not much more you could have asked for that turn right there.
Yeah. Turns Visage on top, back on top of it all.
They're both looking pretty low, so that alone might be enough.
But he just looked search or something in his reserve and saw a 5 there. So maybe he dropped someone to kill Luke here with a destiny draw.
Who's left at this point other than Dr. E?
Was that a Tarkin? Looks like maybe he's got a Tarkin in his hand.
It looks like Tarkin.
Still doesn't solve the Jin Erso issue that he's got going on. I think we saw Krennic. Yeah, so there's
there's a game.
Well done by Jim. John probably could have benefited from a little bit better luck early on. He didn't really have his activation wasn't going. He wasn't able to make guys to sites, whether that was a conscious decision or whether it was he didn't have the guys in hand at the time. Going to Herida with Zuckuss is play that you might rather see in the mid game after you've already got somebody out of battleground sight. That was his best time. So probably some bad luck hitting John there, but definitely well played by Jim to keep the pressure on until he was able to lock down and then spread out to a second battleground site.
I imagine Jim talking a lot of trash to John right now. The poor winner that he is,
Jim Lee coming back from the first round loss, second round bye to go 3-1 right now.
Well, that brings us to the halfway point.
Right, those 4 games, yeah.
Seems like perfect time for the Kentucky Derby, which is starting in exactly 8 minutes.
I'm going to go poke my head over to the basketball game and get a quick score update.
Oh, Yankees won if you guys were interested.
Celtics are back up by 3, 67-64. Sixers got to get it together here.
So Chris corrected me on standings. It looks like that Bryan did indeed beat Jacy. So Bryan was also 3-0. Because of pairings, it looks like we could have 4 4-0s after this round. Well, as many as 4.
And they would be...
So going into this game, undefeateds were Phil, Bryan Fred, they're playing each other, Lenny, Chris Kelly, and Brian Mischke. Those 3 are all playing light. So...
But it doesn't matter. It's round 4, right? So next round... We can.
Right, yeah.
Oh, you're thinking about. Oh, I got what you're saying. You're thinking for this round. I'm just thinking for the next featured matchup. We can get 2 4-0s.
Oh yeah, we should be able to.
Well, we should, but I was wondering if we can get 2 that haven't played yet. So, Chris,
Lenny, and Bryan. Potentially
could
be 4-0.
Who handed Reid his loss?
Looks like Reid lost game 1. So that looks like Charlie beat him.
And I'm gonna step away from the mic for a few. I'll be back.
All right. Kenny Cayenne and I will hold down the fort here. So how's that Phillies Nationals game looking? Am I here by myself? I guess I'm here by myself. So Jim Lee asking in Slack how much him and John screwed up in that game. I don't know. We saw a pretty well played game. We'll try to get some total standings updates for you at the end of this round. Okay, Schoenthal confirming that there's 15 minutes left in the round, and they'll post the scores afterward. That's good. Thanks, Show. How's chat doing? You guys getting your OCS games in for the month of May yet?
Guys, I muted myself and left, and I came back, and there I am on the stream. What's going on?
That's Kin Cayenne.
I paid $1,000 to cosplay as Kin Cayenne for that card. Also, that's not true at all.
Jared stepped out for a moment. So I don't know where he went. But I put the question out there, Pat, to see if any of them were getting their OCS games in for the month of May. But so far, no sugar tonight, saying the wait right now for OCS is 90 minutes minimum. What do you mean? You sit there waiting for games and nobody joins?
I can see that this week.
Probably because all of our big time Gempers are in Seattle right now. Chris Kelly's there. Chris Wirfs is there. Who else? Who are the other heavy hitters?
There's no games currently being played and 2 people waiting for games.
The leaderboard look like so far?
Let's check that out. Well, there's 2 OCS qualifiers for May. I don't know what that means.
One of them was posted with the wrong date. It ended a day early, so they reposted it.
Okay, I got it. Looks like Tom has 19 points with 9 games done, and Galvino has 16 points with 6 games in. So that's what, 5-1 and.
Yeah, 5-1 for Galvino.
4 for Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely looks like one of the slower months then. As we get further and further into the season. I think historically by this point, Joe Olson has all of his games finished.
He does have 9 games played this month. Nope, just kidding. 3 games played this month, 9 points.
9 points, yeah. So that's a good start for him. Bastion off to a 2-0 start. CryptoFit's off to a 2-0 start. A couple people, Don Anderson, who we just saw in our featured match, and Silver Glenn, who's one of the Euros, each off to 1-0 starts, but not in action.
Lenny looks like 3-1. Just wait until like, how long does this run? Wait until August. I'll win August. That's my plan.
Oh yeah.
My triumphant return or something.
A return.
So I turned on the Kentucky Derby. This does not look like ideal conditions. Definitely raining.
Which of the horses loves the sleep?
Oh,
that's good.
Names again.
Raining bodes well for your 30-1 underdog here.
Looks like they're about to go.
Can't hurt.
2 seconds, according to the website.
I want to relocate in front of a TV. Man, this
That's the last horse in, I think.
What station is carrying the
NBC?
Oh yeah, that's looking wet.
Oh yeah. I think Lone Sailor should benefit from the rain, right?
You gotta expect that of all the horses to benefit, that would be one of them. Yeah, I see some hooves slipping early on here.
I'm gonna turn on the sound. Let me know if this plays over the stuff. No, that's not that. No.
It's definitely gonna play over.
I already forgot who I picked.
Justin is in the 2 spot right now, and Good Magic, right?
I have 7-14-6, so I need Mendelssohn to make a better break.
Underdog horses in this.
Nope, I'm not going to hit anything.
You need exactly those 3 horses.
Yeah. Seven, 6, 5. Apparently the most exciting 2 minutes in sports.
That was thrilling. Everybody got a chance to follow along with that.
That guy was definitely a much better announcer than we are.
He's only got 2 minutes to fill. There's pretty similar names for light side decks, with the exception of I guess that's not too big of a surprise, though. We were saying HITCO and Throne Room are probably going to be the two most popular decks. Next. We'll see if that trend continues for the second half. And for Darkside, we've seen a lot of map already.
Yeah, 2 maps, a Hunt Down and a CCT.
So we'll
what?
See if,
2 Throne Room, a HITCO, and Old Allies. So,
yeah,
about what's expected.
Yeah, nothing surprising yet. Although the Fambas in the Old Allies was definitely a surprise.
That's true. Not something I've seen. So, did anybody make it to the baseball game last night for the Endor?
I want to say that they all bailed because the tickets got really expensive for some reason.
Because Pujols he got his 3,000th hit.
Yeah, he hit what 3,000 hits.
Yeah.
So I guess the tickets jumped up as he closed in on that, and he did get it last night. So would have been pretty cool for anybody who did go.
Yeah. Some nice beer grabbing.
Yeah, just got to take advantage of the downtime here.
I can confirm that I won $0.
Nice. So we got another Lake Placid Big Slide IPA. And I've also got the Newport Storm Spring Irish Red Ale from Rhode Island.
Take it.
Magic Hat.
Yep. I have one more after this, and then we're switching to probably Harpoon IPA at that point.
Okay. Good rotation to get you into the evening hours here.
I thought about pouring a little bourbon for the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, that would have been a pro play.
My bourbon does have a horse on top of it, so
that'll
make a lot of sense. Phillies are up 3-1 in the ninth.
In the ninth?
Yep.
All right.
The Sixers are down 1.
Yeah, I've now got the Sixers game on in eyesight here. Looks like it's getting a little chippy out there.
That will happen.
I don't think you see enough chippiness in Star Wars events these days. Where's that fire in?
Not enough benches clearing brawls either.
I mean, who do we have on the benches right now? I think it's just Schoenthal, right? Everybody else is playing.
Didn't we have the Decipher guys come out?
That's right. The documentary is being filmed.
Yeah, but I think Brandon's playing.
So Doug Taylor. Who else was going to be there?
Oh, I don't remember. Oh, maybe Brandon's not playing. So you got Brandon on the bench.
Okay. So I think we're looking at maybe 4 on the bench. That's almost brawl territory.
Yeah, just pick sides and West Side Story it up.
All right, so let's take some bets on the next matchup that we're going to see here. I'm going to say we're going to see another HITCO.
Okay.
But for Dark, I'm going to say Court.
Think Court. Who do you think's playing Court?
And we have some insider info.
Oh, yeah?
At least one Court being played.
Well, we're probably going to see one of the top matches here, so...
Well, I have no idea what's being thrown around aside from what we've seen on stream.
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely right. I could see Lenny playing Court. I could see Chris Kelly playing Court. I could see Bryan Mischke playing Court.
Lenny's. I'm gonna say Lenny's locked into map because he's been playing that deck a ton online.
Yeah. Is Brian Fred playing Court?
Probably CCT or ISB would be my guess.
I think Vikram's gonna win that game, get up there, play some Court.
I could certainly see Vikram playing some Court.
Vikram's like the second most likely person to play Court on
10
this list.
Court specialist.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Gotta be close to this round finishing up, right?
Should be very soon, yeah. Actually, should be done. Oh, man. All right, good. Sorry, baseball. Phillies have loaded the bases in the top of the ninth.
That's good for the Phillies. Like we might have some action around the featured table here. Shadows moving on the tablecloth.
Oh, I see some shadows.
So, Bill, what have you been playing lately instead of?
Say that again.
What have you been playing lately?
I've been playing the game.
Audience.
They have an online version, much like him, with rules enforcement and such. Games take about 15, 20 minutes on those.
The loader?
What?
The loader?
No, not loader. Game of Thrones.
Okay.
It's an interesting game. A lot of former Star Wars players playing over there. So obviously Schoenthal, but also Kevin Shannon.
All right, guys, I'm back. We know who the 4 and O's are.
We don't.
I believe Chris and Phil still are.
Okay.
Because I was told that if they get matched up and are the featured match, they're going to play a game of Sabak Razilzis. So we can cross our fingers for that.
Well, that would set a new precedent for the most exciting community.
I think Sabak reveals these should be a thing going forward. It's like we have some shadows. Oh.
What is that? Is that a pack?
That's shiny.
A pack of some PC sanctioned foils?
Ooh, is that what that is?
We're going to see a pack opening?
Endor Grand Prix 2018?
That's impressive.
That's nice.
This is a live look, everybody. We have not been privy to this information beforehand.
Chris Schoenthal in the chat. Sneak preview of the preview set incoming.
Ah. Well, this is the first we're hearing of the preview set, so that's exciting news. Got the Shadows of the Empire on this game.
Spoilering via shadow puppets. Maybe that was just the tease. We'll get it after game 6.
I think it's now legal after the halfway point of this tournament. His cards are now legal.
So it looks like Lenny, Chris Kelly, and Phil are 4-0.
Okay, good job to those guys.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 3-1s at least.
Is that up on the forums?
Joe Olson giving us updates on the forums. Yes.
Okay, so that means, and I don't think any of them have played. So that means one of them will play each other, and someone else will be paired down.
So I imagine we want to get Lenny's game.
Lenny versus Chris. Lenny versus Chris is what we'd prefer, but obviously the pairings are going to be random up there. So we saw Phil. What deck did we see of Phil's? His light or his dark?
Saw his
light. Playing the throne room with the farm.
Okay. So yeah, so hopefully it's either Lenny versus Chris or Phil's dark deck against one of the other players' light decks. Though looking at the standings, there's still plenty of games. Players that are 3-1 right now that potentially good matchups.
Yeah, we got a lot that could happen here. Still 4 games to go. A lot of different.
What matches have we've seen? We've seen 8 decks. We've seen Throne Room twice, right?
Throne Room twice, a HITCO, and Old Allies with some Fambas. And,
Old Allies, right? We saw 2 maps.
2 maps, a CCT, and a Hunt Down.
CCG.
All right, so
right.
we've got some people sitting down here.
I wonder if the Chris Phil Sabak thing is because weren't they like tied for 9th, 8th, and 9th place at Worlds?
Yeah.
And yeah, it was like down to like everything was tied.
All right,
they were actually discussing perhaps playing Sabak because for some reason it was in the rules that after like 15 tiebreakers or something like that, you play a hand of Sabak, and
right, but they were realistically getting to that point.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah,
which people were like, "Oh, that's kind of dumb," and they both agreed not to do it. Though Chris afterwards was like, his light deck. If he could have chose his light deck to play Sabak, which is all
so
Luke's and
we've got another throne room coming here. Like Walkling, Insurrection, and probably Like My Father before we start here. For our bottom player, for our top player, it looks like nothing.
He's got a manly amount of hair on his arms.
So who pink sleeves? Is this your friend Chris Kelly here?
I believe he's playing HITCO today.
Okay. Reid is playing dark. Reid with Invasion.
All right.
Still don't know who our light side player is.
I'd like to see this Reid Smith invasion deck. I can't recall him playing this at any events.
Yeah, I like Invasion a lot right now. I had some rough games with it in my past OCS, but I feel like it does a lot of things well. There's not a whole lot in the meta that eats it alive.
Yeah, I have a few different invasions that I like.
Yeah, you've been on Destroyer Droids, right?
What's that?
You've been on Destroyer Droids lately?
Yeah, we also have a mains version that's really it's neat because you have 3 good Dark Jedi you could play now.
Yeah, you really do.
That Lord Sidious guy isn't bad.
It's a good card in the deck.
Big Town, this is game 5.
Do we know who the light side is?
No, somebody should hopefully tell us.
So Reid is 3-1. So I imagine it's somebody at 3-1.
Well, one of the 3 4-0s had to be paired down. It could be is it Lenny? Perhaps.
I don't think that's Lenny.
No.
It's probably not Chris because there's a whiteboard card.
Well, we already have some insider info that Chris is playing HITCO.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure unless decided to make some changes without talking to me.
So it looks like Reid's got a pretty typical start of You'll Be Dead, Entire Legion of My Best Troop.
Looks like Reid has illegal paraphernalia on the table, a pen and paper, right? Okay.
Oh.
That's nice. I mean, I'm pretty sure the tournament guide specifically says things about having pen and paper at the table. Can we?
Yeah, no game aids.
Get some insight into that.
We're gonna exercise our active judging rights here. We're gonna hit Reid Smith with a warning from the booth. All right, so as I was saying, You'll Be Dead, an Entire Legion of My Best Troops, and it looks like Mob Points at the bottom of that stack for Reid. He's already going for Grabber and Secret Plans shields. For Light, we mentioned already that we had a pretty typical start of Wackling, Insurrection, Aim High combo, and Like My Father Before Me.
You say playing Mob Points?
I think so. What's at the bottom of that stack for Reid?
Well, for starters, did he play? That was Don't Do That Again played right away.
I mean, I don't know. I can't see.
I would expect it to have been.
Bryan Mischke playing Light.
Bryan Mischke.
So it's You'll Be Dead. That's an entire Legion, right?
Yeah, droid racks with the objective.
Right. Wouldn't it be entire Legion and inconsequential barrier?
Yeah, you're right. Inconsequential.
Bosses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mischke trying to psych out his opponent by putting his piles in the wrong order. He gets out of Docking Bay, he gets out the JCC, saves a couple of force. We know Reid has the security tower. I believe he pulled already. He's going in, probably looking for a Naboo site. They're getting his activation engine going, which is critical for the invasion deck to really succeed. It's got to be able to cycle those droids onto the droid racks and get them back into hand. So he's going to need all that, all the icons that he can get onto the table quickly. Probably going through and counting, how many copies of droids, blasters, other characters, maybe putting some additional space, probably counting all of those things so he's aware of what's in his force pile. He gets the Naboo Palace Throne Room out. People that you want first turn. We've got the downtown plaza and the security tower both. They're giving up a couple extra icons more than you might normally see, but ensuring that he's got all those activations for himself. That grid cycling engine going. You might be playing that instead of Naboo Palace Generator 2-2. Or in addition to it.
No Dalty or to the.
Yeah, it doesn't go for his once per game Nemoidian pull. So either something wasn't in there, or he wanted to draw up for his force. What was in his force pile?
Seen some good cards in Bryan's hand. A couple of Lukes, Leia, a Clash, 3PO.
Hey, Endor is reserve deck.
Oh, that was his reserve deck. Ah, okay. I was going to say a lot of good cards in his hand. So he's okay. He's letting Reid look at his cards now. So that means all those cards aren't in his hand.
Yes,
might have a really shitty hand right now.
Wavesman asking, why do the downtown plaza as it forces Reid to have to switch between planets? That's not a huge concern for the invasion deck because they get to cycle their guys. As long as you're holding a guy in reserve, all take one B2 droid and a blaster, and you can go, wreck some stuff from the light side and then just cycle it back. So he's probably just looking for a way to get additional icons on. Plays both the downtown plaza and the security tower. He can play 3 or 4 copies of Sonic Bombardment and just ensure that he gets those icons out quickly. He probably also has the bridge in there, would be my guess. Maybe a 2 to go to Naboo also. As an invasion player, you just want a lot of icons on the table so you can cycle through the droids and the bird racks and Reid just got to build where he's trying to ensure he gets those icons on. Yeah, I mean, TRM, you're saying why would he do it against Throne Room? But Throne Room is going to have a lot of activation itself. You just got to get those icons out there any way you can. And the idea with the invasion deck and Droid Racks is you're going to try and run light side through enough characters until you can either get a better damage pool onto the table, or just run them out of guys entirely, and you'll still have your droids coming off the Droid Racks. So giving them the locations to go to is really not too big of a deal in terms of what your overall game plan is.
Sixers just threw the game away.
Oh man, what happened? they were just up 87-85. That was bad. Yeah. Tough series.
Looks like the 2-2 out now.
Yes, 2-3, so he's playing all that. Force pushes for something that he likes in there. Oh man, how is that not a foul on the Celtics? So there's 3 cards stacked on Justice that looks like 2 blasters and the bridge. No.
That's not real.
Wow. Going to overtime. I guess, are they reviewing to see if that was a 3? If it was a 3, it's over.
So Reid's loading up the flagship here. I saw Dalte go on. Looks like
Dalte
him lying with a gun.
And a gun. So he's probably looking for some security now. He got to verify Bryan's reserve deck before, and I think there's a Rogue One in there. We could be worried about Tantive or Rogue One coming down. And obviously, if the Rogue One was in his reserve deck, he doesn't have it in his hand that turn. But just playing a little cautious, setting up some forfeit fodder, but also gives him the ability to maybe shuttle down later without running into a hand that's really susceptible to Grimtosh right now, just getting those cards onto the table and out of his hand, and opening up his options for later. Oh man, that was a 3.
This is a 2. Very much a 2.
Yeah, it looks like 2. All right, so there's the battle plans for Bryan. Activates the wrong way.
So what is he looking to do here? Is he trying to set up on one of the 2-2s? Is one of the 2-2s better than the other?
Well, the downtown plaza is going to be a better 2-2 to go to. The Naboo 2 is a drain -1. So he's going to want to establish a drain somewhere. But he's got to put himself in a position where he punishes Reid to come at him. Otherwise, Reid's just going to throw a guy with a gun every time. If Bryan doesn't really go down strong, Reid's going to be able to pick his guys off. What Bryan wants to do is probably throw down 2 guys with sabers to one of the sites, set up maybe like a big time drain of 4. Okay, so he's going to the throne room. He's going to stop Reid from doing anything where he can flip. He's going to go right into the throne room with Luke and Rey. Probably picking up those cards from his deck that are going to make it difficult for Reid to successfully battle him. So you're going to see, sorry about the mess, clash, probably different cards to keep his characters alive, blaster deflection, even something like they're tracking us or his Wisas may come into play.
Looked like he was eyeing up clash. So
yeah, I also thought I saw him hesitate on an all wings combo in there. Did that look
I
right?
saw it too.
So, he may be considering a plan to go down to Nabu.
Not a very good camera presence for us here.
What's that?
Showing us the card.
Oh.
I mean, kept it hidden from us.
Yeah, really forcing us to use our knowledge of the game. But yeah, he might be eyeing up a play sometime in the future to come down to space and spin through Justice to clear off. Right now, it looks like he's just got Luke and his Saber and Ray. It's not a ton there, but could be comfortable with the red cards that he's got in his hand. Like I said, the clash or sorry about the mess, things that are going to make it difficult for Reid to come down and these guys with ease. He really wants to punish Reid by causing overflow or sending rifles to the loss pile so he doesn't have a chance to cycle them with inconsequential losses. Little things like that are going to keep Reid from getting that cycle going. Now, one thing that this play by Bryan does is allows Reid to forgo the option of flipping. He's got 2 good Drain 2 locations. Well, 3 Drain 2 locations. He can go to the Plaza, he can go to the Feed Palace Generator, or he can go to the Swamp. All those are Drain 2 locations for him. And with the Blaster Thing, he can easily set up some better damage potential here than Bryan.
Right, he can go to the 2/2. It can't be projectioned. And yeah, so it's pretty much 3 damage unless Bryan were to do something and go there.
Right, so we'll see, depending on what Reid's build is, what his game plan is in the matchup. He may go attack Luke and Ray. Luke and Ray is not terribly strong in terms of total power being at that location. He may go after them, or he may just attempt to add up his own damage and get a Drain and a Blaster Ping and see if he can spread Bryan's forces out and start.
Yeah, Ray would have to expect at least a clash. He'd have to have enough to get past at least that much.
Sure.
With Bryan saving several force and Ray pulling any card.
So he goes down with a Super Battle Droid to the Naboo 2/2. Down 0-1 with backup. So that's going to make the Drain at the Feed Palace Throne Room -1. So it looks like Reid did opt for the plan to try and just stabilize on the board, add on a little more damage than Bryan is going to be able to do in the long run. Right now, Reid gave himself the potential to do 3 in a turn and took Bryan's damage down from 3 to 2. So if you turn this into a pure Drain race, he's got a little more stuff on the board between Justice and all the effects that he started, but he's got the early advantage in the damage race. He's going to force Bryan to move over into him or to go to a second location. If he goes to a second location, I think that's going to open things up for Reid to start clearing off his guys with droids. If Bryan moves in front of him, it's going to give Reid a chance to stack it with even more droids, or just give him the option to move away. situation is even. Got it 13-12 in favor of Bryan.
So he did grab Rogue One.
Okay, so he's thinking about making a play here. Rogue One's pretty strong in this matchup. It's going to go to that system. It's going to be immune to less than 6 unless Reid's able to get a Dark Jedi there. Doesn't have a lot of power, but if it can hold 2 guys and avoid Reid drawing an 8 for Battle Destiny, might be able to do some damage.
Problem is, it's tough to cut through gun and then OM9 to the racks. That's already 7 right there.
The gun to the youth pile to be tracked around later. And like you said, OM9 is 4 forfeit going to the racks for the cost of 2 force to pick him back up and 2 force 3 to deploy him. So there's Rogue One. So he's going for it now. I think we might see somebody like Anakin who can add to the maneuver and give him. Is that Anakin there?
I think that is.
So it's going to add to the maneuver and add 1 to the destiny that he does draw. So he's going for that spin play to try to clear out.
So it's a low base maneuver. So Anakin adds 2. That makes it a 5, right?
Yeah, I think it's a natural 3.
Looks like that was Padme. That's
Padme adding to attrition. This could be big. He could be getting a destiny draw +1, a spin. Oh, no, the draw's not going to be 1 with Justice. So it'll be a destiny draw, a spin for a 5, and then attrition draw. So if he's got something like a Jedi 11 hand, this is a strong aggressive play from Bryan to try to get some high draws and clear stuff off of that ship.
So he's got
now Reid has at least 2 force back. I'm not sure who that is coming down. That Lando Scoundrel?
Certainly could be.
Reid's got at least 2. Okay, so he gets a laser cannon battery as a react. That was one of the options. He could also have the blockade support ship, which is the spiral for Darkseid. But that cannon coming down is good for Reid in that it gives him 3 forfeit. But it also gives him the shot at and there it is. He uses 2 force, fires at the ship, and draws an 8 to hit it. So as long as he can survive, it's going to be a real big win for Reid. As long as he doesn't clear everything off of his blockade ship here, he just neutralized one of his biggest threats to losing space. I think about that's 4 cards that Bryan had to piece together that he put to table, plus probably the spin from hand we're going to see. No.
Doesn't look like a spin, no.
Then he just has the destiny draw and the draw. That's not going to get much. He's got to put all of that in the lost pile. So a big win for Reid there in that battle.
It looked like he drew 8, so that should be... Maybe it was only 7.
He's going to put... It looks like he's probably going to leave the ship on top, would be my guess. I don't think we're going to be able to see it based on where his lost pile goes. But that'll give him the option to maybe get that ship back. Now, Reid makes it through relatively unscathed there and gets a big win of knocking off 3 characters in one battle.
Well, secretly, I have the bridge off of Justice, which will be big when he has to pay for drains for probably most of this game.
Yep. Get that activation out.
Yeah, it's a huge turn. Like, he used his whole turn for that, and for it to get just hit from the cannon. I mean, all the force for Lando, Anakin, ship, Padme.
And Bryan also doesn't do anything to address Reid's damage. So now Reid's got the opportunity to pay Reid to drain for 2, hit him with 1 ping from You'll Be Dead, and just get his damage going. And he has the whole turn to reinforce. He can pick up OM9 from the racks. He's got an 8 back in his. He's got 2 8s stacked. No, are they stacked? They're not stacked. Got the 8 that he drew for Destiny, and a Battle Destiny, then another 8 in there. So he's starting to stack the deck with high draws. He didn't really lose any key cards from his Life Force, and he's got some damage going. So yeah, really, really big favor there. That may have been, the Laser Cannon Battery is such a huge card. It may have been the card that Reid Force pushed for, or that may have been why we saw him just draw his first turn. We noted that he didn't go for a Nemoidian. He may have noticed that the Laser Cannon Battery was in the force pile and opted not to deploy anything to just ensure that he was able to draw it. Basically, a 9 back in the hands. So we got the ping in there somewhere. Back to the ship. Off of Justice.
Quick reflexes.
Oh yeah, that's quasi retrieval. Gets the guns out of the lost round back onto the board, but only the dark side player's draw phase, I believe.
It is the draw phase, yes.
Yeah, so Reid's in a good position. All he has to do is keep stacking that site right now.
Yep. So you can see he puts down another gun. Get some additional forfeit there. Keep reducing the risk of having to peel cards to overflow. Even if the super battle droid does get clashed out of the battle there, he's still got a 0-1 with backup with a gun on it himself and some forfeit, decent amount of power. So he's just looking for ways to keep solidifying that site and keep the damage going. Here's the Boston from Bryan. It's Jin undercover to block that drain. It's not going to stop the ping damage from You'll Be Dead, but it gets rid of that drain of 2 for the time being.
Right, slows the game down a little bit. So
yeah,
gives Bryan maybe a chance to catch up.
Sends Obi over to the downtown plaza. That could just be playing right into Reid's plan to pick off these guys one by one. Can throw down another B2 droid, clear Obi, and send his guy to crack, and Obi goes lost. There they are to pull another battle droid.
Yeah. Droid with a gun is pretty much, he can go against Obi and feel pretty safe there.
Yeah, absolutely.
What cards are Invasion going to run to deal with Jin?
So
Sniper maybe? Probot?
Yeah, I would say Probot most likely. Sniper is an interesting card just because you so often have so many weapons that are firing and have a good chance to hit a key character. So I could see Sniper being in that deck, but I think Probot is probably the more likely answer that you'll see. There goes the B2 Super Battle Droid with a gun over to Obi, just like we thought.
Nobody runs Take Them Away, right?
It does get pulled by one of the new gun
Yeah,
rally.
I run it in like one of my invasions, I think.
All right, so there's a battle. There's a shot that looks like it misses. Pretty significant for Reid that he missed the shot. The droid gets hit by Obi. Destiny's still gonna.
I gotta imagine this is an 8.
Yeah. There's the 8. Bryan draws a 6. Droid goes to the racks. Gun goes used. Droid goes to the lost pile. So this is exactly what Reid's deck wants to do. It's just gonna, keep a little bit of damage going, but otherwise just run Bryan out of cards. So Reid saves a couple passes a turn. He does need an answer for Jin, but he's probably not in a huge hurry to find one because he knows he can keep just answering whatever Bryan puts on the table, and eventually he'll be able to set up his own damage at the swamp or at the 2-2. And he's going to be surpassing Bryan in damage the second he does that.
Yeah, they're equal in damage now anyway with OWO there.
Is it? Oh, right. It's only a drain of 1 until Padme or Leia gets to the throne room, right? Then it would be a drain.
Just Padme. Just Padme, I think. Only Padme.
Okay, so they are equal in damage already. Reid's damage is coming for free. Bryan's got to pay for his.
That's his reserve deck. Over there on the left.
There's an altar. Trying to think of what just got altered.
Quick reflexes.
Oh, right. Not immune to alter. The one right up on the screen. Okay. Reid's got oppressive, so it looks like it was altered once the use pile. Takes the droid off racks in his control phase. For his you'll be dead damage. effect with Accelerate. Quick reflex. Reflex is back. Is that in there? Now Reid goes to the swamp with another droid and a gun, upping that battle damage. Upping that control phase damage. An additional drain of 2, plus adds to the ping will be dead. So definitely outpacing Bryan right now, forcing Bryan to do something.
What options are left for him right now? Because I mean, he can clear the swamp, but that's not really doing much for him long term, right?
The swamp's not going to do anything for him. Even if he goes there and sorry about the messes him away. I mean, you still got OWO there, and it's a drain 0 for him.
Yeah.
He has to get that site in the middle. The problem is he can't just walk in there and let and let Reid flip his deck.
Right. The ways to attack invasion are to get some overflow in. At this point, we've got to assume Reid's probably got a Gick in hand. It's a deck that usually plays 2, if not 3 copies of Gick, just because of the nature of the deck and how you want to get involved in all these battles to clear people off the board. So you've got to assume Reid's got the Gick. If you want to get overflow in, it's going to probably take at least 2 instances of getting some overflow. The other option is to sneak in some tempo past, what Dark's able to do. Some of their stuff is a little slow and clunky, right? They've got to recycle all of these guys from the droid racks. So if you have a turn where you can clear them off and keep some of your own guys on the table and start sneaking in a couple drains of your own, that's a way that you can, maintain board control rather than letting them come down and clear you off the board on their turn for the counterplay. But it's going to take a lot to do that at this point in the game. Reid's pretty well established at the Feed Palace generator. He's giving the option here for Bryan to come in and try and make something happen. He's going to get the battle. He's going to retrieve one with General Leia. He's going to try and force some overflow. All right, there's the switch off to stop the swing from Chewie. So is that going to cause overflow here? Even if he did, he'd have to get force the Gick out of Reid's hand and then do something like this again. As it stands, he may be able to keep something on the table if Reid doesn't draw an 8. Okay, looks like he's going to play leadership to add a destiny to try and force some overflow here, just to give himself some option to come back into this game later on. Leadership gets grabbed. I believe Reid's shot missed. I didn't see exactly what he drew.
He drew Sidious, so I imagine whoever he tried to hit.
Yeah. Okay, so Bryan draws a 6 and a Corn Horn, which he takes into hand with Jailev and turns it into a 5. And redraws the 8, so he's going to be power 12 with 7 forfeit to back it up. So I think there's going to be a tiny bit of overflow here, if my math is right. Maybe
maybe 2 or 3, something like that.
Yeah, there is. Reid loses a gun.
Reid's got power at the 1+1 for the system too.
Yeah, so I think it was just the one overflow. He top decks a blaster, sends the other blaster from the site used, sends his droid to the use pile, and that's that. I mean, it took. Oh, Leia does forfeit for 8, so Chewie gets to stay. But that was a pretty strong attack from Bryan, and Reid is effectively unfazed by that. Slides Chewie over to the Pause Nast chambers to try to leave him safe from a counterattack here.
Is moving everybody together to the 2-2, is that not an option there?
They can't move them all, right? Because then he just drops somebody and he flips.
Yeah, if you
leaving Ray there, if he has Hujix in his hand, could be a play. And moving the Chewie and Luke there.
Even if it's just Ray, though, I think Reid's at the point where he could pull off the droid, clear Ray, and then slide everybody in. He may have enough force. So he's content to let You'll Be Dead hit him for 1. Now he's going to get to 2 more Drain 2s. He's got a blaster on each of them, thanks to now the damage is piling on. He's forcing Bryan into multiple locations. He's already determined that it's kind of cool to go after the 001 with backup sight. Does move Jin over, so it looks like maybe he's going to set himself up to break Jin's cover and go after this lone droid here. But he still hasn't even forced a single Gick out of he's got a lost pile.
It could also mean that he's going to go fight at the 2-2.
Yeah.
Let Jin block that drain.
Yeah, make his stand there this turn and keep the other drain turned off with Jin.
Yeah, because to be honest, Reid was fine with Jin being at that site with the fact that OWO is there reducing drains and he's still pinging there. Yeah. Jin wasn't really doing that much.
Right. He looked through his reserve and saw a 6 back there. So here comes Han down to the downtown plaza to fight one of the lone droids on the table. The corn horn to the bridge. Take him. Looks like maybe he took back the corn horn. I think he might see Bryan. And I know he's got the 6 back, but he might just try to block some damage and then not initiate here. It's slightly to his advantage, I think, to have Reid be the one initiating. Nope, never mind. He's fighting. Han gets shot. I mean, okay, so there's a 5 back there. All that's going to happen is Reid's going to lose his guy and then put him back there on his turn. So it's stopping the immediate bleeding from that damage, but ultimately it's still contributing to Reid's game plan of running Bryan out of characters. He does move over too. I think there's a couple different things that could occur here. Reid could decide that it's a good time to clear off Ray and Luke. That would put him in complete control of the battleground locations on table if he's able to do that. Or he may just move over to the throne room, especially if he's got an Avoidant in hand and he can flip. Reid's got a lot of options, and they're all pretty good right now.
Yeah, and it's a -1 from the site there, and OWO. It's not like Luke is even draining at that site for any amount of force.
Yeah, it's going to be, pay 3 to drain for 1 if he wants to just move over.
There's a Nemodian.
Yep, so that's the flip. So that turns the icons back on at the Naboo system. I mean, that just adds on to the amount of damage that Reid's getting through. And then we anticipate that he's going to move the droids over. He's going to have an effective lockdown on the throne room for at least a couple of turns. He does pick up the other droid off droid racks and puts him to the downtown plaza. There's the move phase. I mean, he's just all over the board. He's got all kinds of damage. Bryan's not doing much. Plays Point Man, stack another Destiny, and get anything else that he might be looking for out of the Force pile.
Again, no camera presence. Not giving us any clues to what they're taking into their hands.
Putting us to the test here.
I mean, it's got to be O switch off, right?
Could be O switch off. Could be something as simple as like putting back a second copy of GIC so he doesn't get blown up by Grimtash. Could be any number of things to just maintain those marginal edges. Reid doesn't need to do anything flashy to win the game from here on out. He just has to maintain the damage that he's got going.
Did you just lose a GIC?
It was off the top.
Okay.
Fighting Cornhorn clears the droid. But again, Cornhorn goes to the lost pile. The droid just goes to the racks to come back again.
Corn is even going to take overflow there, right?
Moves Luke over. This one's still going to take a ping. Now the drain at Naboo. And that's it. But
There's Maul. I don't see any way that Bryan's characters survive this battle. That's a swing from Maul, two shots with the gun, 2 battle destiny.
Everything there is all the weapon destiny and battle destiny are +1 with Maul there.
All the good modifiers from Maul. He takes a gun off of Justice. Draws a 1. 1 and a 4, so pretty low, but he hit red. There's really with this result, he's getting everything off the table.
Who got hit for Reid?
Maul got hit.
Okay.
Sends all the guns back, all the droids to the racks. He lost 1 copy of Maul, but other than that, he's going to get all of those cards back into Life Force or back out onto the table.
He does Resilience Luke, but I think at this point it's a little late.
Yeah, I mean, you can't contest that. It's still 2 Destiny. 2 Destiny at the throne room. And doesn't, let's see, what's Invasion? The flip side of the objective lets you put the light side's interrupts that they draw for Battle Destiny out of play.
Yep. What did he draw? Oh.
More effective force loss potential for Reid. It's just, it's looking like the damage is really going to start to pile up. And the inability for Bryan to cause Reid's characters to leave his life force is, it's really starting to catch up.
Yeah. Like this turn, if he doesn't have something that is going to pretty much clear the throne room at this point, then you probably can.
Yeah, I mean, you could take the chance that maybe Reid's got no Gick, no other helpful red cards. Break Jin's cover and throw some other guys down with her. See if you can maybe cause some overflow there, but not looking good. That's like the Hail Mary play. But that might be with the point that he's at. There's such an uphill climb to plow through the stuff that's at the throne room already, the stuff that's going to go to racks and come back. Realistic.
Yeah. The cannons coming down, it's just swung the game at that point. It was, it was going to be uphill the whole way there.
Right. And that's not to say that was the wrong play from Bryan. He thought was an opportunity to clear out the flagship. I was kind of surprised that he didn't have the spin there. I think if he doesn't have the spin, maybe it is a little premature. He could have opted not to play it for some reason. He thought it was his best chance. Maybe he should have been a little more patient with regard to that play. Okay, so here's that Jar Jar going down with Luke. Jar Jar is very strong against the droids. The droids don't have any ability to add to the draw.
Just like in the movies.
So there actually is a decent chance here for Bryan to make some headway, but That looks like that's all he's got going down.
Who's with Jar Jar?
That's Luke.
Okay.
And does not even get the droid out of the way.
Jar Jar has not been effective on stream.
Jar Jar has got a pretty abysmal percentage. He draws a 2 for Battle Destiny, which gets placed out of play. Yeah, there's the yeah. Very nicely done by Reid. These are such a huge swing in this game. I think it was Reid probably looking for that card specifically to back him up in space. I wouldn't be surprised if that was his force push pull or if that was a first turn draw, because that was such a crucial card to the play that Bryan made to try and clear him out of space.
Right, because the only cards that can go to Naboo are Tantive and Rogue One, and Rogue One, low maneuver, and Tantive has just a 4 armor that nothing's going to add to or anything like that.
Yeah, and if you think about that turn, I mean, without the cannon there, even if Bryan does keep his ship alive, he's able to battle and get those draws through. He's going to start clearing some stuff out, and that stuff's going to remain on the table for subsequent battles. It's going to force Reid to reinforce the blockade flagship at a non-battle round system. It's going to force him to keep putting cards there and trying to hang with that battle. Attrition potential that Bryan's got. The fact that he was able to get rid of the entire ship and all 3 characters the first opportunity that he had, that was such a huge benefit to him. Took Bryan completely, it wasted his whole turn, took him off the board in terms of his ability to play the system. And I think we saw that game swing so early on in the game because of that laser cannon.
Yeah, I wanted to step away for a sec, but are we going to get these cards that they've been teasing us with?
I don't know. I would like to see the live pack opening under the camera. I think that would be sweet.
So if you guys have not seen Facebook yet, Rashowenthal did do the unpacking.
No way.
It's like 4 cards in the preview set.
All right, I'm going to step away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
have any results from the other Game 5 games? I'm the only person on here right now?
Looks like Brian Fred beat Jim Lee, but other than that, I can't help you.
Okay.
Also, I'm here. I'm just muted because I'm trying to fit dinner in now.
All right, I'm gonna step away for a few then, too.
All right, I've muted Jared. I don't know what he's doing over there.
There were kids running around earlier. I assume it has something to do with that.
Jared, if you can hear us when you get back, you got to unmute yourself. So, I mean, we saw another throne room for light there. We did see something different. But we're seeing the prevalence of light side mains on the what people feel are the best platforms for them. I'm surprised that it's throne room. I'm kind of surprised that we've seen 3 throne rooms compared to only 1 HITCO. Personally, I feel like HITCO is a little more solid, I guess. It's got a consistent activation of starting with 3 icons. Usually you're playing the Dock and Bay Puller. Got a lower activation ceiling, but it gets it out. It's its activation going consistently every game. I feel like it's a little bit of a surprise that we've seen 3 throne rooms and only 1 HITCO so far. But we do have a pretty small sample size of all the light side games being played.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen 4 out of how many games now? 120 light side games?
That was 5, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But we've seen 5 different light side players' decks out of 31.
That's true.
Plumber Tim is picking Fred to represent. Do we have some updated standings we can look at?
Well, while you were gone, I used inside Slack information to know that Brian Fred beat Jim Lee.
Ah, okay. Epic battle of first names.
Did you check out the Facebook? See that pack?
I did not. I was checking to see. I'm not too proficient with this OBS stuff. I was trying to see if I could get a window to show on stream. Let me play around with this again. I'd like to put it on stream if we could. Otherwise, it would be boring and just ask people to watch and follow along. Let's see what we can do here. Bill, are you there?
Yes.
So where am I going for this? Where was this video posted?
Oh, it's the Star Wars CCG page. It was my top story. I don't know about you.
I don't see it when I go to.
You know, I don't either.
Here we go. Maybe. I see Endor Grand Prix Team Tournament Round 1. There's some team tournament videos. Oh, is this... I see a video with Schoenthal. Is him standing in front of the Poe Dameron? Is that the one?
All right. Sure.
Yeah, that looks like it. Okay, so hold on. Let's see if we can do this here. Do this.
The marketing team worked really hard on these, and I'm pretty excited about it. Star Wars players. I'm here at the...
Okay, somebody in Twitch, walk me through this. I don't think this is what I wanted to add.
No, that seems wrong. I think the problem is that you are not the source computer.
Wait, I think somebody's doing something. Wavesman, are you Adam?
Yeah, that's Adam.
Adam, I don't think you understand the technical difficulties that we're dealing with here. We're using OBS, which I've never done in my life. Okay, looks like we're getting another game going anyway. We're gonna have to look to do this after the next game. I need to like add a verbal item to this list of item sources. We'll figure that out later. Okay, yeah, I got the plus sign. Oh, window capture? Or display? Okay, display capture. I gotcha. Oh, I just broke it. Oh, I see. I'm not going to do that. We're going to avoid doing that for now. We'll play around with that again after this game here. So it looks like we've got another map. And QMC. All right, I have a feeling this is Vikram because I know he's playing QMC. I mean, Adam, it worked, but I didn't have an option to go to a specific window. And I think I only have one browser display to go to. I was hoping to just add an item of one defined area. But we'll experiment with that later. So, unless anybody gave some info in chat. Now, it looks like we've got... who I suspect to be Vikram Bali playing QMC. And then we've got Map with You'll Be Dead. So I'm going to go out on a limb and... Yeah, Lenny Rubin? Okay, got it. Thanks, show. All right, Taco Bill, Jared, where you guys at?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, did you mute? I was muted.
Yeah, I muted you while you were working on some stuff. Some loud children noises coming from your.
Oh, really? I wasn't beating them or anything. Right? You don't have that on tape.
We've got Vikram Bali playing QMC. We've got Lenny Rubin playing Map with You'll Be Dead. 2 new players, 1 new deck for us to analyze here.
And it's Lenny. You think he won? Is he have 10? Is he have 10 victory points? Possibly. Who did he play in the last round? Do we know?
I don't know. Let's see.
Looks like he played Vikram last round too. Maybe. This is the 6th game, right?
Yes, this is game 6. I wonder, should I add that under here? Tabs for us.
It might make more sense that Vikram won, and then they both are
both 4-1.
Both 4-1. And I didn't hear from Chris. I don't know who won between Chris and Phil. One of them would still be undefeated. Did we see an agent?
I did not. I missed it if they chose one. If they revealed one. It's just, I can't imagine there's going to be multiples of a lot of different characters in here. So So
yeah, it might be Luke. Luke might be, you might have two EPP Lukes in here or something, or an EPP and a space Luke.
Yeah, I think. Oh, we're getting card by card from Vikram here. This is wonderful. We saw Lobot. We saw both of his ships. What was that? Hera. Inconsequential. It's a trap. Hujix, that's a good one. And Ray. Okay. Well done by Vikram. We appreciate that. So the early Hujix, I think, is actually going to give Vikram good options to play aggressively here. Lenny's going to try to hit for overflow one time. And if he can Hujix that and still maintain stabilized on the board, I think Vikram might be able to really take control of the game.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Bill. Or at least I can.
I hear you.
Man, I've been talking for like 5-10 minutes now. Just to myself.
I told you we couldn't hear you.
Well, before that, 5-10 minutes. I really don't know what mic I'm talking to right now. So, it's fun.
Do you have multiple mics?
Well, I tried to plug in headphones with a mic into my speaker, and that didn't let me talk. So I have a USB headset that I plugged in, but that didn't give me sound through the ears. So I put the earbuds back in, and I think I'm talking to the other mic, though. So I don't know. Anyway.
Well, we got you back at your current setup, so that's good. Here, Lenny goes for the shuttle and Kylo to Jakku. That's the only place he can go. But he's going to put that out. He's going to go through his used pile, pick a card. I assume he'll get the Saber as long as it was in his reserve deck. He's got You'll Be Dead. So we're going to see a third different variant on map so far.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was talking about is the map I played at the NPC starting Endor Shield, or it kind of feels like QMC is a bad matchup because you won't be able to cancel their drains. They could set up Menace Fades. They have a lot of guys that can just spread out.
Yep.
But with You'll Be Dead, that changes everything.
Yeah, I think You'll Be Dead gives the deck a little more fast damage and overall damage potential. Here you can see.
I'd agree that against QMC, you probably like the extra damage you get from You'll Be Dead.
Yeah, and it's a deck. It's against mains, You'll Be Dead is going to be less effective because you're not going to often have the Saber at the battleground site in your control phase to get the extra damage through. But against like QMC, where they're kind of doing their own thing, setting up board, trying to get to a number of different battleground locations, they don't have their own strong character base. That extra damage is really going to add up. But yeah, we see here. I'm guessing was that Doppeld Mitaka going aboard the.
It was, yeah.
Aboard the ship. So Lenny's able to get the first turn flip, although he didn't stack. Shouldn't he have stacked the interrupt?
He should have, yes.
It's still his turn? He still could if it's his turn.
No, he recirculated. So I think that was a misstep there. He forgot to stack his starting interrupt onto the effect there. I think he just realized. Vikram's going through looking for his battleground site with the QMC objective. Farmer Tim asking what's good against the map. Tim, we think QMC probably matches up really well against a lot of the map builds. I guess we're going to see that here and how this plays out. But QMC seems like a deck that if it can navigate that early damage, it sets up uncancelable drains due to the 7-side objective. Good at fishing out the cards that it needs situationally. So something like getting your one copy of your agent, or maybe you have 2 copies of your agent persona. You can fish those out of your deck as needed. If you can keep your agent alive, you might be able to get some celebration retrieval in. You've got aids to reduce their drains. You're able to keep up with the drain damage output that map has, as long as you can navigate this early game. You also have room for tech cards. Like I've seen a lot of QMCs playing 1 copy of Quite a Mercenary to cancel that Ellis, which is pretty backbreaking, depending on how many guys map was trying to fly across the board. Having the answer for that card and making those guys go lost is very strong. I think QMC is a deck that's got really good potential against map. Problem with QMC in general is that it always feels like it's about a turn behind. So you really have to play well to navigate the early damage that you're doing. Keep up a couple of icons to the dark side. You kind of left yourself positioned really strongly on the board, and you have to be able to overcome that at some point and flip the quick on. So we'll see if Vikram's able to do that here against one of the higher damage output with You'll Be Dead for Lenny.
Yeah, and that's why he's, flipping turn 1, trying to put as much pressure on him early as possible.
Yeah, 4 damage for free on turn 2. Or sorry, it's only 3 damage. Now it's 4 with the final going there. But just really strong early play from Lenny, trying to get some cards into the lost pile, and hopefully his early damage will carry him through to a point where he can just close it out later on in the game. Vikram's got a monster hand here. We saw that he had both ships in his opening hands. I'm not sure if he whiffed on finding Harksef, and that's why he drew. Yeah, it looks like there's Harksef in his hand. So he probably wasn't able to get Overseer and Hark down to Bestman turn 1. Lenny's using his second turn to drop Finalizer, get that drain of 2 and 2 going. There he goes, stacking the interrupt, and he's going to pick up a couple cards. Now, Lenny had been playing a couple copies of Fear in his deck. That's a card that contributes to this early pressure, high damage output version of map. I feel like it's not a very good card to be playing Fear. It's, what is it? 1 card from hand or 2 cards from reserve deck? Lost Destiny 2.
I think it's opposite.
2 from hand, 1 from reserve. I mean, whatever it is, I feel like it's such a marginal game in first loss that there's better options that you can be playing as a map player to just help you maintain board control and keep your free damage going. So we'll see if Lenny's still playing those Fears. He may prove me wrong and show how effective they are. Play it once, get it into your lost pile, stack it with the 7 side of your objective, and play it again. It can certainly add up to the damage output early on and force light side into some awkward positions or have them lose a key card off the top. But we'll have to see if Lenny kept those in the deck or not.
Yeah, especially against a deck like QMC, like we were talking about earlier about putting the pressure. That might be, a deck where those cards are, really good because you could put those extra 2 damage turn 1, turn 2.
Right.
If he had them early, but we haven't seen any in his hand. He had like 3. I think he was saying he was in Slack the other day talking, and a lot of people were kind of trying to talk him out of it. So maybe not talk him out of it, but there was a lot of debate about whether or not the cards were worth it.
Yeah, I remember talking about it briefly. I think you can just find more value in other cards. Even just taking a look at another Destiny 2 Lost Interrupt, like Close Call. Yeah, it's not going to give you your immediate damage output, but it's so good at keeping you on the board that if it keeps you out of sight to drain for 2 next turn, that's the same as Fear effectively. And I just feel like there's so many better options that you can play. So here's Vic he kind of drew up, did nothing his first turn, but it looks like he had enough to get this turn 2 flip. He's got Hark on Overseer to Bespin. Not really afraid of more ships from Lenny at this point. He has Lobot and was that Ray? I think it was Ray, and now he's going for the use pile search. So he's going to get a card out of the use pile. He's going to flip another card out of his force pile. He's eating a lot of damage, but he's setting himself up to flip that switch in the mid game. Have a better overall damage output. Maybe find his agent, keep some retrieval in. Kind of weathering the storm for right now.
Yeah, and if he can find Menace Fades this turn or even next turn, he's looking pretty good. And now Lenny has to do something to respond to it.
Yep, Menace Fades. You put Menace Fades on the table. You immediately save yourself 2 force next turn. And he gets to go through his use pile and force pile. So if it's anywhere in either of those 2 piles, you may want to go for that right now. We saw that he had home 1 in his hand, so if he can... It's a little risky to leave Harksef by itself up there, but if he's got something like a barrier or an alternative to fighting, he's definitely going to be safe. We know that map doesn't play a whole lot more than those 2 ships, especially that's not starting a my Star Destroyer. Maybe he's got a Zuckuss in there or a Mara Jaden ship. You have to have it in hand to come down, and you have to get through whatever defensive cards Vic has. Okay, so Vic goes with Celebration. That makes me wonder if he picked Ray as his agent. Either he knows he's going to get this retrieval through, or he's not thinking about the 7 side of the objective. And if Ray's not his agent...
It has to be Ray because he's back on the 0 side.
They fell back? Okay.
And Vic did have It's a Trap in hand that he showed us. I don't know if he saved 3 or not, but...
Yeah, well, so It's a Trap is going to save his guys at the sites, right? I don't think he has anything necessarily for the system, but he might not need it. He's going to peel 4 again this turn. And there's Pukumer. Pukumer's a little rough. But if he can keep some people at these sites, he can maybe sneak in a little retrieval next turn. Looks like he has a home 1 War Room out there. Camera. So we'll see how Lenny responds to this turn 2 flip from Vic.
Yeah, what Lenny wants to do is try to keep all the action on Cloud City while he just continues to do his damage. 2 and 2.
Yeah, especially before Menace Fades hits the table. That 2 and 2 is a lot.
Yeah, right.
In case you guys were curious, I figured out how my mic is set up.
Well, while you go into that, I'm going to go grab my laptop charger.
I'm going to decline to go in that in the best interest of everybody.
I'm actually not sure which mic, if it's my headphone mic or my laptop mic that I'm using either.
So that's what, Min Kainu coming down or Kirkanos?
Yep. I don't know, one of those guys.
It's like Min.
They all look the same to me.
There's that's one first order. I'm going to assume that that's the Yavin Sentry Shield.
Yeah. That all he has? Is that all he's coming down? He doesn't have anyone. Oh, okay. He's got the other.
Oh yeah,
trooper.
he's got plenty of stuff in his hand still.
I was just wondering that he paid for the trooper. I guess he like no Hux or Phasma.
You would think he would wait on those just so we can get more cards in his use pile, right?
Right. It's plus. It's also +1 for all these guys from the system.
Yeah. So who came down? There's FN.
Mine. We think it's mine. The
Destiny 4.
Okay, so Secret Plans came out with Menkainu.
Oh, okay. Then it was Minku. We weren't sure if it was him or Kier.
Yeah, it looks like Secret Plans is upside down. So Firepower is also out. Allegations of corruption. And blast points just now to get a blast
gun.
Yeah. So nobody was interested in the microphone details.
Literally no one, including myself.
I think we heard enough.
We're in conversation anyway.
Is that the? It's a trap. Okay.
Looks like you put it out of play too.
Okay, yeah, so that was the once per game front end putting It's a Trap out of play.
And that was Ray. He was trying to battle, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Ray. Vic went through his use pod last turn.
Yeah, and map's on the 0 side, so makes sense.
Yeah.
And
so this is a pretty decent situation for Vic here. He's, Lenny does a good job getting some guys onto Bespin. Not only does he pick up the Drain 2 at the North Quarter, which is the site you want to most contend over as the dark side player, and he got a blaster there. For Vikram, he keeps his agent on the table. He keeps Celebration in play. He's going to get to retrieve 2 of that. He has to sneak in a couple of drains, and he's going to have a pretty good force pile to go through and try to set up his own counterplay now. This might be where you see Menace Fades come out if he's playing it. And he'll shuffle some guys down and try to regroup. He's put out the Hujix in hand. Adam with some awesome instructions in chat, so we'll try to get that preview set pack opening video up after this game. Thanks for that, Adam. So Vic's got some choices here from his force pile. At some point, he's probably going to want to get out home 1 and start chasing around the finalizer. He may decide that that's his best move currently, but he really doesn't have much at the sites. He's at the risk of getting cleared out.
Yeah, he might want to make sure he gets at least a path of into his hand, something.
Yeah, or just getting some additional bodies down there. So it's not too easy for Lenny to come down and completely wipe him off the sites. He's going to want to try to protect Ray somehow. I don't know what Lenny's hand size is looking like. Okay. Moderate. So Vic's trying to figure out what all those guys do there. If he plays passively this turn against Lenny, he's facing down 7 damage next turn. So as good of a position as Vic was in as a result of that last turn, he's still got a lot of work to do. He's got to try to mitigate some of this damage. He's got to try to get more stuff onto the board, start moving around and contesting what Lenny's got going on. I don't know. It looks like he hasn't even decided whether he's going to play retreat. He's not going to retreat. Looks like he is going to throw some stuff down and maybe get into it at the North Corridor.
Who's there? Anybody who can shoot or no?
Well, there's the blaster, right? The blaster went on the Stormtrooper.
I don't. Oh yeah, there it is. No, I don't.
First Order Trooper.
Oh yeah, that second card. There's a blaster. Okay.
Yeah. So Captain Hera went down and got barriered. Now Lando Calrissian Virtual is coming down there as well. Is that Ayla Segura?
Looks like Lando and Hera.
Yeah,
and I didn't see the fourth one. Sorry.
I can't tell what it is. Just moving over.
I think it was Ayla, and then he moves over Lobot.
Lobot's good. He could react with somebody.
Yeah, Lobot's gonna fish somebody out of there.
It's fine. Still, you got to, he's gonna have something maybe to protect Ray. Otherwise, he's gonna get, back on the 7 side.
Right. This is for Lenny. It's a good opportunity to shoot at Ray. And, try to get her off the table and keep himself on the 7 side. Exactly.
Game 6 pairings were posted, but we still don't know who won the Game 5 games.
So I would guess Chris Kelly is the last undefeated.
He's playing Fred.
Because he's at table 1.
All right, so here comes a sniper from.
Oh, sniper's fun.
Yeah, I'm guessing at
Ray,
right? And there's a big called Mitaka.
Yeah, if he does it at Ray, he can do it again immediately, right? Because he could stack it and play it.
It's unique though.
Ah.
So if Vikram only has the 1 copy of Reid, it's gonna get a little tricky. He's not gonna be able to retrieve. And UMC is a deck that plays from behind, but part of the reason it can play from behind so well is because it relies on that celebration retrieval, maybe some Luke Skywalker V retrieval, or an off the edge that you play out of the lost pile with solo. You can see celebrations already out, but all of those options are going to be taken away from him. He can't get his agent back onto the table. Or, alternatively, he could clear Lenny off of what? He's got to clear him off of all the $1.
Yeah, that's not happening.
That's not really feasible. Yeah, so
he can't retrieve, but if he has Obi.
Yeah, so he can use Obi to get back his copy of Ray, but that's really the only option I see.
It looks like he has a leadership in his hand, so...
Okay, so maybe leadership for Obi, swap 2 cards, and put Ray far away from that stack of guys on Bespin.
Is that his hand?
I think so. He's got a pretty monster hand.
It looks like I put some cards back. Where'd that leadership go? I thought it was right there in the front.
Maybe that was his force pile that he was looking through. So Lenny's happy to just get Ray off the board, and then he moves over. Doesn't really want to fight.
I think he's still happy just draining for 2 and 2. I mean, that's what the deck does, right?
Yeah, with Ray off the board, I think that keeps him content to just run that damage through every turn.
2, 2, and then 1 from You'll Be Dead.
Yeah, and the additional 1 from You'll Be Dead. So even if Vic stays at the North Corridor, uses 1 to cancel the drain, he's still facing 5 to the face every turn. So from the chat, we think Obi may have been top deck. I think you're right. I think I do remember seeing Obi go off the top earlier. So that's going to restrict Vic's options here for getting back into the game through retrieval as one of his avenues. That means he's really going to have to aggressively go for some damage. Or
and block damage. I mean, he could cancel the drain on Cloud City. Like you said, he should probably get home 1 out, before it gets to the point in the game where it's too hard to get home 1 out.
Right. If he can get home 1 out and clear off the finalizer in a relatively quick fashion, which is going to be tough. There's 2 systems. Finalizer is just going to go back and forth. But if he could get Lenny into the position where he's got to pay for his drains, that might be an opening for Vic to turn the game around and get a higher damage output.
I mean, if he could chase him in space and just cancel the drain on Cloud City, then he's only doing the Kylo damage.
Kylo plus You'll Be Dead. That's still 3.
Oh yeah, plus You'll Be Dead. That's true. That's true.
Vic already lost at least 1 Hukumer. So
yeah, Hukumer went off the top.
Hukumer and no retrieval is going to be tough for him to drain Ray, so he may have to just aggressively go to all of his locations that he can.
Right, and Kylo is there by himself. Maybe he makes a play to clear off Kylo. You risk running into a close call or any number of things. Okay, so he tries to retrieve. Lenny tells him that he can't. Looks like Theron Net and Wedge going to the West Gallery. Go to the docking bay. Rough looking Destiny there. So, I mean, you can see everything Vic's putting out there. He's still not matching the damage output of Lenny. Even if they both just, sit tight where they are, Vic's managed to get his total damage output up to 4. Okay, so here goes Chewie. Chewie to Kylo. Making a desperation play here.
Still, he shouldn't swing. I mean, because he's going to be able to block this with the effect, and then he just doesn't have to swing at Chewie, and Chewie won't get Destiny.
Yeah, but also Lenny's got the sniper stacked, so
maybe he swings anyway.
I don't know.
Well, he can only use the sniper on his turn, right?
It's on his turn, yeah.
No, you can play the interrupts each turn, can't you?
You can play it on either. Can you only stack it on your turn?
Yep, pretty sure.
Okay. So, I mean, either way, we're going to see Chewie get snipered probably here in the battle phase or in Lenny's control phase. Oh, did he get? What happened here? Oh,
Did he do what I said? He declined.
he declined to swing, and just drew Destiny.
And there's True Destiny.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a no risk play.
Cancels a swing, keeps Kylo alive. Yeah.
I think this is going south real quick.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I mean, he's got that the one drain cancel from the north corridor, but it's still 5. And that's
Yeah, I mean, maybe he comes down with, space. Still, what's at the system? I mean, you come down with Akbar on the ship, 2 high destinies, but I mean, by this point, there's got to be close calls.
Command is stacked on there, so he gets that one. And there's Thrawn.
Back
Sorry,
on space.
BV.
There's somebody.
Yeah.
Whoever it is, he's got forfeit and adds immunity and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even if Vic was able to get some stuff there to start battling him, Lenny could probably outlast just forfeiting some guys and keeping the pressure on with his other damage. Very tough spot here. All this stuff on the board, and it's really trying to add it up earlier. He's got 4, even with the drain cancel. Lenny's doing 5. He doesn't even have to do anything else. But here he is. He's got a first order trooper coming down. There's Dr. E combo. And there's a gun on the first order trooper.
It's going to be a bad time for Wedge.
Yeah, bad time for Wedge. Vic's got the Hujix, but he's just getting, wiped off the board some more. And there goes Hux plus a youth search. Lenny's going to have, whatever answers he wants. So we'll use this opportunity to say that if you're in the thin area, they've got a super weekend coming up in July. We have exactly what weekend that is.
I don't think they know yet, but they usually do what? A regional and a states?
Oh no, Adam, where are the details, man? We've also got the U.S. Nationals in Atlanta coming up at the end of July. If you're looking at travel, that's going to be a good event. Put together by Rodo and Kessling and Jeremy DePaulo. It's a good group of guys down there. All right, so we got the battle with a trooper assault. Looks like Lenny's hoping that there's no Hujix in Vic's hand and he can just end the game right here. Hits Wedge, operates on him. Yeah. Vic's got the Hujix, but he still just scoops it looks like. Well played by Lenny. So, Plumber Tim, the answer to your question, nothing is good against Matt. I think Matt can struggle against different minis decks. Sometimes it just depends on who has the better early draw. or who can sneak in overflow. But we saw a pretty convincing win from Lenny here.
I think mains can do all right against it. And, you know, if they carry some space, Tandem's a really good card.
Yeah, you see a lot of decks running Tandem or Fly Casual to pull it, so you can guarantee it a little bit early. You know, any light side deck, the maps that aren't starting Crush, Clash is still a really effective tool to dealing with all of their little guys, or removing somebody like Kylo from the battle. The space in a non-alert version like this, you could definitely whittle that space down.
Yeah.
It's got, you know, the map's a really strong deck, but it's
Diplo might be an okay matchup. I don't know.
Yeah.
Depends on the build. Also, Diplo.
Diplo is another deck that has to play from behind. So, you know, that's one where, depending on how quickly that damage comes and whether or not Dark can close the game out early, I think that's another deck that struggles with the same slow speed aspects that QMC seems to struggle with. Jared, do you have any insider info on what Chris Kelly's playing for his dark side deck that you're able to share?
Means.
That's a surprise.
I can tell you that he's playing a bad card in it that he texted me about this morning. I think he apologized and still added the card. So
I think he really did like that Coruscant CRB, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was playing that. I know he was fooling around with a couple different dark decks leading up to the tournament. All right, so let's see if we can find this here. gonna be able to get this to work?
Hello, Star Wars players. I'm here at the Endor Grand Prix with my good buddy Poe Dameron here, and we have a special surprise for you all. We have our
Seems like it was a fine try.
5-card preview set in a very special foil wrapper. The marketing team worked really hard on these, and I'm pretty excited about it. So I'm going to open it up. I'm not going to spoil the text. I'm going to let some of the players that were here do that. But I'm gonna show you what's in here and show you some of the cards.
Throwing the towel on that.
If I can get into it.
Are you doing it?
Maybe, but I still can't get the sound.
It's been a while since I've opened a fresh.
Oh, you know why?
Pack of cards. It feels good.
I do not know why.
So for our preview cards, we have
the sound. Hold on. If we do this, I might end up breaking everything else, but let's see.
Hello, Star Wars players. I'm here at the Endor Grand Prix with my good buddy Poe Dameron here, and we have a special surprise for you all. We have our 5-card preview set in a very
I think it is working.
Foil.
I can't hear it, but I think Twitch Chat can hear it.
The marketing team worked really hard on these, and I'm pretty excited about it. So I'm going to open it up. I'm not going to.
So I don't know what he's saying, but we're watching Chris Schoenthal open this preview set.
What's in here?
Shiny pack of new cards coming out.
If I can get into it.
Yeah, Schoenthal, I did that on purpose.
Oh man, it's been a while since I've opened a nice fresh pack of cards. It feels good. So for our preview cards, we have.
Can you guys hear the sound in Twitch chat?
Flip this camera here. We got the first order special.
All right, we've got our first order
nice
special forces tie.
Nice special art that was done for the card, so that's pretty cool. We have a Rose TIGIH from
from
The Last Jedi.
5.
We have Knights of the Old Republic, which was
Knights of the Old Republic.
Spoiled
Lost
for
Destiny
the players
5.
here at
Something
Endor
to do with
when Jerry Darcy and
Episode 1 Jedi.
Doug Taylor received their awards for all the service they've provided to this game.
Download a lightsaber.
We have Shizor's Palace Sewer.
Shizor's Palace Sewer.
Location card. And we have a special foil.
And General Kenobi, oh baby.
So,
hello there.
These
Jedi
are
Council
all
member
the
and a
preview
leader.
cards that were in that special foil pack that
all
we
right,
got.
that was pretty sweet.
So thanks to the graphics
I hope
team
you guys
and
in Twitch chat
team
can hear it.
for all their work putting those together, and look forward to some excitement about these on the forums. So I hope you're enjoying your day, and stay tuned.
Cool
if you're interested, you can go check out our stream at twitch.tv/SWCCG.
Some pretty cool artwork. I guess showing
it might be PC, it might not.
Text from us.
In any case, hope you join us and check out more results and fun stuff happening here at Endor on the forums.
All right, we're gonna
What happened?
I want this back up. Okay, hold on. I hope that fixed it.
Communication disruption can mean only one thing.
Invasion.
Yeah, someone's playing Invasion.
Okay, I think we're back with sound. Sorry, guys. Hope you were able to check out that video from the show and tell, although you may have watched the whole thing without sound, so I apologize.
So, do we see text or no?
No, they only showed the pictures. There was a dark side first order tie. Looked like a 3-dot tie. There was Rose Destiny 5. There was Knights of the Old Republic, used or lost interrupt for light side Destiny 5. There was a General Kenobi.
That's it, right?
Yeah, hold on. Now I'm getting.
Wait, was there? It wasn't someone else? No.
I'm getting text from people at the. Apparently, they're upset that they can hear us coming from the laptop.
Wait, they can hear us now, right?
They can. No, I guess at the actual event, they can hear us from the PC. Okay, so we're kind of going into game 7 shortly. So hold on, I'll try to fix this for everybody. Turn this down. That may have solved the issue, but I need Twitch chat to confirm that they can still hear us.
No, it's gonna take a few.
Yeah. Let's just keep talking because I gotta make sure. So, does anybody have stand for going into Game 7? Did those get posted in the forums?
No. Well, let's see. Let me check.
Okay, I think we're all good now. I think we are back up and running. More volume and the volume coming out of the PC.
Someone says they could hear, but really quiet. Well, there's no sound, so if there's no sound, how are you answering us?
Yeah, are the voices really quiet now, or what? Let me do this. That might have improved it a little bit. So we're going into Game 7.
Yes. Wait. Yes. What? What's the answer now?
I think that was yes. That improved it. I tweaked something. I turned up the audio coming through from 80% to 100%.
Okay. Oh, that's what. Yeah, and that's what was screwing us up before when we were at like 20%.
Yeah, basically what I've learned today is don't try to do anything helpful on stream. All I wanted to do was show that video of Show and Fall opening the pack. I guess I screwed up everything. The real DVD Rots has joined the chat. Is that you, Vic? Vic, were you watching the Twitch app on your phone while you were playing your game? Because that's I think that's legal. Adam, we tried it, but got the video up. I think there was no sound. Not gonna bother trying with that again. It was pretty cool though. I would recommend checking it out on the Star Wars CCG Facebook. You can check out the pack opening from Chris Schoenthal. Get a look at a couple new cards. I don't think Jared, I don't think I finished going through the whole list with you. There was also Zizer's Palace Sewer, I believe was the dark side site. I guess it's possible the light side site. And what else? The General Kenobi. 5 cards in there.
It was 5 cards?
It may have been 5. What did I say? There was a TIE Fighter. There was Knights of the Old Republic.
TIE, Rose, Knights of the Old Republic, Kenobi, Sewer.
Yeah, so 5 cards. It looks pretty sweet.
Yeah, I like the Rose. I think that's going to be a good card for light side.
Are you able to tease us with what the flavor of the text is? We didn't get to see any of the text from both.
Well, do they have the text there? I mean, they have the full cards, right?
I don't know. Are you just worried about spoiling it?
Like getting in trouble? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm making an executive decision here. You can tell us what Rose does generally, but don't go into specific things.
All right. She's actually she has really unique stats. Let me at least give you her stats.
We saw this with Destiny 5.
Yeah, Destiny 5, I like that. Power 1, ability 2, deploy 1, forfeit 2.
Okay, that's really interesting.
Yeah. And what do you think she should do? Because based on the Last Jedi,
she does something with Finn, probably. Oh, you know what would be interesting? If she does some kind of battle damage reduction that gets around not being able to play Pujix. Because that's a popular dark side strategy right now.
What is that like thematically?
Thematically, there's some kind of sacrifice that she could make to prevent all battle damage. Sacrifice.
No, she does do something with Finn.
Okay.
Which is more the flavor text.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble here.
Well,
I should just, this is why Deck Tech used to exist. So I could just go in there anonymously.
You could post as the hoagie.
And then I could be like, and then I come on here. I was like, oh, somebody just anonymously posted this on Deck Tech.
Well, Vic, if you're still hanging out in chat, yeah, we were talking about that matchup early on and just who was favored. We thought maybe QMC would have a chance depending on cards that it included in the list. If you're playing Menace Fades, that kind of do a strategy game plan to go towards. But if you don't have Menace Fades in there, it's definitely a very different approach that you have to take. And the speed that Lenny was able to build his board at you, I don't know what he could have done. I don't think we played it poorly necessarily. Just seems like a really rough matchup. You're facing 4 damage from turn 2 on. You've got to try to find a way to come from behind on that. Keeping your agent on the table and fighting that uphill fight to retrieve some force and better position yourself on the board. It's just such a tall order of the deck that has a lot of guys, has a lot of power, has some guns to go with it. and it's just hitting you for 4 every turn. Yeah, protecting the agent was key there. I think an underrated play by Lenny was when he used Minkainu to put your It's a Trap out of play. Because if you play It's a Trap, you can't a battle right on the table. Your next turn you could have retreated 2 with the trips. It's a Trap still on top of your lost pile, and that would have been a card you get back. I think that was a nice play by Lenny to put it out of play and remove that as a possibility. Yeah, pathing away, keeping Ray alive, or out of the line of fire, I think was probably a better play in hindsight. Taco Bill is tapping out. Jared, it looks like it's just you and me.
No problem. Still here. Have any word on the results of the last rounds? Last round?
No. I was just looking, and I haven't seen any updates yet. Let's look at some of the other matchups that we had going on that past round. Will Krueger against Charlie Arlandson. Jim Lee versus Steve Harpster. Ross against Kessling. I have no idea what the standings are for these people. Chris Kelly versus Brian Fred. So you said Chris was still undefeated, or Chris had one loss?
It looked like, yeah, it looks like he won his game because it's table 1. It looks like he beat Phil.
Okay.
In game 5.
Okay, so going by table order, it looks like our standings are something like Chris Kelly, Brian Fred, Lenny, Rubin, Vikram, Bali, which is the game we watched, Bryan, Mischke, and Joe Olson,
Phil,
Chris Gogolin and Reid Smith, Jeremy DePaulo and Phil Aasen.
Phil only lost one game though, so it's weird that he's got. I guess all those people are have only lost one. Reid, Chris.
There some interesting pair downs too, because that's games.
Yep.
So depending on how the sides broke out, you might have some people being paired up and paired down.
Right, as you get the tables get lower, the more it's not necessarily representing the standings.
Yeah, especially in the even numbered games.
Well, looks like Chris is doing well, undefeated, and it depends on his game with Brian Fred, but looking pretty good for a day 2 for him. I'm sure he's gonna. if I just jinxed him, listen to this, but five, winning the first 5 games. How many people are there? 30 something.
31.
Okay.
So if you win the first 5, you're gonna have a very strong strength of schedule.
Right.
There's so many combinations of how finishes though. I have no idea to figure out if a 5-3 will make it or not. But if you start out 5-0, you figure you have a decent shot of being the best 5-3.
Right.
Ends up being the case. All right, looks like we got some action on the table.
So there's Goodenham and Hunt Down.
All right, so we've got Jacy Smith versus Joe Phillips. So you can see heading for the medical frigate for the there's Goodenham deck. Didn't see a starting interrupt for Hunt Down, so it could be 12 card, could be 3 effect. Don't see a starting interrupt on the table.
Yeah, I believe I played against this deck in the OCS and lost to it. JC's Hunt Down.
Jacy wasn't playing 12 card.
I don't. I'm trying to remember. I didn't think it was, but it's possible. I was playing Yavin 4 Ops.
The legendary Starfighter Yavin 4 Ops.
Yeah, that deck.
So look for some starting effects here from Joe Phillip. Be interested to see if he has insight for honor in this matchup. This could be very similar to the build of There Is Good in Him that Harpster and Wirfs have been playing the last couple of events and in the OCS. Looks like it might be because you're seeing Rebellions Are Built on Hope, Insurrection. Looks like he's deciding on a third effect. And he's wackling. Oh, maybe sending something back for insight.
I think you really want that extra force, from when they come down. With an Imperial potentially turn 1.
Yeah, I don't know that I would start Rebellions Are Built on Hope. I know you probably have a 2-1 system, but I might be happier with Wackling. Just guaranteeing that +1 activation.
Even walking over Insight, because Insight you're not guaranteed. You get honor, you're not guaranteed that they're not going to get no escape.
Yeah, but if you're playing Insight for honor, I think you got to start.
Well, if you're playing it, yeah, I guess that's true. If you do have it.
Yeah, if you are playing it, I think you got to start it. So I suspect this is just 12 card Hunt Down from Jacy because we haven't seen starting interrupt anywhere in the picture here.
Right.
So 12 cards, I mean, it's going to give him that much better of a chance to opening hand than Imperial. I guess you need specifically need Emperor to go down first turn, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Emperor, Mara, Tarkin.
Tarkin, yeah.
Krennic. There's a decent amount of Imperials that are going to be enough.
Yeah, if Joe doesn't pull Professor, you still have the option to go Blizzard 4 into a Vader, and then put Blizzard 4 out of play. I think is probably worth it as the hunt down player.
Yeah, you should probably pull Professor or.
Yeah, I would think in this matchup, yeah, Goldenrod. I think in this matchup you go Grabber Goldenrod like during the activate phase. Jacy goes through his activate phase. Nothing yet from Joe. You see, he's got Wisa, a Clash. Looks like maybe a Speak in his hand too. So it could be off to a good start with his activation. It's Grabber from Jacy. Joe's going through and looking for the Boss Nass Chambers. Is that a docking bay? Okay, so he has the Boss Nass Chambers and Mon Calamari. Is that a docking bay on table? I'm so confused.
Yeah, why?
Why did he just played a Lisa to get a docking bay? I'm so confused as to what happened. He had Boss Nass Chambers in his hand and picked up a docking bay. I don't know what's going on there. Looks like Jacy had the bridge in hand. Joe does go for a grabber, but he does not go for Professor or Goldenrod. I'm still so confused about that top docking bay. What happened? Did he think he was pulling the 2-2 out of his deck? Okay, there's a Mara. So good opening hand for Jacy. He gets the bridge, he gets Mara, uses his first turn to put Mara there, shut down all of activation. We're going to see Visage hit both players. So a late secret plans. I'm not really sure what happened there either. Visage, hallway from hand for Jacy. Looks like a speak for Joe. I hope that wasn't the speak from his use pile. So confused what's going on. Okay, so he gets 3 force for Joe on his first turn. Pretty rough. We're going to see, I guess, that docking bay come from his hand. The 2-0 come from his hand.
Shouldn't he only be getting 2 force?
Oh, right. He doesn't have Walkling. Yeah, so maybe that's only 2.
Okay. And did he have honor? Because he didn't. He should have ditched it before he activated. If not,
yeah, he hasn't played it out yet. So he's looking for another docking bay. 2-2's in there. I need some kind of a post-game answer to what happened with that opening hand Wisa and why he ended up putting that docking bay out of there. I guess he's looking for a docking bay. He doesn't see one. Oh, there it is. Just kidding. There's the home one docking bay. Okay, there's honor in his opening hand. I mean, you definitely want to start walking if you're going to opening hand the honor. All right, so he moves Luke over. Luke gets captured via the objective. That turns on all of his activations.
and we saw a speak, but he hasn't played it, so he may have activated the.
Yeah, we presume that out of force that there was probably a Jedi Council chamber in there. One of the why he wanted to check for the docking bay. But it looks like it wasn't the card he drew either. So from his
yeah.
stops visage damage for a turn at least. So, not sure this is the right play necessarily, but Joe uses his Rebellions Are Built on Hope pull to get profundity. If we're maybe that is the Jedi Council Chamber in his hand. Did he draw it? If the Jedi Council Chamber was the one card that he recirculated, probably should not have shuffled the reserve deck just there. Yeah, now he's activating more on this next turn. There's no guarantee that it's going to be in the reserve deck next turn when he plays this speak. There's Blizzard 4. Still no gold guard on the table. Blizzard 4 is going to be here for free. There's Lord Vader. And Saber come out most likely. We do have I Am Your Father on the table. That Saber's coming from hand. Vader gets out and picks up Luke.
Yeah, and that stops all the damage that was being done to Muzak, between Visage and the objective damage.
Yep. Jacy was facing 3 at the end of the turn there if he wasn't able to get a Vader out, but like you said, he flips his objective, stops Visage from hitting himself, stops the 7 side of Joe's objective from hitting him for 2. And he's got a pretty good hold on the docking bay. A lot of power and 2 saber swings. Goes back up to 10 this turn. Has honor out, so he's not going to get hit by. Oh, no escapes on the table.
No escapes on the table.
Yeah, I didn't even see that.
So, I just noticed it now too.
So Visage is paying him. Yeah, really, really good start for Jacy. 12-card hand. Looks like he got some pretty strong draws in there. Between the Bridge, the Mara, the Blizzard 4, the No Escape, and I Am Your Father. Have a lot of the stuff that he would want in his early game, especially for this matchup.
Yeah, it's a good example of showing why this is probably a advantage towards hunt down.
Yeah.
Because when it gets a start like that, it's hard to come back from.
Maybe we misread Joe's hand. Maybe he doesn't have the speak at all.
I thought I saw it too. But...
Looking for a docking bay. Trying to see what he has in there so he can come up with a game plan here.
Yeah, Joe's going to want, a clash. Sorry about the mess. Try to get maybe Luke back in the battle. Things like that.
Yeah. His deck's probably not built around navigating this early drain pressure from Jacy without just fighting him at the docking bay. So we might see him try to build up his hand, build up his force pile until he's able to go down there. Jacy's in a good position to let the game develop slowly like that. He's going to pay 3 to drain for 2. He's got Visage coming through now that No Escape's on the table.
And the other thing you could do, you could always try to get Jin down to there and play to the battle planes.
Yeah. Pulls out the Hujix with the Escape Pod We're Doomed combo. Okay, there's the speak, I guess. and he's gonna draw. Probably start setting up that force pile, seeing if he can get some of those strong battle interrupts into hands. Probably he doesn't have any characters with lightsabers in his hand. He's probably looking for some EPPs. Get those clashes, and sorry about the message going on. He draws up his whole force pile, so it looks like he's struggling to find what he wants here. He's gonna have to toss a card to Visage. He's gonna be facing this drain of 2. And Jacy's gonna be content to just spend the force to drain, maybe throw another character down to the docking bay, and probably just pick up and save. Not getting a ton of force. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, only 9. Is that right? But yeah, definitely still gonna pay to drain. Knowing that Joe drew up his entire force pile last turn, he may be content to pay to drain and draw. He doesn't feel pressured to back that up. He's still got like 20 power there and 2 swings. So yeah, that's what he does. He pays the drain, picks up a couple, saves a couple, pays the upkeep for Blizzard 4. So now Joe's got some healthy activation going. 13. But it would have been, if he had the characters in hand, could have put Jacy in a little tougher spot by just saving a couple force behind. So let's see if this is the turn for Joe, or if he plays it safe for one more turn.
Yeah, you got to presume he has the cards now. It's just that he might not have the force to play everything he wants.
Yeah, like think about this turn. If he like draws 2 or 3, the rest, assuming he's actually got the guys in hand that he's representing, that puts Jacy in somewhat of an interesting spot. Jacy would like to have some more activation on the table because the rest of this game only activating 9. It's going to put him in an awkward spot when he's choosing to drain or drawing some cards or putting stuff back on the table to replenish the things that he's losing from battling. So I think Joe could make a nice play here by only drawing a couple and saving the majority of his force and really representing a strong play. His options for coming down this turn, he's going to get down 2 characters. I don't know. Okay, so he's going to go for it. Probably going to see this Obi, EPP Obi.
Yeah, we know he has the Hujix at least. So
yeah, he's got the Hujix. If he's got more characters in hand to follow this up, then I don't think it's bad to try. Maybe you grab a force field or something. Maybe you clear a couple of things in your saber swings and draw. At some point, you're just gonna have to grind through the characters that hunt down into the site. It's not terrible. I just don't know. Depending on what's in his hand, I don't know. I may have waited one more turn and come down with just a huge amount of characters. I think he has exactly enough to still play the Clash. He's swinging at somebody. You have to assume Vader because Mara's got no immunity. He just wants to get Vader off the table, make it that much easier to get his Luke back later on. Jedi Levs. And Jedi Levs the Padme, and it turns into a 1. Jacy swings back. I'm guessing that's a miss, even with Lord Veer's text.
That's pretty good for Joe.
What's that?
That's pretty good for Joe because he may be able to keep one guy here this turn. Survive the battle. And
he's got a. Sorry, I just got the logged out team viewer, so I'm gonna pull this back up. Yeah, that was a force field. Looked like the force field went through for Jacy.
Didn't grab it. Let's see.
He didn't grab it. I think he's sitting on the 2 to play the clash.
On the clash. It kind of telegraphs that right now, too.
Yeah, I think you just bite the bullet and grab force field because that's going to be such an annoying card throughout the rest of the game. Okay, so there's the clash. I guess that was Mara who swung first, so he clashes Vader. Draws low again. But yeah, I like the play from the perspective of he's not burning his HITCO now, right? So he's gonna get to keep a character with another swing and another destiny draw for next turn. Vader's not going to be involved in the battle until the end of Joe's next turn. So Jacy's going to have to be careful battling here if he decides to battle at all.
There's no force saved here, so first strike and a decent hand could be GG here.
Yeah, it's certainly an opening here for Jacy if he's got first strike.
But Joe was behind. He probably had to take the chance anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's not. We're still only looking at 9 force from Jacy. I don't know. Did he have anything saved coming into this turn? He's probably got maybe 1 save, so he's got 10 force.
I mean, it's enough for Maul.
Enough for Maul. Yeah, there's Maul. If he has something like Menace probably. So that's a pretty good turn. As a Destiny adder, yeah, no first strike, but looks like he's going in for the battle. He's got the benefit of Vader being safe, given the fact that he's excluded. He's going to try to burn this HITCO out of Joe's hand. Joe gets fortunate lightsaber swing against Maul there. So he's going to end up clearing and burning the HITCO. It's not a bad outcome for Joe overall. The Destiny draw doesn't really matter. He's still going to clear everything.
Yeah. And he's going to get Visage working for him again.
Yep.
And Vader is going to be safe a turn here.
Yep.
Keeps Vader sideways as a courtesy. Let him know that he's still clashed. I like keeping him. I like trying to make my opponent forget. Checking, no updates from the last round still.
So there's Qui-Gon to the docking bay. know Jacy's got a sniper floating around in his deck. I'm not sure that he would play 2 copies of sniper. Joe just trying to position himself. He goes with the Obi instead of the Qui-Gon. Joe just trying to position himself to run some more characters off the table when Jacy comes down to fight him. It looks like he might have another Clash in his hand. Okay, so he goes Obi and Padme. Padme blanks Vader's text. Would be helpful for just getting him off the board. Maybe making it less likely that Vader's able to hit with a lightsaber.
Can't see how many force. He's probably got 2 saved there, I would guess.
I would imagine 2 saves so he can get the Clash down. This light activation is what's limiting Jacy's ability to have taken control of the game. Jacy looks like he accelerates for Tarkin's bounty. Was that on Vader to get a force pile search? Jacy's in a little bit of a tough spot here, right? There's a good chance Vader's leaving this table pretty soon. He hasn't really been able to activate enough force to back up the docking bay sufficiently. Joe's done a good job of using the characters he has in his hand to grind through the characters that Jacy's put out there.
Yeah, it's curious what card he's looking to pull with the Tarkin's bounty, or you know.
Right. Yeah, he's got such a limited force pile and using 3 of it to go get the Tarkin's bounty. I'm not sure. Even if you pick up like a force field here, it's not going to keep Vader alive.
You know, maybe a Clash.
Yeah, if he's got the.
But you still need another. Yeah, like I say, still need another character there. Or yeah, your being, whatever it's called.
Or he could have been going for the sniper as well, I suppose. moves Vader over to Chief Trippa's hut. Gonna take a turn to kind of regroup here. Looks like he saves a couple.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not like they don't have a drain there. They drain for one.
Yeah, pay 3 to drain for 1 if he really wants to. It is gonna take the pressure off Joe by quite a bit because now he can take a turn. He's got the activation advantage, so he can take a turn to put a guy down, draw some cards, and keep a force pile in reserve for next turn following. Play for Jacy, but Joe definitely will appreciate the pressure coming off a bit. Okay, so Joe takes the downtime provided by Jacy to throw Profundity to Mon Calamari. Like 3PO to the JCC. Okay, so Lone Profundity. I wonder if maybe he's got a barrier in hand or something to keep Profundity safe. Is that Maul's Sith Infiltrator in the lost pile for Jacy? Maybe Joe's just banking on the fact that Jacy's not getting a lot of force to work with. Probably doesn't have enough to come down with some ships. I'd be surprised if Joe's making this play without a barrier or something in his hand. Simple tricks to stop the drain of the non-battleground. He's not at risk of draining him for 3 at the Chief Trippa's hut. So Jacy's got to figure out what he can get to the docking bay to simply move Vader over. Okay, so he's coming down with Fett. Super Fett. Imagine he has somebody else he's definitely aware of. Sorry about the mess and Clash that are going to be a big problem. if he puts anything else down with Fett, or just moves Vader over and has the two of them there. A lot of red cards that can ruin his day.
You gotta think he didn't have any space cards in his hand, because he could always waited on the ground, but he might not get the chance to attack a lone ship again.
Right. So I'm assuming that's a virtual Grand Admiral Thrawn that he backs up Fett with, and then he moves Vader over. Just getting some bodies to the docking bay, some extra forfeit, and having Thrawn there helps. If Vader gets excluded from the battle in any way, he's going to have an Imperial still at the docking bay who can capture Luke and provide a second Battle Destiny draw. One Battle Destiny draw for having 4 ability there if Vader ends up leaving the table, and the additional Destiny draw with Fett. So not the most impressive reinforcements, but we'll see if Fett sticks around and can add to the Destiny draws there at the docking bay. Here comes Qui-Gon. So now Joe's looking at 2 Saber Swings and a Clash. This could be a good battle for him. I'm going to go for the Clash first. And if you go for the Clash first, it takes Vader out of the battle, but I feel like that I don't know that you want to do that. It's going to take away your ability to Vader.
Did he? I thought he initiated battle. So is he doing this as his first action in the battle? Because otherwise, he probably should have did it before the battle.
Right. If you're gonna clash, you should do it before. Okay, so maybe he backed it up. It looks like maybe he
Okay.
clashed and then battled.
And now he's battling. Okay.
Did he clash Fett? Yeah, so he clashed Fett. It goes for a swing and hits
Thrawn.
So right, Vader's got no immunity. He hits Thrawn. Vader's gonna die to attrition. I may get hit by the saber. That's another force loss. Vader gets hit.
possible Dark loses a little overflow here. They drew a 7. 5.
Yeah, I think Late's gonna. Yeah, there's a stack. So Late won the battle, so it's gonna be.
I think it's just one overflow. I think it's like 18 to 17 or something like that.
Okay, what's Virtual Throne's power? Is he
2? I think. Oh no, he's a 4. He's a 4. So you're right. So.
He's a 4. Yeah.
Yeah, so 17, right? Vader's 6.
Lord Vader's a 7, right?
18. Is Padme at 4? Otherwise, I feel like they should have tied. She's
Padme's a 3.
3. So it shouldn't have been. Power 5 for Obi, power 6 for Qui-Gon. That's 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, and 5 is 19. Okay, so 19 to 18 was the power.
Adam, if you give me an email address somehow, I'll invite you to our Google Hangout. So Joe backs up Qui-Gon and Luke with Lando. Still content to leave Profundity by itself at the system.
Yeah, because he knows if Jacy drops a Vader, it captures Luke, and he's getting at least 3 Battle Destiny there with Boba Fett.
Yep.
Emperor and Force of Vader would be even better because you can cancel Lando's text there. Ellis to Cloud City.
So he gets Fett out of harm's way over to the downtown plaza. Picks up a drain of 2 in the process. Joe's gonna have to come fight this. He has Qui-Gon and his Lando at the docking bay. See if Jacy's gonna add something to back up Fett here. Okay, there's the Emperor.
Wait, when did he Ellis him?
Oh right, Insurrection's out.
the wrong time, right? It was like control phase.
Yeah. This we're in an illegal game state. The Ellis should have been restricted. He could still make that move from the docking bay to the downtown plaza, but it can only be done during Jacy's move phase.
Right.
So yeah, he should not be able to. I guess the result is still the same.
Did he drain?
Except, I don't think so. But he also, he would have to commit to deploying Emperor to the downtown plaza before he knows what his Ellis destiny is going to be to get
right.
that.
The reason I thought of it is because I'm like, all right, so now what is he worried about? All right, he's worried about a neighbor, and I'm like, would he be playing neighbor in that deck? I'm like, no. I'm like,
Probably,
wait a second.
So, okay, so timing mistakes aside, Joe's still maintains damage lead. He's got the free drains. He's got an opportunity to spread out on the board. He's going Cornhorn. He's going to cancel Visage.
Chantal's saying there's about 15 minutes left in this round.
Okay.
Is he like available? Can we ask him for some updates?
So Anakin backs up Cornhorn at the Hollow Theater, trying to pick up an extra green of 2 for Joe. As long as he can sit comfortably at Mon Calamari with that profundity, he's going to be pushing across 5 damage next turn. Jacy pays to drain. Not sure how low on life force Joe is. But without Visage on the table, I don't think Jacy's at the point he can just try to finish, squeak through with enough damage. Joe's just got such an overwhelming damage lead, and he's doing it for free.
Yeah, with no Visage, and the Luke Retrieval, he's pretty much doing 1 damage.
Well, Luke Retrieval's not in play because Luke's not alone, right?
Yes, that's correct. I forget about that text.
It's still 5 coming through. 5 damage coming through. Because here goes Choke Vader to the Hollow Theater.
Who's there? Oh, it's Anakin and...
Anakin and Cornhorn.
Okay.
Looks like Vader got his saber.
Vader and Anakin at the meditation chamber, or the Hollow Theater.
Hollow Theater, just like in the movie.
Right. And try and choke Anakin? Does he have this destiny track?
I don't know. I know he went through and looked at his destinies prior to the battle.
He only has 1 in reserve, so then he either missed a choke and tried already, or he just doesn't have enough for it.
Mm.
It's just a 1.
Yeah.
Anakin may stay. I don't know.
So
does he decline and Strand Vader?
Yeah, it looks like he just declined. He's leaving Vader with his saber stuck at the Holo Theater. Looks like we did see a barrier in Joe's hand. He's only got 2 cards. It looks like Joe is pretty low on life force. But he's still, pushing through that damage. He's got 3 coming this turn. He's saving a lot of cards behind. Not really sure what's going on here.
Fact that he left Vader stranded there makes you think that now he remembers that insurrection is on the on table and Vader would be stuck there.
Yeah.
And he can move Luke now, so he's alone and he can retrieve and he doesn't have to worry about hunt down.
There's a Maul going down to the docking bay. Just throwing him right into Qui-Gon, who's going to draw 2.
Yeah, plus Lando's destiny, plus Lando's power. So you have to think he's got something to get Qui-Gon out of the battle, perhaps.
Two more damage coming through the brains. Was that a battle, or sorry about the mess?
Looks like a battle.
Yeah, it looks like they're in the battle. Qui-Gon almost managed to hit Maul with the your insight serves you well, tracking 1, but I think it was still a miss. Huge draws there for pretty terrible draw. Okay, but the Gick. Jacy away from too much battle damage. There's the sight. Luke slides back over to lock down a battleground site again.
You know, he could pick Vader up into his hand, can he? Is that on this side of the objective?
You're right. I believe that's on the 0 side, right? Let's see. Pull that card out.
He's going to go down there with P59. He's probably got that 7 track, so. Oh, and he's barriered. Should be not so bad. Well, he already used that kick, so.
So there's the battle. Swing looks good. P59 can't shoot, but it looks like he draws the 7, like you said. Tracked. Actually, P59 ends up winning that battle. 11-7. That's pretty big. What if Joe has much of a hand left? Looks like he's very low on life force. I don't know if he's got coming down. Now, this would be the time for Vader to get picked up with the objective text, you'd think.
So he picks him up. The Saber would go lost automatically, or does it say cards on him?
Cards on the owner's use pile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and there's a game.
Yeah, Joe was just out of had no guys in hand and very little life force. That was certainly an interesting game. I thought Joe was going to be able to take control of the battleground sites and close it out once he got Luke back. But Jacy made some plays, some of them of questionable legality, such as Ellising in his control phase or deploy phase or whatever that was. But he definitely was able to maneuver a nice recovery after giving Luke back.
All right, I'm going to step away for a few.
All right, so Schoenthal is going to provide us with the victory points going into the final round. I think we're just about at the point where time is going to be called for this round. right, looks like we might be getting started with game 8 here. The last game of the day. All right, so we're looking at both sides setting up send.
All right, I'm back. Do we know who's playing?
But I suspect is Batmouse at the event? Because this looks a lot like Batmouse's deck that he's been playing on Gim. So we've got Hidden Base with Superficial Damage, Wackling, and Virtual. Light player. With the player, we've got Senate with First Order Start to get out of the First Order and Crush.
Steve Harpster, dark side. Mike Turner, light side. Okay.
Did we make it with 16 unique players?
I think it was some kind of standings of some sort. We haven't had updates in a while, since like round 4.
Double barrier, concentrate all fire. I think an altar. So Harpster immediately goes for a grabber and an oppressive. Help keep his effects alive. He probably anticipates. Double Twix is in the opener. Not bad. And Squabbles. Mike Turner obviously pleased that Steve Harpster throws down 2 Twixes on turn 1. Squabbles for Lot Dodd. And looks like we're going to see a flip with Lot Dodd and Toonbuck Tura. Pretty good first turn for Harpster.
Sorry, I was away a second. Is that Lot Dodd with Toonbuck?
Yeah, Lot Dodd and Toonbuck and double Twixes in the opener. So pretty good first turn for Harpster.
And is he starting through? Is it 12 cards?
He's doing the first order start.
Okay.
So shuttle. We might see him go. If he can fish out a battleground site, maybe he goes shuttle somewhere next turn and tries to go for the use pile pull. So you see Mike Turner's turn 1. He's going for his battleground systems. He gets that Anode Ritual. I have no idea what that is. And Oshada. Your base, spending 2 to get it. Goes ahead and puts the projection onto the Senate. So just some setup coming from Mike early on. He tries to get his systems out. I'll probably end up delaying the flip as long as he can until either he's set up with some ships and weapons to go along with what's the card? The Space Clash card. The dark side one is shut down the main reactor.
I'm not sure. Stay Sharp is not. It's the other one. Yeah. Stay Sharp is the one you shoot in control phase.
Yeah. He's gonna try and use the Space Clash interrupt to lock down Steve's attempts to go to space. So he's gonna, as long as Steve's damage potential isn't too high, we're gonna see Mike taking his time to flip until he gets fully set up with some barriers, some Stay Sharps, and that other card that I can't come up with. Lost Monarch from Harpster on turn. Get him the 2 barriers, but he also just gets a chance to look at what Mike's got going on. He doesn't get any more guns, doesn't get any ships. So probably Harpster's a little disappointed with all that. Oh, okay, so this is the Starfighter version. I was thinking it was going to be so they might not have the Space Clash. Mike might not
on target, by the way.
On target, but that can only target a capital with a weapon. So he might not be running that at all. I've got some Starfighters here. The 3-dot Starfighters that get a little boost from a new secret base. They get to deploy their modifiers to any system, I believe.
But yeah, superficial. So is he playing B-Wings?
Probably some Blue Squadron B-Wings, and I think we saw the X-Wing in his hand just now. It looks like Mike Turner is not pulling the Senate shield just yet. So Harpster, first he plays the Monarch Lost, then he uses his objective text to spend 3 force and put 2 cards back from Mike's hand. So he might be just trying to delay Mike in the early going here.
What card is that?
He's going to have to find a way to get some damage going if his plan is to slow down Mike from setting up. We got the Tatooine system coming out. Mike continuing to pull out all of his systems as quickly as he can.
You don't often see Tatooine in Hidden Base as one of the systems. There's a lot of other good systems you can choose. Could be a tech for IE. You get to convert their system, stop their battle destinies there.
Yep. And he spends 2 for a new secret base to get Kifix. He's going to get Roche instead. Okay, so Roche, maybe we'll see some Slain and Corporal. There it is.
We can bring that card up.
Yep, I'm going for it. That's a fun card that you don't see too often. It gives you some retrieval. Your wings are able to shoot down some light side ships. You also let you pull the weapons out once during each of your deploy phases. You can get a starship weapon from your reserve deck. These weapons are very strong in a meta where dark side tries to get away with only about 2 or 3 ships per deck.
Yeah, a lot of decks with Star Destroyers, they just want to stack as much forfeit as they can on the ships.
Right. Now, if you have, let's say, a Blue Squadron B-Wing that comes down with 2 intruder missiles, probably will have a heart attack. But you could see a lot of stuff going to the lost pile real quick. So there's Palpatine to the desert landing site, and then the cantina gets deployed.
Yeah, why not just go right to the cantina?
Yeah, not sure what the point of that is. Kylo goes right to the cantina from hand. No time spent getting the shuttle. He would rather just go right for the use pile pull. So he goes Kylo from hand to the cantina, gets a card from his use pile. Still not sure why Palpatine went to the landing site. Unless maybe he's got to put a presence of the Force there or something.
That's the only thing I'm really thinking, right? Okay, he moved it.
Wanted to move him over.
Someone's gonna have to interview Harpster after his game. Find out what he was thinking.
Can everyone hear me?
Sure.
Adam's on the call. Hi, Adam. How's it going?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Sounds good. I was just about to type, anyways, that the light side player hidden base looks similar to the one that Angelo played at the Euro MPC.
Okay.
Based on what I've seen so far, anyways.
Seems like a fun deck to play. All right, so there's Naboo. So that gives Mike 5 systems, so he's able to flip whenever he feels comfortable doing so. You don't want to flip too soon and give your opponent a chance to probe right away, especially if his damage output isn't all that high. So right now staring down this drain of 2. Mike's probably going to wait until he gets a couple ships out to his systems. The drain of 2, he can probably find another projection somewhere. I don't think he's using Walkling. So he may look for another projection with Walkling, or he may just take it. But right now, it's nothing too overwhelming to force him to flip.
Looks like we have updates. Phil, Fred, and Lenny all. Looks like they're 6-1 going in the last game. And then 5 and 2s are Joe Olson, Chris Kelly, Reid Smith, Steve Harpster, Brandon Romano, and Jacy Smith.
Who was on that 5 and 2 list? Harpster. Was
Yeah,
Mike Turner.
Who's playing Mike Turner? No, he's 4 and 3.
Okay.
And Bryan, Fred, and Chris Kelly are playing. Who's Joe Olson playing this round?
Brandon Romano.
Yep, I see that. And that's a win. Well, like we said, there could be a good number of 5 and 3s. And Reid and Phil are playing too. It's another pair down, a lot of pair downs.
Quite a bit of activation for Harpster this turn. I fished the card out of the force pile, then he his 3 to drain for the Cantina drain. Mike Turner uses the It Could Be Worse to reduce it, and Harpster grabs it. So one of the damage reduction tools that Mike Turner's got available is stacked on allegations now. Steve just looking for a way to get his damage through. Looks like he's sensing. It could be worse. So he senses it, and Mike Turner still has to lose to the drain. And so we're down to the looks like Harpster picks up a couple cards, start setting up his hands to maybe contest out a system. Harpster probably has a downtown plaza in here. Give him 2 battleground sites to drain at. That's just a guess. He probably has players to get. But what that means is he's only got 2 battleground sites. If Mike Turner can manage to flip, he's able to cancel both of those drains with the flip side of his objective. So at some point, he's probably going to have to go to space and probe. Unless he's got some tech hidden base like Search and Destroy, keep the going. But even that seems like it's not going to be enough damage to really get anywhere against this. He doesn't have a lot of pressure that he's putting on Mike right now. Mike will just start getting some ships out to the systems until he's feels comfortable flipping.
Yeah, I agree. He's going to need to do something in space. Steve is. I'm not sure what space he's running. He's got Emperor down, so I know a lot of Senates like to play the shuttle package.
Right. Slave 1 and Boba Fett in his hand earlier too.
Okay.
So that's
So
good.
yeah, I mean, he may also, he may want to wait for if he can get 2 ships out at the same time, drop them both, probe, move them, probe. He could possibly, get the hidden base.
Yeah, and that's a
So
game
it's-
plan. That's a game plan that he can safely assume is on the table because he hit those 2 barriers early on with the Vader Monarch.
Yep.
If you don't do that, then you don't see those barriers hit the lost pile at any point. You've got to assume that you're going to be barriered if you make a play like that, which reduces your success rate of probing.
Right. Right. So what he needs to do is make sure you deploy, systems where there aren't any guys with weapons, because that's the other way that you can get stopped from probing. Is the card that we got the name of that I forgot already.
Well, if he's got only starfighters with weapons, he's not going to be able to play that card.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We figured that out. I forgot that too. Okay.
Concentrate all fire went down also.
It actually has 6 systems out, huh? Already, so making it a little harder to find the hidden base.
But Naboo system is dark sides though, correct? Or no?
Is it? Well,
I think so.
I'm gonna bring up dark side and see if I can tell the difference from the picture.
I think that's the light side one.
Dark side Naboo has.
I think it's light side. They just look so similar. Yeah, dark side's shadow goes over like a little over like 60% of the card, and that one's only has like 30. So light side.
Expert analysis of shadowing by our guest commentator Adam Shelburne.
What I'm here for.
Wait, the shadow is the opposite way because it's light side versus dark side. So yeah, if you flip the card upside down, the shadow will be on the left. If it was so it's the light side.
This is what we're here for, shadow analysis.
All right, so Steve's gonna go to space right away. With that,
What? He hasn't. Has he flipped? He hasn't. He may have.
right. So what that does for Mike is allows him to contest in space and maybe get rid of some of these ships before he flips.
No, it looks like he flips because
Did he?
that'd be a probe card.
Oh yeah, so must be flipped. Yeah, okay. There's the objective towards the bottom left corner. So yeah, he is
flipped because he has a system to cancel that drain.
Yep. Okay.
And it looks like he did not get the hidden base.
Right. It looks like a successful probe. TIGIH's going down to the Senate also.
If this is in fact similar to Angelo Consoli's list, I believe Angelo only plays 2 characters in the entire deck, so that could make this ground situation pretty interesting.
What character does Angelo run?
I think it is Luke Skywalker. I'm trying to find the second one. I know he just plays 2.
You guys want to guess on where the hidden base is? Make it a little interesting.
Bear with me.
I say it's Kifix. Right where he is. Too obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too obvious.
I'm gonna guess Kifix as well. That way, Mike's saying at least if you come at me at Kifix, I've already got a ship with a weapon there.
Right.
I dare you to come.
It is only Luke Skywalker. That's the only character he actually plays.
Okay. He's got the altars in there. At least one altar that we saw, I believe, to try to get rid of Search and Destroy. But that means you've got to find the Luke.
This was my other choice.
Okay.
I was gonna, and he's to get it. No.
Analyzer with a probe card. It looks like 0 for 2. Bad early probing from Steve Harpster. Puts hooks on there. Gets him a use pile search. Definitely an interesting build of Senate from Steve Harpster here.
Yeah, and you think did he play Jakku? You think? I would think, right?
I would assume so. You can pull it with the 1-0 landing site.
Right. I mean, if you throw a guy there.
Yeah, and you got to drain it too with the finalizer.
Mm-hmm.
So, exactly as Jared described, Harpster makes his play to go to 2 different systems in the same turn, probes them both, misses both, but then moves to 2 new systems. So on Mike's split phase, we'll see he probe again. So if he's able to get the probe through, that's turns his drain back on. But yeah, this might be a chance for Mike to go down hard to one of these systems and punish Steve for coming to space.
Yeah, he probably, that's what he's going to probably try to do. At least take him out of one system, cut down the amount of systems he could probe. On the next turn after this, assuming he doesn't get it on one of these.
Right. I mean, Steve's set up to probe twice here. If both of his ships survive this turn, then he can move them both over and have a 100% chance of probing on Mike's next deploy phase. There's that Cooper down to cancel one of the to cancel Mike's own drain with reserves. All right, so Obi and Radiant 7 goes down. Steve immediately probes. Looks like it's unsuccessful. I assume after Mike's next deploy phase action, we'll see the probe of Roche come down.
Yeah, these probe cards are actually probably cutting into his hand.
There it is. It was a Roche.
Oh, it was. It was Roche.
Special prize to anybody who had Roche.
No probe droids.
Yeah, Probot is a live out for that, right? If you're running a Probot.
Yep.
I think Steve's content without any force retrieval. He's happy to just get that objective out of play.
What are those probe cards considering the order to come back?
Yeah, I believe Darkseid determines the order. Right? Right, so now we got
probe with that Gick.
Lando with Obi. I can't tell. Is that a Blue Squadron B-Wing with the concussion missiles?
I believe so.
Not finalized here. That's a 7.
Is that a shot or?
I think that was
drawn battlist.
If he does in fact hit that, he does retrieve 2 with the Roche effect. If it's out, or is it? It is out.
Yeah, it's out.
Looks like it hits him. I'm guessing because
the Blue Squadron B-Wing I think adds 2.
And the weapon adds 1, right, to a cap against a capital, maybe.
No, the concussion missile adds against a starfighter.
Oh,
Okay. But still, it's a 9. Enough to get finalized. He's gonna power pivot to make it lost.
Did he not retrieve too? Just when he hit the Starfighter.
Steve has secret plans out, so
yeah.
probably use a lot of force to drain and get that stuff out. He might not have enough behind. Yeah, so he's using some of the force that he has to move some ships around.
Yeah, he's gonna need to move. He's gonna have to pay for land, though.
Yeah.
He's not gonna go after Fett right now.
He's gonna get drains of 2 and 1 through here. I guess we'll find out. He's got more space.
He's probably. He may have like a Zuckus or something like that, but I can't.
Yeah, Zuckus, or maybe Mara and Ship.
Yeah, I mean with Emperor on the ground and how he put him down so quickly, I would assume you didn't have Emperor Shuttle in here.
Yeah. So he's got an altar for the hover cam. Sorry, not for the hover cam. Altar for the projection. Turns his drain of 1 back on at the minute.
His words are doing damage once again.
On to join on wave 1. And then moves over to get a better drain from Naboo. Squabble. Looks like maybe the once per game retrieve. Get his finalizer back. Yep.
Very solid.
Do we know that did he pull finalizer for sure?
Not sure.
Possible that he could get a pull.
Yeah. And he's got lot dod too.
Oh, that's true.
Probably not going to be long before he gets it back in his hand one way or the other.
He does have a command in his hand to pull Hawks out, which he also retrieved.
Mike's not in terrible position though. He's brains going. He
Okay. As long as Harpster's getting troopers in hand, it's not going to be able to get enough damage through. But really, his priority right now, I think, is getting those ships fully cleared off of the systems. That's going to restrict Harpster to sitting at one battleground. Going to reduce the amount of damage he's able to put through. It's going to make him pay for damage. So here's Mike moving his ships in front of Slave 1 to try and challenge it. It's just the one ship. Okay, there we go. He's got 2 ships with guns in front of Slave 1. And then he picks up his Drain 2 at Narcana.
Use accelerate to put in his use pile, looking for another accelerate.
Yeah, just like a 5.
Yeah.
So Mike tries to hit the Cantina Drain. And Steve senses it. Hey, Kylo's shuttle going to Tatooine. Working. And Darth Maul as a passenger. Get that extra forfeit on there.
And what is it? It's Lando on Obi's ship there.
Yeah, Lando on Obi's ship. Looks like PV. Yes, PV's piloting. PV must add the most to power.
And a command in hand.
Yep. So the command to limit.
Tarkin does not add a destiny right now. So it's a hit.
So hit and run.
Oh, yeah.
So after the weapons segment of the battle, Mike's going to move his ship away. And Steve will chase after. Obi in Resident 7, save 1. He's probably content to just sit at Tatooine with the shuttle. That'll stop the hit from going into effect again, and it also locks down a drain of 2. Mike's really got to get to work on clearing this stuff out of here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get there quick enough.
I agree. Steve looks to be in a good place. Did we say we thought he played the plaza? Do we know? I feel like he would have had it out and somebody there by now.
Yeah, not confirmed. I suspected he did because he's got the security tower in there, but like you said, the fact that he hasn't deployed it yet, it's maybe unlikely that he doesn't run it at all.
Is there a reason why he would play the downtown plaza rather than, play the cantina instead of the downtown plaza?
Cantina gives you a place to dump them all for free and then move them over.
Yeah, that's the reason. The only reason. I was gonna say he could also play. He's got the interrupt to pull Kylo and shuttle, but he's probably not gonna play him there. He wants to get the pull.
We've got Han Chewie and the Falcon with a concussion missile going in front of the shuttle. Not sure if it's a virtual Han Chewie Falcon or what.
Angelo did play the virtual, if we're basing on that.
It looks like that may have been. Was that the shot and the redraw already?
Oh, maybe. I didn't know. I thought those were interrupts that were being played. Yeah, looks like, right?
Yeah, looks like there was a shot and then a redraw with concentrating on fire, and then a second miss.
Harpster drew a 5-5, and Mike Turner drew a 5. One of them must have hit.
I guess so, because the whole ship's gone now. So it looks like it was a hit actually. So that's good. I mean, getting a ship off the table is good news for Mike. He's gonna be able to hang around this. Gonna have to continue to get these ships off the table. Harpster takes his force pile push. I think there's a pretty good chance that he went for finalizer if he didn't already have it in hands. Well, he's not going to deploy anything new. Just going to get his damage in and the control. Down away from the weapons. Goes over to Anode. Looks like Mike Turner not activating as much as he can to save a few cards back in reserve. So this could be a turn with some action. By Harpster. Face the draining. Second time.
Good destiny look like.
Yep. Looks like a red 8, maybe. X-Wing cannon.
Just the lone X-wing there.
Yeah.
Banking on the shot going through.
Yeah, Mike checked his destinies. I believe he has 3 cards in there. I didn't see what the destinies were, but he's got, he fires and then he has a chance to refire with concentrate all fire. There's a single card in there that hits it.
Yep.
Looks like you got it. So that's pretty big. As long as he's got the room to pull the tricks field, not only shuts off the drain at the system that Mike was threatening, but he also gets rid of the drain at the Senate. So now Harpster's only doing 2. He's got to pay for it, and he's got to try to get back into space. So he does have the finalizer in hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much force he has. He may have to not drain this turn and spend everything to get into space. Just counting it right now.
Yep. So it looks like he is going for the drain.
This Hux also.
There's the fix with finalizer. Hux the board.
Using the use pal search.
Looks like another drain canceled by Harpster. And we've got something coming down to face the finalizer. Two somethings. Can't really see because of the glare. Looks like green leader and blue squadron 1.
I think it's a
B-wing with
B-wing.
It's a, with a concussion missile.
So that's I think that's 2 destiny plus a shot.
And the A-wing cancels his immunity.
Okay.
Or Darkseid's immunity. By making a starship hit. So he probably will clear here even if he doesn't make the shot. With Hux being a forfeit 5 or 6. Maybe not.
I would think he probably would.
So Harpster may decide to dump everything off of strategic reserves onto finalizer here. Get that extra forfeit. The first order troopers are all going to deploy for free, assuming there's no Yavin sentry out.
No, I think that is only at sites. I'm not sure. Yep, sites.
Okay. I'm not sure. I think Harpster put them there for free. Thinking like I did that they deploy free to anywhere you have the first order leader. Paid 1 for FN and 3 or 4 for Phasma, however much Phasma costs, but it doesn't look like he paid for the first order troopers. So he dumps his forfeit aboard and then he moves in front of Lando on Radiant 7. Doesn't really want to tangle with those weapons.
Mike Turner's still ahead on the strain race here. I don't know about Life Force.
He's got to be low. I think.
It seems as so.
That win against Kyler.
Did he only do one of his 2 drains this turn?
Yeah, it looks like he drained once. It was canceled by another first order trooper going to the strategic reserves, and then.
Oh, it looks like he did. Harpster did lose an Ellis then, so maybe he did
Okay.
do a second drain.
Okay. Get both through, or not get paid to drain twice. Looks like Harpster doesn't have all that much life force either. An altar on strategic reserves.
Trooper deploys for free.
Yeah. I mean, really, if you have to suspect Harpster is running low on troopers, I don't know if you even want to put strategic reserves back in his deck at that point. Right? If he's not going to use it to cancel any more drains, you just give him a card back.
It is indeed a close game, though. Every life force matters. I mean, he still can use it to track around for a Destiny.
The closer it is, as long I still think as long as Steve doesn't get shot down, he doesn't have to pay for drains, and Mike will, and that often is what the difference in close games are.
For sure.
Seen all wings report in non-combo coming out here.
Rich may have set up some retrieval at some point. I don't know if he's got multiples of.
Yeah, that one was search apparently.
On table?
Oh no, he just topped it. He just lost off his use pile.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he only has one B wing out, I believe. So I wouldn't really set him up for that much. I feel like if he can't shoot down this ship, it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, it's hard to tell life forces right now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Harpster's still taking 3 every turn, 3 or 4, depending on which systems Mike Turner is at. And also how many systems he's at. He could possibly spread even more than he is.
Dude, he's still only so many drains that you pay for each turn.
Well,
also true.
And still and still potentially follow the finalizer.
Yeah, especially when he's paying for Lando. He's got to follow with at least 2 ships. That pays for a drain right there. Okay, so he's gonna. I don't know if I really like this, moving everything in front of it. I guess if he can only pay for 2 drains next turn anyway, then it's fine. It's a hit to cancel the canteen drain. That's big. So he can actually track that around and pick it up in his control phase with new secret base. That's a really huge card to start cycling around. Yeah. Okay. So Harpster had Kanos in his hand. Min Kainu is in the deck. He's gonna want to get Min Kainu out if he can afford to put it to hit out of play. possibly sense it. I don't know what sack shields Mike's got on the table, but that card could single-handedly turn this game around at this point. So I believe he drained and picked it up. But he's not following it. So he's got it's a hit loop. Forces Harpster to move in front of him. But he's not at enough systems to really force his own damage through. X-Wing Laser Cannon's not doing a whole lot against the Finalizer.
Yeah, you can't play it if he doesn't control it, right?
Yeah. Okay, so that's the handshake. So it sounds like Harpster's probably in at 6-2 now.
Yeah, I got no word from anyone else.
Closer. Nice fun tech card. Cancel close call.
I can see if I get some word from the Rosemount and Minnesota crew, how their games went, and they can kind of tell us about their matchups in general.
Yeah. Do we have any word on how much time is left in this round?
No idea. Let's see, when did he post? Can't be at here. I mean, he posted at 11:08 or our time, so that'd be like 6 minutes from now. But I would guess time would be right around being called now because he Yeah, I'm trying to figure out these last rounds. There's a lot of pair down, so it's going to be really hard to figure out. I would say Lenny, Phil, Fred, Harpster are in for sure. So Joe Olson's playing Brandon Romano, so one of them is probably going to be out, and one will be in.
we're gonna keep an eye on the forums here, just to see the announcement of the day one final standings. Give us an idea of who's playing who. We'll get into the match play portion tomorrow. Congrats to everybody who made the trip out and played today. And thanks for everybody who stuck around on the stream to listen. I know we had a rough game one, trying to figure everything out technically, but sort of picked it up the rest of the way. Hopefully we were able to give you some good insight into these games. I think we'll be back tomorrow to walk through the featured matches of the match play portion. All right, so we have the top 8. In order, I'll just read them right off. First, we have Phil Aasen. Second, Lenny Rubin. Third, Chris Kelly. Fourth, Joe Olson. Fifth, Bryan Fred. Sixth, Steve Harpster. Seventh, Reid Smith. And eighth, Jacy Smith. So congrats to everybody there. Good job to all of our top 8 finishers who will be competing tomorrow to take home the championship. You guys can follow on the forums for some more action. But I think that'll do it for here, unless Jared or Adam, if you guys want to jump back in, we might shut this thing down. We've been going for about 11 hours straight. Long day. Adam, you there?
Oh, I have nothing to add. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I just saw you come in off of mute. It's all good. Yeah, I think that's it. We're going to wrap things up here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Congrats again to the top 8 finishers, and have a good night, everybody.